Chapter 1. The Wanderer. If you enjoy cultivation stories, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so you never miss a new audiobook release. Now let's begin. The rain fell like silver needles across the mountain pass, each drop hissing as it struck the hot stone. Xianxia pulled his tattered cloak tighter, though the fabric offered little protection. His hands, calloused from decades of cultivation and combat, were wrapped in strips of cloth darkened by blood, not all of it his own. Behind him, smoke still rose from the valley where the Crimson Tiger sect had made their last stand. He had destroyed them at dawn. By noon, their headquarters had burned. By evening, the last of their disciples had either fallen to his blade or scattered into the surrounding provinces like leaves before the wind. Now, as twilight descended and the rain began in earnest, he walked alone up the mountain trail, his cultivation reserves depleted but not empty. Never empty. The destruction of the Crimson Tiger sect had been thorough and complete. The sect had made the mistake of hiring an assassin to kill him, a gross miscalculation born from desperation and arrogance. Rather than die, Xianxia had tracked the assassin back to their source and discovered the identity of their employers. The sect master had thought himself safe behind layers of political complexity and sect protection. He had been wrong. Xianxia had arrived at the sect's main compound in the pre-dawn darkness and simply walked through their defenses. The protection formations, maintained by core formation stage cultivators, had shattered before his power like paper. The disciples who attempted to stop him had lasted mere seconds. The sect master himself had fought with some skill, but had ultimately proved no match for someone who had spent 40 years perfecting the art of the blade. By the time the sun rose, the Crimson Tiger sect had ceased to exist as a functioning organization. Their headquarters burned. Their leadership was dead or scattered. Their disciples were homeless refugees with nowhere to turn. At 63 years of age, Xianxia was neither young nor old in the cultivation world. His hair, once black as a raven's wing, had turned silver at the temples. His face was weathered like old leather, marked by scars that no amount of qi healing could fully erase. Some of those scars came from battles against opponents equally matched in power. Others came from simple accidents, blade slips, cultivation backlashes, the price of pushing cultivation to its absolute limits. Yet his eyes remained sharp and dangerous, the eyes of someone who had looked into death's face more times than he could count, and each time walked away victorious. He had no sect to return to. He had left the Iron Cloud School 40 years ago, at an age when most cultivators were only beginning to establish themselves in sect hierarchies. That sect was long gone now, dissolved into legend and ruin by the passage of time and the internal politics of power-hungry masters. No family waited for him in some distant valley. He had no lovers, no children, no relatives who would recognize his name or claim kinship with him. No disciples, no heirs, no legacy to pass down except the legend of his blade and the fear that whispered his name through the cultivation sects of the eastern provinces. This was how he preferred it. Attachments were the death of a wanderer. They made you vulnerable. They gave enemies leverage. They turned a blade master into a hostage, a master into someone who could be controlled through the threat of harm to those they cared about. He had learned these lessons early and learned them well. The path narrowed as it climbed, becoming little more than a goat track winding between ancient pines. Xianxia had walked this mountain 3 times before, always alone, always moving. He had learned long ago that staying in one place too long created attachments. And attachments were the death of a wanderer. They made you vulnerable. They gave enemies leverage. They turned a blade master into a hostage, a wanderer into a prisoner. For 40 years, since the day he left his first sect, the Iron Cloud School, now long dissolved into legend and ruin, Xianxia had maintained this principle with absolute discipline. He did not form friendships that lasted beyond a single season. He did not develop relationships with other cultivators that might evolve into alliance or obligation. He did not linger in towns long enough for the locals to begin thinking of him as a resident rather than a passing stranger. This philosophy had kept him alive when masters with greater power had fallen to politics and betrayal. It had allowed him to accumulate strength without the burden of protecting others. It had given him freedom to pursue his cultivation with single-minded focus, advancing through the stages of power with slow but inevitable progress. The Crimson Tiger sect had been just another obstacle in a life full of obstacles. They had hired an assassin to kill him. Rather than die, he had tracked the assassin back to their source and eliminated the problem at its root. The sect master had been a fool who thought wealth could substitute for strategy. His disciples had been talented but undisciplined. Their defeat had been inevitable from the moment they chose to move against him. A sound stopped him mid-step. It was faint, barely audible beneath the drumming rain, but Xianxia's heightened senses caught it immediately. Someone ahead, on the path. Wounded, judging by the irregular breathing. Young, judging by the rapid heartbeat. And terrified, judging by the faint scent of fear sweat that even the rain could not fully wash away. Xianxia's hand moved instinctively to the hilt of his sword, a weapon so old and so bloodstained that some said it had its own consciousness. The blade was called Moon Whisper, forged in ages past by a master craftsman whose name had been forgotten in the dust of centuries. It had tasted the blood of hundreds. It had cut through barriers that other swords could not even mark. It was an extension of Xianxia's arm, and it was eager for use. But he hesitated. For the first time in 3 decades of wandering, he hesitated. What reason would a young cultivator have to be on this remote mountain pass at night, in the rain, bleeding? The answer came moments later as a group of riders emerged from the mist above, moving with the coordinated precision of a hunting pack. They wore the crimson robes of the Crimson Tiger sect, or what had been the Crimson Tiger sect before this morning. The dye in the fabric was still relatively fresh, suggesting these robes had been worn for less than a year. This meant these were newer recruits or disciples, not the core members who might have established relationships elsewhere. Survivors. And they were chasing something. Xianxia stepped to the side of the path, drawing his cloak around him. The rain and mist provided adequate concealment, though concealment had never been truly necessary for someone of his power. As the riders approached, he counted them with a cultivator's trained attention. 7. All core formation stage cultivators based on the quality of their auras, all armed with the distinctive curved sabers of the Tiger sect. Their horses were good quality, bred for mountain terrain and reinforced with subtle qi cultivation patterns. Their leader was a woman with scarred cheeks and murderous eyes. He came this way. One of the riders called out, gesturing at the muddy ground where fresh footprints were still visible despite the rain's attempts to wash them away. The trail ends ahead. The little fool has cornered himself on the cliff path. There's nowhere left for him to run. The scarred woman smiled, a terrible expression that made Xianxia think of predators that had cornered their prey. Elder Huang sent us for one purpose only, she said, her voice carrying the flat certainty of someone who had been given a death sentence to execute. That disciple is a liability. The boy has seen too much, knows too much. Whatever he might tell the authorities about what happened to our sect is irrelevant. The important thing is that he never leaves this mountain. When we return, his body should be sufficient proof that the loose end has been tied off. They passed within 20 feet of Xianxia's hiding place, their horses splashing through the rain-swollen stream that cascaded down the mountainside. He remained still as stone, allowing them to pass. His cultivation techniques maintained a perfect emptiness around him, making him essentially invisible to casual observation. If they wanted to kill one of their own disciples, that was their business. The cultivation world was full of such tragedies, the discarding of inconvenient witnesses, the elimination of rivals within a sect, the purging of disciples deemed politically unreliable. It was the way of things. He would not interfere, or it would have been that way, if that particular disciple had not suddenly stumbled backward into view around the next bend, fleeing desperately in a direction that would lead them directly past Xianxia's position. The boy was running with the panicked movement of someone who knew they were being hunted, leaping over rocks and around boulders with a young person's desperation. The boy, he was barely more than a boy, perhaps 17 or 18 years old, collapsed onto the rocky path not 30 feet away from Xianxia's hiding place. His white and gold robes were torn and muddied from hours of running through the mountain terrain, his face pale with exhaustion and pain. A nasty wound on his thigh was bleeding despite the obvious qi healing he'd already attempted multiple times. The wound was ragged and poisoned. Xianxia could see the discoloration spreading around it, the way the qi healing was being actively resisted by whatever toxin had been used on the blade. His cultivation base pulsed weakly with the vibrations of someone at the early qi condensation stage. Powerful for his age, certainly more talented than most young cultivators, but a mere candle flame compared to the core formation inferno bearing down on him. He had perhaps hours before the venom would consume him entirely, and the core formation cultivators pursuing him would not allow him even that long. The riders slowed their horses as they approached the collapsed boy. The hunt was nearly at its end. They formed a loose circle around him, sabers drawn, blocking any avenue of escape. The scarred woman led them, approaching with the casual certainty of a predator that knows its prey is already dead. Xianxia found himself moving before he had consciously decided to do so. It was not a decision made through reason or moral philosophy. It was something older, something that had been carved into his bones during decades of wandering and conflict. A moment of potential interruption to his path. A moment of violence that would occur near him if he did nothing. He had spent 40 years learning to ignore such moments. When violence erupted around him, he walked away unless it directly threatened his person. When young cultivators got themselves killed through poor planning or bad luck, he did not intervene. When sects warred with each other over territory and resources, he did not care who won, as long as the conflict did not extend into his path. But something about this moment was different. Perhaps it was the desperation in the boy's breathing. Perhaps it was the casual cruelty of the Crimson Tiger sect's execution of their own disciple. Perhaps it was simply that Xianxia was tired of wandering, tired of the endless cycle of violence and conflict, tired of pretending that he did not care about the world around him. He stepped out of the mist like an apparition born from the rain itself, his sword already drawn. Moonwhisper caught the failing light and seemed to glow with an internal luminescence that had nothing to do with physical reflection. The blade had been forged in ages past, through techniques that had been lost to time, and it carried within it a kind of sentience that the weapon's creator had imbued into the metal. The rain seemed to part around him as he positioned himself between the boy and the approaching riders. His movement was economical, perfect, the result of 40 years of practice against opponents far more dangerous than these. The scarred woman reined in her horse sharply, the animal rearing slightly from the sudden shift in momentum. Her hand moved to her saber, but she did not draw it immediately. "Step aside, old man," she commanded, her voice still carrying authority but tinged now with uncertainty. "This is sect business, internal discipline. It does not concern wandering masters." "I think not," Xianxia said quietly. His voice was not loud. It did not need to be. Something in those two words carried enough weight to cause the riders to hesitate, to exchange glances with one another. They felt it then, all 7 of them simultaneously. The true cultivation pressure of a cultivator far beyond their stage, held in perfect check but radiating outward like heat from a furnace, like the presence of something ancient and terrible that was regarding them with casual interest. "You carry the mark of the Crimson Tiger sect," Xianxia continued, his tone remaining conversational. "I destroyed that sect this morning. The headquarters have burned. The sect master is dead, along with his council of elders. Your leadership is scattered or dead or fled. The disciples who remain are refugees with no authority, no resources, and no future." He paused, letting this information settle into their minds like stones dropping into a still pond, creating ripples that would eventually touch all shores. "I am in no mood to be interrupted in my journey by tigers who should have learned to fear me by now," he concluded. "I suggest you disperse immediately." The scarred woman's hand fell away from her saber. In the space of a single heartbeat, her expression shifted from murderous confidence to absolute certainty of death. She had felt the weight of his power, and she recognized it for what it was, something far beyond their ability to challenge, something that could destroy all 7 of them without breaking a sweat. "Disperse," the woman said, her voice now hollow and empty of all command authority. "Return to the eastern pass. We abandon the chase." The riders turned their horses without another word, abandoning the pursuit with the kind of immediate obedience that came only from genuine terror. Their hoofbeats faded gradually into silence as they descended the mountain path, disappearing into the mist like ghosts retreating from the waking world. Xianxia stood for a moment in the rain, watching them go. The dying light of the setting sun filtered through the storm clouds, painting the mountains in shades of gray and deep crimson. He could feel the presence of other cultivators in the distance, more Crimson Tiger sect members, probably, gathering for whatever came next. But they would not interfere. The reputation of the wandering master Xianxia was sufficient to prevent that. Word had spread about him over the years. The sects knew his name. The merchants and travelers who moved along the roads knew his reputation. Whispers followed him through every major city and cultivator settlement. The wanderer who killed without emotion or hesitation. The master who had never been defeated in a formal duel. The man who had walked away from sect politics and carved out a path of absolute independence. The reputation served him well. It meant that most conflicts could be resolved through simple presence. Few cultivators were foolish enough to directly challenge someone with his level of power and demonstrated willingness to kill. Then he sheathed his sword with a single smooth motion and turned to look at the boy on the ground. The young disciple stared up at him with enormous eyes, breathing hard, his young face streaked with tears and rain. Fear and gratitude and confusion warred in his expression, fighting for dominance, creating a storm of emotion that mirrored the weather itself. Who are you?" the boy gasped, his voice barely above a whisper. "No one," Xianxia said. "Someone passing through." He turned away and continued up the mountain path, his cloak swirling behind him in the wind. He did not look back. He never looked back. To look back was to acknowledge connection. To acknowledge connection was to admit vulnerability. He had learned that lesson long ago, and he had no intention of forgetting it now. Even as he climbed the mountain path, even as he focused his mind on finding the cave and recovering his depleted cultivation reserves, a small part of him wondered if the boy would somehow survive this night. The wonder was troubling. It suggested a crack in his carefully maintained emotional armor, a weakness that he could not afford to indulge. Chapter 2. The unexpected guest the cave Xianxia had selected lay 3 hours up the mountain, beyond the reach of casual travelers and far from the main pathways where sect disciples or imperial patrols might wander. It was situated behind a waterfall that cascaded down the cliff face with tremendous force, accessible only by leaping across a chasm that was perhaps 12 feet wide, but nearly 300 feet deep. It was a simple feat for any cultivator who had achieved at least foundation establishment stage, but a nearly impossible one for ordinary humans or lower stage cultivators. The cave itself was dry and warm, heated by geothermal vents that ran beneath the mountain, creating a microclimate that was almost subtropical in contrast to the frozen rain outside. Previous travelers, other wanderers like himself, perhaps, or cultivators seeking temporary refuge, had left kindling stacked in the corner and had carved a crude stone fireplace into the rock walls. Xianxia gathered wood and built a fire, then settled back against the stone wall to meditate and begin the slow process of recovering his depleted qi reserves. The battle with the Crimson Tiger sect had taken more from him than he had initially realized. His cultivation base was still stable, but the stores of refined qi had been burned through at an alarming rate during the final confrontation with their sect master. He had not expected to intervene in the Tiger sect's affairs. It had been a moment of weakness, a lapse in judgment born of decades of walking alone. Something about the boy's desperate flight had triggered something in him, a memory, perhaps, of his own youth, of a time before he had learned that compassion was a liability. He resolved to be more careful in the future. The wilderness did not reward sentiment. For hours after he had settled into his meditation, a soft sound from the cave entrance pulled him back to awareness. Xianxiao's hand moved to his sword hilt, but he did not draw. The figure approaching the fire was the same young disciple from the mountain pass, and he had somehow managed to follow Xianxiao's trail across the chasm and up the mountainside in the darkness and rain. It should have been impossible. The jump across the chasm required not just strength but precision, an understanding of angles and momentum that was difficult to achieve even for experienced cultivators. The climb up the wet, slick mountainside in the rain would have defeated most qi condensation stage cultivators. And yet the boy had done it. The boy was a mess. His wound had reopened during the climb, and he was limping badly, his face twisted in pain with every step. But his eyes held a determination that Xianxia had to grudgingly acknowledge. This was not a youth running on panic alone. This was a young man moving forward with conscious purpose despite pain that should have incapacitated him. "You followed me," Xianxia said flatly. It was not a question. His senses had tracked the boy's location from the moment he left the mountain path below, had marked his progress as he made that seemingly impossible jump and began his climb. I needed to thank you. The boy gasped, sinking onto a nearby rock. His legs were shaking, and his breathing came in ragged gasps. He was shaking, partly from pain, partly from exhaustion, partly from the cold of the rain-soaked clothes clinging to his young body. You saved my life. If you hadn't intervened, if you hadn't been there, they would have killed me on that path. I would have died without anyone ever knowing what I had witnessed. I was clearing my path of obstacles, Xianxia replied coolly, attempting to shut down this growing sense of connection. I owed you nothing and still do not. You should return to the valley and find some way to make peace with your sect. Perhaps negotiate for your continued life in exchange for your silence about whatever you saw. But even as he said this, he found his hand reaching for the boy's injured leg, examining it more closely. The injury was not healing properly. There was something fouling the chi flow, something that ordinary cultivation techniques could not address. A poison, almost certainly, and one that was specifically designed to resist healing. Some of the more sophisticated sects created specialized toxins for just this purpose. There's venom in the wound, the boy said quietly, watching Xianxia's face with desperate hope. The hunters used poison blades. Our standard healing won't work on it. In 2 days, maybe 3 if I'm lucky, the venom will have spread through my entire meridian system. I'll be dead no matter where I go, no matter what I do. The only question is whether I die slowly or quickly. Xianxia was silent for a long moment, staring at the poisoned wound. He could see the progression of the venom through the boy's leg, the way it was slowly climbing toward his core. Without treatment, it would indeed be fatal within 2 to 3 days. Then he rose and moved to a pack resting in the corner of the cave. From it, he withdrew a jade vial containing a liquid that shimmered like starlight, like captured moonbeams trapped within solid form. The antidote to 7 different venoms, crafted by Xianxia himself during his years of wandering. It had taken him 5 years to perfect it, working with rare ingredients and advanced alchemical techniques. It was one of his most valuable possessions. He poured a small amount onto the boy's wound, watching as the liquid seemed to dissolve into the skin, spreading through the poisoned flesh with an almost sentient purpose. The effect was immediate. The discoloration around the bite began to fade, the dark spreading lines of venom receding like they were being burned away. The boy gasped as the pain eased, as the terrible burning sensation that had been consuming his leg began to subside into something manageable. 3 days, Xianxia said, returning to his seat by the fire. Rest here for 3 days. Keep the wound clean. Do not make noise. Do not draw attention to this cave. After 3 days, you will need to leave the mountain and travel east to the verdant valley. There is a settlement there where the magistrate has no love for any sect and no interest in enforcing sect laws. You can disappear there and begin a new life as an ordinary person. The boy's eyes widened with hope, but also with something else, with a kind of desperate longing that Xianxia recognized but did not want to acknowledge. Will you teach me? The boy asked, his voice trembling with emotion. I have nowhere else to go. No sect. No family. If I leave this mountain without training, without the protection of a powerful master, I'm a hunted man. The Crimson Tiger sect will find me eventually. But if someone like you, if a master like you took me as a student, no, Xianxia said flatly, the rejection absolute. I am a wanderer. I do not take students. I never have. I will not begin now. The boy seemed to accept this, though disappointment clouded his young face. Xianxia turned away and settled back into meditation, carefully closing himself off from further conversation. Behind him, he heard the boy's breathing gradually settle into the rhythm of exhaustion-driven sleep. Chapter 3. 3 days and a choice over the following 3 days. Xianxia began to understand how quickly one mistake could compound into many. What should have been a simple gesture of charity, healing a boy and sending him on his way, had evolved into something more complicated. The boy, his name was Lin Su, he eventually revealed, when Xianxia asked during one of their few necessary conversations, was exactly the kind of talented disciple that would have benefited from proper instruction. His cultivation base, while currently underdeveloped and marked by some inefficient cultivation patterns from his sect training, had excellent potential. The raw strength was there. With proper guidance, with the right techniques and meditation practices, he could have advanced far. He moved with a natural grace that suggested years of formal training in sword forms and combat techniques. His mind was quick, his questions intelligent, and sometimes surprisingly perceptive. When Xianxia found himself explaining some basic cultivation principle, the boy grasped it quickly and began immediately asking about its applications and implications. And most surprisingly, Lin Su seemed to understand without being told that Xianxia was not interested in conversation beyond what was strictly necessary. The boy did not press, did not attempt to build rapport through talking. Instead, he occupied himself with meditation, with gentle exercises to strengthen his healing leg, with careful observation of Xianxia's techniques when the master performed his own cultivation work. Still, they talked. It was unavoidable when sharing a small cave for 3 days. Silence stretched thin after a while, and even masters of self-discipline eventually break it. Lin Su told Xianxia about his background. He had been brought to the Crimson Tiger sect as a child of 8 years old, recruited from a village where the sect had found promising talent. He had trained there for 14 years, slowly rising through the ranks. He had been on the cusp of entering the foundation establishment stage, just weeks away from that breakthrough, when the sect master suddenly began his dealings with the Emerald Jade sect. The merger would have made the Crimson Tiger sect subordinate to them. Lin Su explained as he sat by the fire, his leg wound healing cleanly now, the inflammation gradually receding. Not a partnership, not even an absorption where we would remain somewhat independent. True subordination. All our sect's resources, techniques, disciples, everything would have gone to them. The sect master saw it as a way to survive, to avoid being destroyed entirely in the competition between major sections. But some of us thought it was surrender. Worse than that, it was betrayal. Xianxia grunted, a non-committal sound that could be interpreted as interest or dismissal, depending on the listener's preference. There were secret meetings, Lin Su continued, gaining confidence as he spoke. I was assigned to serve tea during some of them. Low-ranking disciples often are. No one thinks to hide things from someone they consider beneath notice. I was in the elders' chambers when they discussed which disciples would be removed after the merger was finalized. I was on that list. 3 others were too. We were all talented, all at the right stage to potentially resist the merger or harbor resentment about it. The thinking was that we would be eliminated before the full integration with the Emerald Jade sect. You opposed the sect master openly? Xianxia asked, though his tone suggested he did not actually care about the answer. Not openly, Lin Su said carefully. But I was in the decision-making chamber. I heard their names. I understood what was going to happen. And I knew that when the Emerald Jade sect arrived to oversee the transition, my death would be one of the first things arranged. So I ran. Xianxia nodded slowly. It made sense. It was the kind of brutal calculation that kept sects alive and prevented them from being torn apart by conflicting loyalties. The boy had witnessed something he should not have. The easiest solution was to eliminate him. The fact that Lin Su had escaped and survived long enough to reach Xianxia on the mountain path suggested either remarkable luck or remarkable skill. Perhaps both. You should have kept your head down, Xianxia said. You should have accepted your fate. Attempting to fight against sect politics is a path that leads only to death and suffering. Is that what you do? Lin Su asked. The question was not challenging, only genuinely curious. Accept your fate? There was a long silence. Xianxia found himself considering this carefully before answering. The fire crackled between them, and the sound of the waterfall outside provided a constant background rhythm to their conversation. I accept the consequences of my choices, he said finally. I chose to wander rather than remain in a sect. I chose to become a blade for hire rather than a servant of others' interests. I chose to confront the Crimson Tiger sect rather than give them the satisfaction of my death in some hidden corner. Each choice led to what happened on the mountain pass. I do not bemoan my circumstances because they are the product of my own hands. But you could have let them kill me, Lin Su said quietly. That would have been accepting your fate. It would have meant accepting that you had business elsewhere, that a boy's life was not worth the interruption. Instead, you intervened. What? Xianxia had no good answer to this question. He had asked himself the same thing repeatedly over the past days, and no satisfactory response emerged. After a long moment, he simply said, Go to Verdant Valley. Find peace there. Forget about the cultivation world. On the morning of the third day, Lin Su prepared to leave the cave. He had eaten the food Xianxia provided, rested fully, and recovered most of his strength. His wound had closed into a thin line that would eventually fade completely. He stood at the cave entrance, looking back at the old swordmaster one final time. "Thank you," he said, "for everything." "Do not thank me," Xianxia replied. "I have done you no favor. I have merely delayed your reckoning." Lin Su smiled sadly, then turned and walked down the mountain path toward the distant valley below. Xianxia watched him go until he disappeared into the mist, then returned to his meditation. He thought he would never see the boy again. Chapter 4. The reputation begins 2 months later. Xianxia was in a bustling coastal city, collecting payment for a job he had completed: the elimination of a pirate captain who had been terrorizing merchant ships along the strait. The captain had been a talented cultivator in his own right, with the kind of fighting instinct that came from decades of actual combat rather than formal sect training. The elimination had taken longer than expected. 3 days of pursuit across the shipping channels before Xianxia had finally cornered him in a hidden cove and ended his life with a single sword strike. The payment had been generous: 10,000 silver coins, plus a promise of future work if Xianxia remained in the region. He had no intention of remaining. By now, he would be planning his next journey, his next contract, his next destination that would be far enough away from here to be safely out of reach of any revenge plots. He was in a modest tea house, one of the better establishments in the merchant district, counting silver coins and preparing to move on to the next town. The proprietor had recommended the location for its discretion and the quality of its tea. Xianxia, not particularly caring about either, had simply chosen it because it was convenient to the docks where he had just concluded his business with the merchants. He was in the middle of counting coins when he overheard a conversation at a nearby table that made his hands freeze. "Extraordinary thing," one merchant was saying to another, his voice carrying the kind of gossip-laden excitement that merchants seemed to particularly enjoy. "The young master of the Crimson Tiger sect, one of their greatest talents, has been seen traveling with a mysterious old swordmaster. The rumors say they're companions now, that the swordmaster took him on as a student." Xianxiao's hand froze on a silver coin. His cultivation senses extended outward, tracing the source of this information, analyzing the speaker's sincerity. The man was a merchant, legitimately believing what he was saying, genuinely excited about the gossip he was spreading. "That doesn't make sense," the other merchant replied, shaking his head. "I heard the Crimson Tiger sect was destroyed, burned to the ground by some wanderer. How can their young master be alive if the sect doesn't exist anymore?" "He escaped," the first merchant said with the certainty of someone spreading established rumor as fact. "And now he's studying under the very master who destroyed the sect. Can you imagine? It's the most backward thing. Unless—" The merchant leaned in closer, and his voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper that Xianxia could hear with perfect clarity. "Unless the sword master killed the sect master and took the disciple as some kind of prize. That would make more sense. The Emerald Jade sect is supposedly in a fury about it. They had plans for that boy." Xianxia left the tea house without collecting half his payment. He told himself it was coincidence. Lin Su must have decided to seek out other wanderers for instruction, or perhaps had encountered another swordmaster on the road and made some arrangement. The descriptions in these rumors could apply to dozens of different masters. But over the following months, as he traveled through various provinces and settlements, the same story kept appearing in different variations. A young disciple with a distinctive scar on his left cheekbone. Xianxia remembered that scar from a moment when Lin Su had mentioned a childhood accident, studying under a mysterious swordmaster. The swordmaster had destroyed the boy's former sect. The swordmaster was teaching him techniques that were neither Crimson Tiger nor Emerald Jade in origin, creating a hybrid style that was beginning to attract attention. Xianxia tried to ignore the rumors with the same discipline he applied to everything else in his life. It was simply another piece of information, no more relevant than weather reports or market prices. The boy had moved on to his own path. Whatever he was doing with his life was his concern, not Xianxiao's. It was impossible to maintain this indifference. The rumors began to spread like wildfire through the cultivation world, carried by traveling merchants, by disciples returning from distant provinces, by the vast network of information that moved through every sect and organization. Other sects took notice. The Emerald Jade sect sent representatives to various cities asking careful questions about the whereabouts of the Sword Master and his young student. The scattered remnants of the Crimson Tiger sect were curious as well, some of them viewing the boy's apparent training as a betrayal, others as a kind of vindication, proof that Lin Su had been talented enough to catch the eye of a true master. Several major sects began paying attention to this mysterious wanderer who apparently took disciples, which was unusual enough in itself that it became a topic of considerable interest. That was when other young cultivators started appearing on Xianxia's trail. The first was a girl of perhaps 20 years, wounded and desperate, seeking him out in a small town near the central provinces. She claimed to be fleeing from the Silver Lotus sect, that they had tried to force her into an arranged marriage with an elder 3 times her age, and that she had heard he was a master of extraordinary power who took gifted students. Xianxia turned her away coldly, his voice as sharp and dismissive as he could make it. He did not want disciples. He did not want followers. He did not want anything to do with the machinations of young cultivators seeking refuge. She followed him anyway, traveling in his wake for 3 days despite his coldness and rejection. On the 3rd day, bandits attacked her. They were not particularly dangerous, common cultivators trying to rob a young woman, but they were persistent and numerous. Xianxia found himself moving to defend her without making a conscious decision to do so. His sword left its sheath. 3 bandits died before the rest scattered. He had not meant to save her. It had simply happened. Then came a boy barely 16, run away from a merchant family that had tried to sell him into indentured servitude to settle gambling debts. The youth had heard the legends of the Sword Master who was supposedly gathering disciples and thought he might find salvation in that direction. He appeared at the gates of a monastery where Xianxia had been resting for a few days, begging for instruction. Xianxia did not take him as a student. He gave the boy strict instructions to leave immediately and never return. But neither did he turn the boy away when the boy collapsed of exhaustion at the edge of a small village 2 days later. Instead, he gave the boy shelter, food, and a brusque tutorial in basic cultivation technique before sending him on his way. The boy spread word throughout the surrounding provinces that Xianxia was a master worth seeking out, that he had been trained by the legendary sword master himself, that his life had been transformed through those brief but intensive lessons. By the time the winter snows came, Xianxia realized what had happened. The legend of the wandering sword master who took disciples had taken on a life of its own, completely independent of his intentions or desires. He had not wanted disciples. He had not asked for them. He had actively rejected multiple attempts to make him into a teacher. And yet, because he had saved one boy from death on a mountainside 2 months ago, he had somehow become a beacon for every talented young cultivator with a desperate story. The reputation spread. More young cultivators arrived seeking his instruction or his protection or simply his validation that they were worth something in a world that had discarded them. Worse, the reputation had spread to the higher powers. The sword sovereign of the northern reaches heard rumors of a powerful wanderer gathering disciples and sent an emissary to test him. The emissary left with a broken sword and a profound respect for Xianxia's power, but the message was clear. The northern sects were now aware of his existence. The Blue Moon sect, seeking to acquire young talent, sent 3 disciples to try to recruit him into their organization or at least to negotiate some kind of relationship. He killed all 3 without hesitation or mercy, defending himself and his growing reputation with absolute finality. Their sect decided to leave him alone after that, recognizing that he was a dangerous variable that could not be controlled through negotiation or force. The imperial court itself took notice. Xianxia received an invitation to travel to the capital and serve as a royal instructor. The invitation was polite but firm, the kind of request that was actually a command. He declined by burning the invitation and the messenger's horse, making his position crystal clear. And through it all, more young cultivators kept appearing, drawn by the legend, seeking the master who had apparently chosen to defy convention and take students. Each time, Xianxia attempted to send them away. Most listened. Some did not. By spring, he had inadvertently saved the lives of 7 young disciples, taught fighting techniques to at least a dozen more, and earned a reputation throughout the cultivation world as a dangerous master who took on wayward talents. He had wanted none of this. He had asked for none of this. And yet the wheel had been set in motion, turning inexorably toward a future that Xianxia could not control. Chapter 5. The second wave. The second major turning point came when representatives from the Heavenly Flame sect arrived at a mountain valley where Xianxia had temporarily settled. The valley had a good spring, abundant game, and solitude, or at least it had before the word spread that this was where the legendary wandering master could be found. He had chosen this location specifically because of its isolation. The nearest village was 2 days' journey away, at the edge of a vast forest that provided natural barriers to casual visitors. He had spent only 3 weeks at the site, working on refining some of the cultivation techniques he had developed over the past decades. There was always more work to be done, always ways to improve and optimize his power. A wanderer's strength was the only thing that could be relied upon. Power did not judge. Power did not betray. Power was honest in a way that human relationships never could be. There were 3 of them: a sect master, a cultivation elder, and a young disciple. The sect master rode at the front, demonstrating the kind of confidence that came from leading hundreds of disciples and controlling vast resources. The elder was a scarred woman with cold, intelligent eyes. The disciple was perhaps 18 years old, with the bearing of someone who had been carefully groomed for power and privilege since birth. His cultivation base burned with the fierce intensity of someone who had been trained since childhood in advanced techniques that were not widely taught to ordinary disciples. His movements were precise and economical, suggesting hundreds of hours of formal combat training. The sect master approached with diplomatic courtesy, which immediately put Xianxia on his guard. Crude force he could handle. Treachery he could counter. Assassination attempts he had developed excellent defenses against. But politeness from a major sect almost always masked a deeper agenda. Master Shun, the sect master began, his tone respectful but carrying undertones of careful calculation. I am Sect Master Chun of the Heavenly Flame sect. I have traveled far to find you, across 3 provinces and through several dangerous territories. I have come to make you a proposal that I believe you will find both reasonable and mutually beneficial. Then you have wasted your time, Xianxia said, cutting off whatever diplomatic preamble was coming. I have nothing to offer your sect. On the contrary, Sect Master Chen smiled, unbothered by the rejection. My sect has something to offer you. Or rather, we have come to make a proposal regarding what you seem to have begun doing. He gestured to the young disciple beside him. This is Lei Zhong, one of our most promising disciples. He has been trained since childhood in our most advanced techniques. He has reached the foundation establishment stage at an age when most cultivators are still struggling with qi condensation. He is exceptional in ways that are difficult to overstate. Xianxia listened impassively, though he was beginning to understand where this was going. Lei Zhong has heard the legends of your power, Sect Master Chen continued. He has expressed a desire to study under your guidance. The Heavenly Flame sect would consider it an honor to have one of our finest disciples become your student. There it was. They were sending a disciple to him, offering their best talent in the hopes that Xianxia would take him on and thereby elevate the prestige of the Heavenly Flame sect. They believed that training with a legendary master could only increase the disciple's value and, by extension, the sect's reputation. No, Xianxia said simply and finally. You have not heard the full proposal, Sect Master Chen replied, undeterred by the rejection. We are prepared to provide financial support for your endeavors. Land, if you wish to establish a school. Resources, cultivation techniques, whatever you might require. No, Xianxia repeated, standing now. His hand rested casually near his sword hilt. I will not take your disciple. I will not accept your patronage. I suggest you return to your sect and cease spreading rumors about my willingness to take students. The cultivation elder, a scarred woman with a hard face and cold eyes, stepped forward. Master Shun, perhaps you misunderstand our intent. The Heavenly Flame sect only wishes to. I understand perfectly. Xianxia interrupted, his voice cutting through her words like a sword through cloth. You send a disciple as a probe, to test my strength and gauge whether accepting your best talent might enhance your sect's prestige. This is not patronage. This is exploitation, and I will have no part in it. He unsheathed his sword with a single smooth motion, not to attack, but to make a point. The blade caught the sunlight, and the air around it seemed to shimmer with the weight of countless battles, with the accumulated power of 40 years of cultivation and conflict. "Leave," Xianxia commanded, "and tell your peers in the other sects what you have learned here. I did not ask for disciples, I do not want disciples, and I will accept no disciples through arrangement or payment. Those who have come to me have done so of their own choice, fleeing their own circumstances. But I am not gathering a school. I am not accepting disciples on behalf of any sect. I am simply a wanderer who has made a mistake in not being more distant from those who have sought me out." The sect master's expression remained diplomatically neutral, but his eyes had hardened. "I understand, Master Shun. We shall take our leave. But I wonder if you realize the position you have placed yourself in. By refusing all sects equally, by maintaining this independence, you have positioned yourself as a threat to all of us. We are beginning to see you as unstable, dangerous. A wanderer without ties or obligations is a hazard that must eventually be addressed." Xianxia smiled thinly. "Is that a threat, Sect Master Qin?" "It is a warning," the Sect Master replied. He bowed respectfully, the gesture itself carrying a kind of resigned finality. "Safe travels, Master Shun. Perhaps our paths will cross again under more fortunate circumstances." They left, taking Lei Zheng with them. But the seed of worry had been planted, and Xiao understood exactly what the sect master had been trying to tell him. The cultivation world's relationship with him had shifted. He was no longer simply a dangerous wanderer. He was now an anomaly, a master who had rejected all the rules that governed how powerful cultivators operated, and in doing so had become something that the sects could not categorize or control. This would complicate his life immeasurably. Chapter 6. The Cascade. 3 weeks after the Heavenly Flame sect's delegation departed, everything changed in ways that Xiao could not have predicted. He had returned to his meditation and his work on cultivation refinement. The encounter with the Heavenly Flame sect had been disturbing, but he had convinced himself that it was an isolated event. Major sects might occasionally attempt to recruit powerful masters, but the rejection was usually final. They would move on to other targets, other possibilities. He was wrong. Xiao woke to find someone waiting in the clearing outside his cave. It was a young woman, no more than 19 years old, with the distinctive white hair of the cloud-piercing sect. The white hair was not dyed or artificially created. It was a natural characteristic that ran through certain lineages of the sect, the result of generations of cultivation in specific meditation techniques that affected one's natural coloration. She wore traveling clothes instead of sect robes, and she carried several fresh scars that marked her as someone who had seen combat, and seen plenty of it. Her cultivation base was strong and refined, suggesting years of careful training within a structured sect environment. "My name is Chao Wei," she said without preamble, demonstrating a directness that suggested she had thought carefully about what she needed to say. "I am from the cloud-piercing sect. 3 weeks ago, our sect master was killed by an assassin sent by a rival faction. I helped my sect repel the attack, but the sect master's death has triggered a succession crisis. My uncle, the second-ranked elder, has begun consolidating power, and he views me as a threat because I am of higher talent than his own children. If I remain in the sect, I will be eliminated within the month." Xiao listened silently, his expression revealing nothing of his thoughts. "There are others like me," Chao Wei continued, "young disciples of exceptional talent, born into sects that are beginning to see them as threats rather than assets. We have heard of you through the whisper networks, the ones that run beneath the official sects, through traveling merchants and wandering cultivators and disciples who have left their schools. We know you do not take disciples through arrangement, and we respect that. We respect that you have rejected formal offers from the Heavenly Flame sect and others. But we also know that you have saved the lives of several young cultivators, not because you sought them out, but because they came to you or happened to cross your path. We are not asking you to accept us as disciples in any formal sense. We are only asking for protection, safe harbor until we can establish ourselves independently and figure out what our cultivation paths should be." It was a clever appeal, Xiao had to admit. She was not asking him to take her as a student and incorporate her into some grand school or dynasty. She was only asking for shelter and protection, basic acts of human decency that he could hardly refuse without revealing himself as a monster. And yet something in him rebelled against the idea. He had spent 40 years maintaining independence precisely to avoid such entanglements. "How did you find me?" he asked instead of answering directly. "The rumor networks are extensive," Chao Wei said. "Cultivators talk. Word travels. And those of us who are fleeing understand how to listen to the spaces between rumors, finding the true information hidden in them. You are at this location for perhaps another 3 days before you move on. I knew I had to reach you before you left." Xianxia made a decision, though not without understanding the consequences of that decision. "Very well," he said finally. "You may shelter here for 1 month. After that, you must leave and find your own path." Chao Wei nodded, gratitude clear in her expression. She was not alone for long. Over the following weeks, 3 more young cultivators appeared at Xianxia's mountain sanctuary. Each had a similar story, a talented disciple fleeing a sect that had become dangerous to them. A sect to be under threat from a more powerful neighbor, a marriage arrangement to a man 3 times her age, a power consolidation during which excess talent was being purged, a preparation for war that was causing the sect to become more militaristic and brutal in its discipline. Xianxiao's cave became a way station for refugees. He told himself this was temporary, that they would all leave within the month, and he would return to his solitary wandering. But life, he was learning, rarely followed such neat plans. Chao Wei discovered that one of the other refugees, a boy named Tao Chun, shared her interest in the cloud-piercing sex meditation techniques. She began teaching him. Soon, the other refugees were asking Xianxia direct questions about cultivation theory, about sword technique, about how to sense and manipulate qi. He found himself explaining concepts he had not verbalized in decades. He found himself demonstrating techniques he had assumed were obvious to anyone with proper training. He found himself, in spite of all his intentions to the contrary, teaching. "You are welcome to stay." He found himself telling Chao Wei, who had been preparing to depart after the month was up, "until you have stabilized your cultivation base." Another month. The other 3 stayed as well. Xianxia realized what he had done only after it was too late to correct. He had inadvertently built the foundation of a small school for young disciples, all watching him with varying degrees of admiration and hope, all improving visibly under his instruction, all viewing him as the master they needed to navigate a cultivation world that had turned against them. Word spread quickly. By summer, there were 8 disciples. By autumn, 12. By winter, 23 young cultivators had passed through the mountain sanctuary, some staying only days, others remaining for months to receive proper training. The cultivation sects began to pay attention in earnest. The Verdant Hollow sect sent an envoy with explicit threats. Xianxiao killed the envoy's horse and sent the man back on foot as a warning, making it clear that he would not tolerate such overtures. The Tower of Eternal Wisdom requested a formal meeting to discuss the matter of Master Shun's unauthorized school. Xianxiao refused to respond, returning their letter unopened. And then, on a cold winter morning, representatives from the greatest and most powerful sect in all the eastern provinces arrived at the mountain, the Imperial Dragon Sect. Chapter 7. The Empress of Dragons. The sect master of the Imperial Dragon Sect was a woman named Xianxia, though this title was nearly too modest for her true position. She was essentially the supreme authority over all cultivation matters in the eastern provinces, answerable only to the imperial court itself, and often not even to them. She controlled vast territories spanning several provinces, commanded thousands of disciples organized into disciplined ranks and specialized training groups, possessed cultivation techniques that had been refined over centuries of study and practical application, and held the respect and fear of virtually every major sect in the region. The Imperial Dragon Sect had been founded more than 300 years ago by cultivators who had fled from a political conflict in the capital. They had established themselves in the eastern provinces and gradually grown powerful enough to dominate the region. Over the centuries, they had trained some of the most powerful cultivators in the known world. Several immortals had come from their ranks. At least one had achieved the transcendent stage, the highest level of cultivation that any sane person still attempted, given that even fewer returned from attempting to break through to the next stage. Xianxia had inherited control of the sect only 15 years ago, after the death of the previous sect master. She was not born to the position. She had been a talented disciple who had risen through the ranks through sheer force of talent and political acumen. That she had been chosen to lead the sect spoke volumes about her abilities and the confidence the sect had in her. And she had come in person to speak with Xianxia, bringing only a minimal retinue. She arrived with only 3 disciples and a handful of guards, a decision that both honored and threatened Xianxia in equal measure. To come with such a small retinue to speak with a potentially hostile master was either a sign of supreme confidence or supreme disdain. In Lianhua's case, it proved to be both. Lianhua herself was a striking figure. She was perhaps 50 years old, with silver-black hair worn in an elaborate arrangement that spoke of wealth and status. The arrangement had been crafted by skilled hands, with threads of silver and gold woven through the hair in patterns that identified her as the supreme leader of the Imperial Dragon sect. Her cultivation base burned with the intensity of a true immortal, someone who had broken through to the immortal stage years ago and settled into the quiet power that came from such advancement. She radiated a kind of serene confidence that came from decades of absolute authority and power. When she moved, the very air itself seemed to acknowledge her superiority, parting before her like water before a moving ship. Even her breathing seemed to carry weight and power, influencing the atmosphere around her in subtle ways that most people would not consciously notice but would feel on some deeper level. She bowed to Xianxia, a gesture so unexpected that it caused several of his disciples to gasp. The sect master of the Imperial Dragon sect did not bow to wanderers. "Master Shun," she said respectfully, her voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to absolute obedience. "I am Lianhua, sect master of the Imperial Dragon sect. I have come to speak with you on a matter of grave importance." Xianxia gestured for her to be seated in the pavilion his disciples had constructed over the weeks. His disciples had the wisdom to withdraw from the clearing, leaving the 2 masters to speak privately. "I will not become your subordinate," Xianxia said without preamble. "If that is your proposal, you have wasted your time." Lianhua smiled. It was a genuine expression, not the diplomatic smile of a politician. "No, Master Shun, I would not insult you with such an offer. I have come instead to make you a different kind of request." She paused, seeming to gather her thoughts. Her expression became more serious, more vulnerable. 3 years ago, my younger brother was cursed by a powerful dark cultivator from the western provinces. The curse has slowly been consuming him ever since, and we have been unable to find a remedy through conventional means. Every master we consult, every technique we attempt, nothing can break or counter the curse. He grows weaker with each passing month, and we have exhausted almost every option available to us. She took a breath before continuing. The curse is sophisticated. It was not created casually or through basic dark cultivation practice. Someone with deep knowledge of curses and malevolence spent significant time and effort creating it. That same someone has protected it against reversal through multiple fail-safes and adaptations. "I am not a healer," Xianxia said. "Nor do I specialize in curses." "I know," Lianhua said. "But you are the strongest master in the eastern provinces. Stronger than me, if the rumors are true. And strength is sometimes the only answer when technique fails. I am asking you to attempt what others have not." This was a surprising request. Xianxia had expected threats or attempts at coercion, not a genuine plea for help. "If I refuse," he asked, "then I will accept your refusal and we will part as neutral parties," Lianhua said. "Though I suspect that the other sects will not be so gracious. Your independent status and your growing school have begun to concern many of the major powers. If the Imperial Dragon sect does not intercede on your behalf, I fear there will be pressure to contain you." There was the threat, wrapped in polite language but unmistakable in its intent. "Help you with your brother's curse, and the Imperial Dragon sect will protect my status," Xianxia said, understanding the full context now. "And if the other sects move against me, you will ensure I have time and space to defend myself." "Precisely," Lianhua said. "Though I must say, Master Shun, if you refuse to help my brother, I cannot promise to remain neutral. The pressure from the other sects would be too great to resist." Xianxia considered this for a long moment. The curse that had afflicted Lianhua's brother was indeed a serious matter, based on what little she had revealed. Curses were notoriously difficult to counter because they operated on principles of malice and intent rather than pure cultivation technique. Solving such a curse would require not just strength, but cunning and a deep understanding of how dark cultivation worked. And he realized that he had no real choice here. Refusing would eventually mean conflict with every major sect in the province. Accepting would mean becoming entangled with the Imperial Dragon sect, which was its own kind of complication. But one path led to immediate danger, and the other to potential danger in the future. Very well, he said finally. Show me your brother. Chapter 8. The Curse Master's Challenge. Lianhua's brother was kept in a sealed chamber deep beneath the Imperial Dragon sect's main temple, buried in layers of protective formations and isolation seals. The chamber had been specifically designed to contain and suppress the curse, and the amount of effort that had gone into maintaining it spoke volumes about how serious the situation was. The walls themselves were carved with runes that glowed faintly in the darkness, each one pumping qi into the suppression formation continuously. The floor was marked with a containment circle that would prevent the curse from spreading outward into the wider temple. Nothing about this room was permanent. Everything was designed to keep the curse from worsening while a cure could be found. The moment Xianxia entered the room, his senses flooded with the awareness of what he was facing. This was not a simple curse. This was a sophisticated magical work that combined multiple approaches to spiritual corruption. Lianhua's brother was kept in a sealed chamber deep beneath the Imperial Dragon sect's main temple, buried in layers of protective formations and isolation seals. The moment Xianxia entered the room, his senses flooded with the awareness of what he was facing. The curse had progressed far. It had essentially consumed a third of the man's life force, leaving him as little more than a breathing husk. His skin was pale and translucent, so thin that veins were visible underneath. His breathing was shallow and labored, each breath seeming to require conscious effort. His eyes were sunken deep into his skull, giving him the appearance of a corpse that had somehow learned to move and speak. He was conscious but clearly in profound suffering, aware of his own slow dissolution day by day, hour by hour, moment by moment. The curse itself was elegant in its evil. It did not attack the body directly in the crude manner of simple poisons or violent magics. Instead, it slowly corrupted the qi pathways, clogging them with toxic spiritual essence that no amount of healing could fully address. Over time, the victim would be slowly strangled by their own cultivation base, suffocating from the inside as their own qi turned against them. The dark cultivator who created this curse was a master of the highest rank, Xianxia said, running his senses across the afflicted man's body with careful precision. This is not the work of a common practitioner. This is the work of someone who understands the depths of malice and has spent decades perfecting their craft. He is called the Midnight Sage, Lianhua said quietly, a rogue cultivator from the western provinces. He cursed my brother after my brother defeated him in a duel and seized a cultivation treasure he had been hoarding. My brother accepted the curse as the price of his victory, thinking we would find a way to break it quickly. Her voice hardened. He has been suffering ever since. Xianxia was silent for a long moment, studying the curse's structure with the precision of someone examining a complex puzzle. It was fiendishly complex, layered with multiple fail-safes and protections against any attempt at reversal. Each layer was designed by someone with intimate knowledge of how curses worked, with years of study and practical experience underlying every component. The curse was not designed to be removed. It was designed to be maintained, to adapt to any attempt at healing, to evolve in response to external pressure. Xianxia had studied curses during his wandering years. He understood how they worked, how they corrupted qi, how they twisted the natural flow of spiritual energy into harmful patterns. But this curse was more sophisticated than anything he had personally encountered. It was the work of someone who had spent decades perfecting the art of curse creation. But it was not impenetrable. I cannot remove the curse, Xianxia said finally. The Midnight Sage created it too well, and the bonds between the curse and your brother's life force are too deep to sever without risking his life entirely. But I can do something else. I can temporarily suppress it, burning away the portion of the curse that is actively consuming your brother. This will buy him years, perhaps decades. Eventually, if he cultivates carefully and maintains discipline, he may be able to cultivate a sufficient qi reserve to fully counteract what remains. Can you kill the curse permanently? Lianhua asked, her voice tight with controlled emotion. No, Xianxia said. I would need to kill the Midnight Sage himself. With the creator dead, the curse would weaken enough that even ordinary healers could fully cleanse what remains. But traveling to the western provinces to hunt down a rogue cultivator of that caliber is not a simple matter. It would take weeks, perhaps months. Lianhua smiled thinly. Would it interest you to know that the Midnight Sage has recently taken up residence in a fortress in the border mountains, not 3 provinces away? And that he has been gathering disciples, the unwanted and desperate, much like the ones you have gathered here. He is building his own dark school. Xianxia saw the full picture now. Lianhua was offering him not just the thanks of the Imperial Dragon sect, but also a target. A powerful dark cultivator who was becoming a threat to the balance of power in the region. If I help you suppress the curse, Xianxia said carefully, what will you ask of me next? Nothing, Lianhua said. Your reputation will improve simply through association with the Imperial Dragon sect. The other sects will see that you have the backing of the greatest power in the eastern provinces, and they will think twice before moving against you. Your independence will be protected by your demonstrated value. It was a fair bargain, Xianxia had to admit. And the idea of confronting the Midnight Sage, of finally having a clear target for his power, was not unwelcome. Very well, he said. I will suppress the curse, and then I will consider your unspoken suggestion that I deal with the Midnight Sage. The curse suppression took 3 days of continuous work. Xianxia entered a deep trance state, using his sword's power to carefully burn away the toxic portions of the curse while protecting the essential life force beneath. It was delicate, exhausting work, and by the time it was finished, he had depleted his own qi reserves to a degree he had not experienced in decades. But it worked. When he withdrew, Lianhua's brother was breathing more easily, color returning to his face, the sense of suffocation beginning to lift. You have saved his life, Lianhua said, and there was genuine gratitude in her voice. The Imperial Dragon sect does not forget such debts. See that you do not, Xianxia replied wearily. Because I have decided to accept your unspoken suggestion. I will find the Midnight Sage and end him. Chapter 9. Preparation and warning. Xianxia spent the next month preparing for what would be his greatest battle in years. He gathered information about the Midnight Sage's fortress, its location, its layout, the number and strength of its defenses. He learned the names of the disciples he had recruited, studying their backgrounds, and trying to understand what kinds of fighters they might be. He studied the techniques of dark cultivation that would likely be used against him, reviewing his knowledge of curse theory and malevolent qi manipulation. The preparation was thorough and methodical. Xianxia approached the coming conflict with the same precision and care that he brought to all of his serious endeavors. To rush into a battle against an immortal stage cultivator would be suicide, regardless of his own power. But with proper preparation, with understanding of his opponent's techniques and capabilities, with a clear strategy for the confrontation, he believed he could win. He also, for the first time since his wandering began, left his disciples under the care of someone he trusted. Chao Wei, who had proven herself the most capable of his students, received explicit instructions on how to continue their training while he was away. She was given access to his advanced notes on cultivation, to the more advanced techniques that he had been saving for disciples who showed exceptional promise. She was taught how to evaluate new arrivals and determine which ones had the potential to develop into true masters. How long will you be gone? She asked, her voice tight with worry and concern. However long it takes, Xianxia replied carefully. Weeks, perhaps. Months if necessary. The Midnight Sage is powerful and cunning. I cannot predict how long our confrontation will take or what complications might arise. If I do not return within a year, scatter. Do not wait for me. Each of you must pursue your own cultivation path and establish yourselves in the world. He paused, looking at each of the disciples gathered around him. You are strong enough now to survive without me. Some of you are strong enough to thrive. Do not cling to the hope of my return if I fall. Use the knowledge I have given you and become masters in your own right. None of them believed he would not return. This was perhaps their greatest weakness. They had begun to view him as invulnerable, a master so powerful that nothing in the cultivation world could touch him. Xianxia did not bother to disabuse them of this notion, though he knew that immortal stage cultivators did die sometimes, did face defeat, did lose battles. But his disciples' faith in him was valuable, and he would not undermine it before he left. He departed on a cold morning in late winter, traveling alone as he always did. But the world had changed around him. As he made his way toward the border mountains, he noticed how the various sects now reacted to his presence differently. Some sects, aware of his alliance with the Imperial Dragon sect, now offered him hospitality and tribute. Others, still resentful of his independence, gave him a wide berth. He stopped in a small village 3 days' journey from the Midnight Sage's fortress and took shelter in a modest inn. It was there that he encountered something he had not expected, a visitor who had been waiting for him. The visitor was a young man, perhaps 25 years old, with the distinctive bearing of a royal cultivator. He wore the insignia of the imperial court, which meant he had been trained in the secret imperial cultivation techniques. "Master Shun," the young man said, bowing respectfully with the precision of someone who had been trained in court etiquette. "I am Envoy Lu, sent by the imperial court to deliver a message. If the court wishes to hire me, the answer is no," Xianxia said without looking up from his meal. "That is not the court's intention," Envoy Lu replied. "I am here to deliver a warning. The Midnight Sage is not simply a rogue cultivator. He is a tool used by certain factions within the western provinces. When you kill him, and the court is confident that you will be making enemies of forces much larger than a single dark cultivator." Xianxia set down his chopsticks. "The court is warning me that my victory will have political consequences." "Precisely," Envoy Lu said. "The court wishes you to understand that there are greater games at play here. The Midnight Sage's curse was not a random act of malice. It was commissioned by the western provinces as a way of striking at Lianhua and the Imperial Dragon sect. If you destroy the Midnight Sage, you will be making enemies of forces much larger than a single rogue cultivator." "I see," Xianxia said. "And what does the Imperial Court advise?" "That you proceed regardless," Envoy Lu said. "The Imperial Court has no desire to see the western provinces gain power within the eastern territories. Your conflict with the Midnight Sage serves imperial interests, but we wanted you to know that your victory will not be the end of the matter. It will be the beginning of a longer conflict." Xianxia gestured for the envoy to sit. "Tell me more about these western provinces and their intentions." They spoke for hours, long into the night. By the time Envoy Lu departed the next morning, Xianxia had a much clearer picture of the political landscape he was about to enter. The simple act of killing one curse master would apparently set in motion a series of events that might reshape the balance of power between the eastern and western provinces. He found that he did not particularly care about such grand political games. He had a task in front of him, and he would see it through to completion. Chapter 10. The Fortress of Shadows. The Midnight Sage's fortress rose from the border mountains like a cancer, built from black stone that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The stone itself had been treated with dark cultivation techniques, turning it into something that actively resisted being seen or observed. Xianxia could feel the weight of the curse marks and dark formations woven into the structure. This fortress was designed to be a seat of power for someone who had dedicated their life to the cultivation of darkness and malevolence. It was not a large fortress, perhaps 500 feet on a side, but it was formidable in the way that a scorpion is formidable, small but absolutely deadly. The surrounding walls were inscribed with protective runes of a complexity that suggested years of study and refinement. The runes were not the clean, academic kind that the major sects used. These were rough and brutal, inscribed in blood and carved with implements that had been dipped in dark qi. Guards patrolled the ramparts constantly, cultivators who radiated the distinctive aura of dark training, their presence itself a warning to potential attackers. Their forms were twisted slightly by cultivation in dark arts, their movements unnaturally smooth in ways that suggested practices no legitimate sect would ever teach. Xianxia approached alone, making no attempt at stealth or disguise. He walked directly toward the main gate, his presence announced to every cultivator with developed senses within miles. When the guards attempted to stop him, he simply continued walking. The gates, which were reinforced with cultivation technique and dark magic, shattered before him without resistance. He had come to fight, and there was no point in pretending otherwise. The midnight sage emerged from the fortress's depths to meet him, a tall man with skin like parchment and eyes that glowed with dark power. The eyes were not human anymore, if they had ever truly been. They glowed with an unholy luminescence that suggested something inhuman or unnatural had begun to colonize his body. He was perhaps 70 years old, though it was difficult to judge with certainty. Dark cultivation could extend a person's lifespan in ways that normal cultivation could not, but it often came at the cost of the cultivator's humanity. He carried himself with the bearing of someone who had spent decades perfecting his craft in the dark arts, of someone who had studied curses and malevolence until they became second nature. His cultivation base radiated a malevolence that was almost palpable, a sense of wrongness that seemed to bend reality itself around him. Dark mists swirled around him constantly, dissipating only when he consciously suppressed them. This was not a master of normal cultivation who had simply chosen to study dark techniques. This was someone who had surrendered his entire being to the pursuit of dark power. Xianxia, the midnight sage said, his voice dry as dust blown across ancient tombs. The wandering master who has been gathering disciples. I wondered when the Imperial Dragon sect would send a warrior to answer for the curse. I am honored that they chose you. I have come of my own choice, Xianxia replied. The curse master who afflicted Lian Hua's brother will answer for his malice. The midnight sage smiled, and it was not a pleasant expression. Malice? This is not malice, Xianxia. This is the art of cultivation advanced beyond the point where morality has any meaning. I did not curse that man because I hated him. I cursed him because I understood that his death would serve a larger purpose in the balance of power. Curses are tools of statecraft. Then you have picked the wrong tool for your grand designs, Xianxia said. Because your cursed man will live, and you will die. The battle that followed was, in many respects, the most significant of Xianxia's entire career. The Midnight Sage was not the strongest opponent he had ever faced. That distinction belonged to the Violet Emperor, a master who had briefly unified the entire eastern provinces before his death centuries before. But the Midnight Sage was cunning, his techniques refined by decades of dark study, his understanding of spiritual corruption absolute. They fought across the fortress grounds, and the landscape itself seemed to warp under the pressure of their conflict. Stone walls cracked and crumbled. The protective runes flared brilliantly and then failed, their power overwhelming. Disciples of the Midnight Sage attempted to intervene, and Xianxia cut them down without even slowing his advance. The battle lasted from dawn until dusk, a full day of continuous combat that tested every aspect of both masters' power and technique. In the end, Xianxia's pure strength and the refined simplicity of his technique proved superior to the Midnight Sage's complex dark cultivations. When it ended, the Midnight Sage was dead, run through with Xianxia's sword, his dark cultivation collapsing as his life force fled. His disciples had either died or fled into the mountains. His fortress remained, partially destroyed, but no longer a threat to anyone. Xianxia stood alone in the ruins, breathing heavily, feeling the profound exhaustion that came from expending such enormous amounts of qi in combat. Chapter 11. The Return and the Gathering. Xianxia returned to find his mountain sanctuary transformed in ways both gratifying and troubling. During his absence, Chao Wei and the other disciples had begun formal construction of a school building, not just a simple shelter but a real structure designed to last centuries. The building was modest, perhaps 30 feet on a side, with thick stone walls that had been reinforced with cultivation formations and a tile roof that had been crafted from materials quarried in the mountains themselves. The interior was divided into rooms for meditation, rooms for teaching, storage areas for books and scrolls. It was not yet finished. Construction continued even as Xianxia arrived, but the intention was unmistakable. They were preparing to establish something permanent, something that would outlast them all. The disciples greeted him with joy and relief, having worried during his extended absence that he might not return. Some of them had feared he had died in his confrontation with the Midnight Sage. Others had simply wondered if he would choose to remain a wanderer rather than return to the school they were building in his name. Chao Wei reported on their progress with cultivation, on new disciplines who had arrived seeking training, on the way their reputation had grown in the surrounding provinces. She spoke of students who had advanced from qi condensation to foundation establishment stage under her guidance. She spoke of techniques they had developed by combining teachings from different sections. She spoke of the way word had spread through whisper networks and merchant routes. The sects are beginning to view us differently, Xiao Wei said as they sat in his meditation chamber. Since your victory over the Midnight Sage, we are being treated not as rebels challenging the order, but as a legitimate school worthy of respect. Some sects have even sent emissaries asking if we might take their excess disciples, talented ones they view as politically troublesome. Refuse all such offers, Xianxia commanded firmly. We do not exist to fulfill the sect's needs to divest themselves of unwanted talent or political liabilities. But even as he said this, even as he gave clear orders about what his school would and would not do, he knew the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. The disciples who had come to him fleeing their original sects were now training others. The original handful that Xiao Wei had brought to the cave had become 20, then 30. By spring, there were nearly 50 young cultivators residing at the mountain sanctuary, all treating Xianxia as their master, all convinced that they were part of something greater than themselves, something that would change the cultivation world fundamentally. It was no longer possible to pretend that this was a temporary circumstance that would eventually dissolve. That summer, representatives from all the major sects of the eastern provinces held a summit to discuss the matter of Master Shun and his unauthorized school. Xianxia was not invited, but he heard about the summit through his network of informants and disciples who carried rumors from the villages below. The summit had been contentious, according to the rumors. Some sects had called for military action against Xianxia, arguing that his existence represented a dangerous precedent. What would happen if other independent cultivators followed his example? Others had advocated for a more diplomatic approach, suggesting that attempting to suppress Xianxia through force would only increase his prestige and drive more talented disciples to seek him out. Some of the smaller sects had even defended him, noting that his school had taken disciples that the major sects had no use for, that he was solving a problem the sects had created through their own rigid hierarchies. In the end, pragmatism had prevailed, as it usually did in such matters. The result was surprising only to those who did not understand the logic of power structures. The sects had decided, collectively, to formally recognize Xianxia's school as a legitimate institution. Not quite a major sect. It did not have the resources or the infrastructure, but a respected independent academy. In exchange, Xianxia agreed to certain restrictions. He would not attempt to expand beyond 100 disciples. He would not recruit disciples from sects without their permission. He would not engage in major conflicts without prior warning to give other sects time to prepare for the consequences. These restrictions amused Xianxia more than anything else. They seemed to believe they could govern his behavior through negotiation and formal agreements, as though the mere existence of a contract would constrain someone who had already demonstrated a willingness to destroy an entire sect rather than accept interference in his principles. What they did not understand was that the restrictions did not significantly inconvenience him. He had never wanted more than 100 disciples anyway. Quality was far superior to quantity, and training required personal attention. He had no interest in recruiting from established sects. His approach had always been to accept those whom the sects discarded, the talented disciples who found themselves unable or unwilling to thrive within rigid hierarchical structures. And as for conflicts, he had no intention of starting any. If enemies came to him, he would destroy them. If they did not, he would cultivate in peace and allow his school to develop naturally, drawing those who needed what he had to offer. In accepting their terms, Xianxia had effectively neutralized the sect's ability to move against him through force. Any such action would now be a violation of the agreement, and attacking him would unite the other sects against the aggressor. He had been given legitimacy not because the sects accepted his philosophy, but because they had come to understand that suppressing him was more costly than tolerating him. It was a minor victory, but victory nonetheless. The autumn brought the next major turning point. Xianxia was meditating when Xiao Wei rushed into his chamber with urgent news. "A delegation has arrived," she said breathlessly. "From the Heavenly Flame sect. They have brought a young disciple with them. Master, they say Lei Zheng has failed their trials and wishes to transfer to study under you instead." Xianxia opened his eyes slowly. Lei Zheng, the young disciple whom sect master Chun of the Heavenly Flame sect had offered to him years before, when Xianxia had refused all offers of disciples from established sections. He rose and went to meet the delegation. Chapter 12. The first enemy disciple Lei Zheng was still the young man Xianxia had seen years before, but he had matured visibly. His cultivation base was still powerful, still burning with the fierce intensity of advanced heavenly flame techniques. But something had changed in his bearing, a sense of disillusionment, perhaps, or recognition of a path he no longer wished to follow. The Heavenly Flame sect's representatives, 2 elders, and the sect master himself, were arranged in a formal line. They bowed respectfully when Xianxia entered the courtyard. "Master Shan," sect master Chen said, "I come before you again, though in very different circumstances. Lei Zheng has requested to leave the Heavenly Flame sect and study under you as a formal disciple. The sect consents to this request, though it costs us greatly to allow our finest talent to depart." Xianxia studied Lei Zheng carefully. The young man's eyes held a determination that had not been present years before, a sense of having made a conscious choice despite significant pressure to remain. "Why?" Xianxia asked simply. Lei Zheng stepped forward. "When you refused my sect's offer to take me as a student, I was angry," he said quietly. "I believed you were proud, that you thought yourself too great to associate with a major sect. But over the past years, I have watched you from a distance. I have seen what you have built here. I have seen how you take disciples not for ambition or power, but because they come to you in need." He paused, gathering his words carefully. "The Heavenly Flame sect sent me years ago as a probe," Lei Zheng continued, his voice steady, "hoping that training with you would somehow benefit the sect. But I have realized that the sect's intentions do not matter. What matters is that I wish to learn from someone who has transcended the small politics that govern most sections. I wish to study under a master who took the path of the wanderer rather than the path of power. I believe that Master Shin's way is the true way of cultivation." It was a brave thing to say in front of the sect master, a direct criticism of the sect's methods and philosophy. Xianxia found himself considering the request seriously. Lei Zheng was exactly the kind of talented disciple who might benefit from training outside the constraints of sect hierarchy. But more importantly, Lei Zheng was from an enemy sect, one that had attempted to use him years before. And yet the young man had understood, even then, that Xianxia's refusal had not been rejection so much as principle. The years since their first encounter had changed Lei Zheng in subtle but significant ways. His heavenly flame cultivation was still formidable. Xianxia could sense the power burning beneath the young man's skin like a contained inferno. But that power was no longer being wielded with the reckless confidence of a sect prodigy assured of his place in a rigid hierarchy. Instead, it was being held with uncertainty, with the self-doubt that came from realizing that excellence alone was not enough, that advancement required more than simply being the best in one's cohort. Lei Zheng had discovered what many talented disciples never fully understood, that power without purpose, without a path that aligned with one's deepest convictions, was ultimately hollow. "Why should I accept you?" Xianxia asked. "I have rejected disciples from the Heavenly Flame sect before." "Because," Lei Zheng said, "I no longer serve the Heavenly Flame sect. I serve only my own cultivation path. And I believe that path leads through the teachings of Master Shan." Xianxia smiled thinly. It was exactly the answer he had wanted to hear. But he sensed there was more the young man wished to say, more that the sect master's presence was preventing him from expressing freely. Xianxia found himself curious about what had truly driven Lei Zheng to this point. Was it simply the realization of principle? Or was there something deeper, some incident, some moment of disillusionment that had shattered the young man's faith in his sect's way? "Very well," he said. "You may study here. But understand that as a disciple of this school, you are no longer connected to the Heavenly Flame sect. You may never return to them. You may never accept their support. You may never put their interests above your own training." "I understand," Lei Zheng said. The Heavenly Flame sect representatives departed that afternoon. Sect Master Chen lingered for a moment before leaving. "You have taken our finest disciple," Chen said quietly. "I wonder if you understand what you have begun." "I understand perfectly," Xianxia replied. "You sent him years ago hoping I would reject him and thereby demonstrate my weakness. Now that he has chosen to come to me, you see him as lost. But from my perspective, he has finally chosen correctly. And when the other sects noticed this pattern, Chen asked, when they realize that their best disciples might choose to leave them and study under you, when they understand that you are not gathering disciples from the desperate and discarded, but potentially from among their most talented students, then they will have to accept the consequences of their own failures, Xianxia said coldly. If your disciples do not wish to serve the Heavenly Flame sect, that is your failing, not mine. Chapter 13, The Pattern Emerges. Over the following seasons, something remarkable happened that no one, including Xianxia himself, had anticipated. More disciples from established sects began arriving at Xianxia's school, asking to study under him. The arrivals became increasingly frequent, increasingly bold in their defection from major sections. Some were talented cultivators who had failed to rise through their sect hierarchies despite obvious potential, passed over for advancement because of politics or lack of patronage. Some were promising students who had realized their sect's cultivation philosophy did not align with their own vision of what cultivation should be. Some were gifted disciples who had caught sight of what Xianxia's school was becoming and wished to be part of it, to be part of something greater than themselves. Each arrival increased Xianxia's frustration. He had not sought this position. He had not asked for disciples. And yet they kept coming, seeking him out, requesting training, begging for acceptance into his school. Xianxia began to understand the peculiar irony of his position. By rejecting power, by accepting only those who came to him willingly, he had inadvertently created something far more powerful than any sect that built its strength through deliberate recruitment and systematic advancement. His school did not manufacture disciples through careful selection and reward. It attracted them through reputation, through the magnetism of a path that seemed fundamentally different from the rigid hierarchies that governed traditional sections. Each rejection of sect politics became proof of his integrity. Each acceptance of a wanderer or disciple in need became a demonstration of principles that transcended personal ambition. Yet with this understanding came a deeper frustration. Xianxia had sought only to create a place of refuge, a sanctuary where cultivation could be pursued without the constant compromises demanded by sect life. Instead, he was creating something that threatened the established order itself. The very existence of his school, by proving that excellence could flourish outside of traditional structures, was becoming a rebuke to every major sect in the provinces. It was not his intention, but intention mattered far less than result. The sects were outraged, but they could do little about it. Xianxia had made an agreement to respect their disciplines and not actively recruit from their ranks, and in return they had agreed to recognize his school as legitimate and not attack him directly. When disciples chose to leave their sects of their own free will, that was technically their own choice, not something the sects could prevent without becoming tyrants who imprisoned their students. The moral position was unassailable. The practical situation was becoming dangerous. The political situation was delicate. The sects could not openly admit that they were losing talented disciples to a wandering master. It would suggest weakness and loss of control. So publicly, they maintained the fiction that Xianxia was simply recruiting promising talents and that they were too important to waste time on the matter. Privately, the major sects were growing increasingly concerned about where this pattern would lead. Still, the other sects began to notice a troubling pattern. It seemed as though every time a major sect suffered a significant defeat or loss, one of the sect's best disciples would shortly thereafter arrive at Xianxia's mountain, requesting training. The Blue Void sect lost a war with a rival faction. 2 weeks later, one of their elite core formation disciples arrived seeking asylum and training. The Crimson Jade sect had an internal purge of disciples deemed insufficiently loyal. The purged disciples fled to Xianxia. The Silver Star sect suffered a catastrophic failure in protecting a merchant caravan they had contracted with. The sect's reputation damaged. Several of their most promising disciples departed to study elsewhere. Several chose to study with Xianxia. Within 2 years, Xianxia's school had transformed from a sanctuary for refugees into something far more. A beacon for the most talented cultivators in the eastern provinces who wished to pursue their path outside of strict sect control. The sects called it a problem. Xianxia simply accepted disciples who came to him, taught them according to the same principles he had always used, and did not concern himself with the sect's frustration. But there was one sect that did not simply complain about the situation. The Crimson Tiger sect, the sect that Xianxia had destroyed in the opening days of this entire chain of events, had reformed under new leadership. And they, having learned the hard way that the cultivation world could change quickly and unexpectedly, had decided to approach the matter differently. They sent their second-in-command, a cultivator named Master Feng, to Xianxiao's school with a specific request. Chapter 14. The sect master's gambit. Master Feng was a woman in her early 50s, with the bearing of someone who had fought her way up through sect politics through raw strength and intelligence rather than luck or family patronage. She had scars on her face and hands that marked her as someone who had faced combat seriously and frequently. She was respectful but not obsequious. She did not bow low or use deferential language. She was confident but not arrogant. She acknowledged Xianxiao's superior power without making false claims of her own. The Crimson Tiger sect wishes to propose a formal alliance, Master Feng said, speaking to Xianxiao privately in his meditation chamber. The chamber had been expanded recently, now featuring a formal meeting area with cushions for seated discussion and windows that looked out over the valley. Not as a servant to a master, not as a subordinate to a superior, but as a peer working toward mutual benefit. We understand what we ask and what we are prepared to offer in return. Xianxiao was intrigued despite himself. Explain, he said. The Crimson Tiger sect was destroyed by you, Master Feng continued. This is fact. We do not deny it or pretend it did not happen. We accept it as the consequence of our sect master's weakness. In rebuilding the sect, we have attempted to create something stronger and more resilient. We have no intention of coming into conflict with you again. Then what is this alliance you propose? Xianxiao asked. An agreement to share resources and intelligence, Master Feng said plainly. The Crimson Tiger sect maintains connections throughout the southern provinces, merchant networks, cultivator contacts, information sources that were established before the sect was destroyed and have been carefully maintained through the reform period. Your school has developed significant strength and reputation throughout the eastern provinces. If we were to share information about cultivation breakthroughs, about threats to the region's stability, about opportunities for mutual advancement, we could both benefit significantly. You want to use my school as a source of disciples, Xianxiao said, cutting through the diplomatic language with characteristic directness. You believe that if we maintain close ties, the sect can eventually recruit from my school. You see an opportunity to redirect talented cultivators away from other sects and toward the reformed Crimson Tiger sect. Yes, Master Feng admitted without hesitation or shame. That is part of our thinking. But more importantly, we believe that a strong school and a strong reformed sect can work together to stabilize the cultivation world and protect our mutual interests. The balance of power in the eastern and southern provinces is becoming increasingly unstable. The western provinces grow more aggressive each year, probing for weaknesses, testing our defenses. The imperial court meddles in affairs that should be left to cultivators, attempting to impose their will on the natural hierarchy of power. We believe that partnerships between strong, independent powers like your school and reformed sects like ours might be the only way to prevent larger conflicts from consuming the entire region. It was a sophisticated argument, and Xianxiao had to admit there was merit to it. I will consider your proposal, he said, but understand that I will not compromise the independence of my school for any alliance. If the Crimson Tiger sect expects loyalty or control, this negotiation ends now. We expect neither, Master Feng said. We only ask for cooperation where our interests align. Over the following weeks, Xianxiao worked with Master Feng to develop the framework for an alliance. The process was surprisingly smooth, suggesting that Master Feng had thought through every detail before arriving at the mountain. It was surprising to realize, after all these years of absolute independence and fierce protection of his autonomy, that partnership with another power might actually be beneficial. The Crimson Tiger sect's connections provided valuable intelligence about disturbances in the cultivation world, about power shifts in the southern provinces, about threats that were emerging before they became serious. In return, Xianxiao's disciples, many of whom had connections to various sects through their origins, could provide counterintelligence and perspective that the reformed Crimson Tiger sect could not access on its own. It was a genuine exchange of value. not one party attempting to exploit the other. But there was another benefit to the alliance, one that Xianxia did not initially recognize. The moment the Crimson Tiger sect openly allied with Xianxia's school, other reformed and minor sects began to approach with similar proposals. They saw an opportunity to access the benefits of association with the strongest school in the eastern provinces without the cost of direct competition. Within a few months, Xianxia had formal cooperative agreements with 6 different sects: the Crimson Tiger sect, the Blue Void sect, the Tower of Eternal Wisdom, the Stone Path sect, the Emerald Valley sect, and the Desert Wind sect. He was no longer an independent wanderer following his own path through the provinces. He was the center of a network of power, a hub around which other sects orbited, seeking his guidance and his approval. It was both an elevation in status and a constraint on his freedom. He was trapped not by chains, but by the weight of others' expectations and dependencies. Chapter 15. The pattern becomes clear. The second year of Xianxia School's existence as a formal institution was when the younger disciples began to notice something remarkable. When the master trained a new disciple, that disciple almost inevitably advanced in cultivation faster than they would have in their original sect. Even disciples who had seemed mediocre in their previous organizations suddenly began demonstrating genuine potential. Disciples who had been told they lacked sufficient talent to advance suddenly found themselves breaking through barriers and achieving advancement that had seemed impossible before. There was a disciple named Su Ming who had come to the school after being told by the Jade Peak sect that he would never advance beyond the foundation establishment stage, that his cultivation base was simply too weak to support further development. Within months of studying under Xianxia, he had achieved breakthrough to the core formation stage and was continuing to advance. When asked about the change, Su Ming explained that Xianxia had identified a fundamental misalignment in his cultivation technique. The Jade Peak sect had been trying to force him into their fire-based cultivation path, but Su Ming's natural affinity was with water cultivation. Once Xianxia corrected this fundamental mismatch and retrained him in water-aligned techniques, his advancement became natural and effortless. Similar stories emerged from other disciples. A young woman named Li Wei had been struggling in the Heavenly Mist sect's rigid hierarchy until Xianxia recognized that her true strength lay not in direct combat cultivation, but in formation work and strategic application of technique. Under his guidance, she became one of the most valued disciples not through raw power, but through tactical brilliance. Another disciple, Song Run, had been marked as an unsuitable candidate for immortal advancement until Xianxia identified that his cultivation base was strong, but his meditation practice was flawed. He was holding tension where he should be releasing, creating blockages rather than flow. After corrective training, his advancement accelerated beyond what anyone in his original sect would have predicted. The transformation was not magical or supernatural. It was simply the result of superior teaching and a more effective approach to cultivation development. The secret was not mysterious, though many of the younger disciples treated it as such. Xianxia was simply a brilliant teacher. He understood cultivation technique at a depth that few masters could match, having spent 40 years refining his knowledge and teaching others. More importantly, he understood how to recognize a student's potential and bring it out through proper guidance and training methodology. He customized his teaching to each disciple's strengths and weaknesses rather than forcing them all into a predetermined mold. Some sects taught a single methodology and expected all disciples to adapt to it. Xianxia instead adapted his teaching methodology to each individual student, working with their natural talents and inclinations rather than against them. Word of his teaching ability spread throughout the cultivation world with remarkable speed. Merchants traveling between provinces carried stories. Disciples who had transferred from other sects told their friends and relatives. Sect masters who had encountered his disciples in various contexts reported back to their organizations that something significant was happening on that mountain in the eastern provinces. Now disciples did not come to him only because they were fleeing their original sects in desperation. They came because they had heard that training under Xianxia could transform a talented cultivator into a master, that his teaching methods were fundamentally superior to what the major sects offered. Young cultivators who had options, who could have joined prestigious sects with resources and connections, chose instead to come to this mountain school because they believed Xianxia could teach them things that no other master could. Chao Wei, who had been with Xianxia since the very beginning, achieved breakthrough to the immortal stage. Lei Zhang, the first formally accepted disciple from an enemy's sect, advanced through 3 cultivation stages and was beginning to develop a reputation of his own as a skilled warrior. Tao Chun, the refugee boy who had shared Chao Wei's interests in meditation, successfully created his own cultivation technique, a fusion of cloud-piercing and crimson tiger methodologies that was remarkably effective. The school was becoming a center of cultivation innovation, a place where disciples from different sects could learn from each other and create new techniques by blending their different schools' knowledge. It was during this period that Xianxia received a visitor that changed everything. She came alone, on foot, climbing the mountain path with a determination that spoke of great purpose. She was a young woman, perhaps 22 years old, with the bearing of nobility and cultivation training. But she wore no sect robes, no identification of any kind. She was simply a traveler with a sword and a question. "Are you Xianxia?" she asked, finding him in the courtyard where he was instructing a group of students in basic sword forms. "I am," he replied, setting aside his teaching to study this newcomer. Something about her was familiar, though he could not immediately place her. "My name is Li Meng," she said. "I am the daughter of a cultivation master who was killed by the Violet Emperor sect 10 years ago. My father was talented, but not wealthy. He could not afford to join a major sect. The Violet Emperor sect destroyed him because he discovered something they wanted to keep secret. For 10 years, I have been training in hiding, waiting for the day when I would be strong enough to seek revenge." She paused, studying Xianxia carefully. "But I realized something," she continued. "Revenge against a sect as large and powerful as the Violet Emperor sect is impossible for a single person. I would need allies, people stronger than myself who were willing to stand with me. I heard that you gathered disciples not because you wanted to build a dynasty, but because you recognized talent that others had overlooked. I came to ask if you would take me as a disciple, not because I seek power for its own sake, but because I seek the training necessary to eventually stand against those who killed my father." Xianxia felt something shift in his chest. This young woman was asking him to do something he had never done. Take a disciple specifically for the purpose of making her strong enough to fight a major sect. "Why should I accept you?" he asked. "I have no desire to be pulled into blood feuds with major sections." "Because," Li Meng said, "the Violet Emperor sect will eventually come into conflict with your school anyway. They view independent powers as threats to their authority. If you train me, you are not creating a new enemy. You are preparing for an enemy that will come regardless." She was right. Xianxia realized that the Violet Emperor sect had indeed begun making noises about the growth of his school, about the way it was drawing talented disciples from multiple sections. It was only a matter of time before they moved against him. "I will accept you," Xianxia said, "but understand that your training will be demanding. I will not hold back simply because your motivation is revenge." "I would not respect you if you did," Li Meng replied. Chapter 16. The gathering storm. The third year of the school's formal existence brought news from the imperial court. The empire, it seemed, was beginning to recognize Xianxia's school as a significant power in the eastern provinces. The imperial envoy who delivered this news came with an invitation. Xianxia was to travel to the capital and present his school to the emperor himself. Xianxia was tempted to refuse, but he recognized that maintaining good relations with the imperial court was strategically important, and there was a part of him that was curious about what the emperor wanted. He traveled to the capital with a small group of his most advanced disciples, including Chao Wei, Lei Zhang, and Li Meng. The imperial palace was vast and ornate, filled with cultivators of extraordinary power. But none of them, Xianxia realized with grim satisfaction, were as powerful as he was. The journey itself was revealing. Imperial soldiers escorted him with careful courtesy, neither hostile nor excessively deferential. The treatment given to an entity whose power was recognized but whose loyalty was not yet established. Along the roads, Xianxia noted the signs of the empire's reach: toll stations, garrison posts, imperial administrative centers, and even small towns. The infrastructure of control was subtle but pervasive. It was not unlike the way major sects embedded their influence into the local power structures of the territories they claimed dominion over. The emperor himself was a man in his late 40s, with the bearing of someone who had inherited his position and spent his life maintaining it. His hands bore the calluses of a cultivator, but his eyes held the weariness of administrative work. He was polite but wary when he received Xianxia in his private audience chamber, and this wariness itself told Xianxia much. The emperor did not summon those he viewed as subordinates with such tension. He was uncertain of Xianxia's nature, of whether this wandering master represented an opportunity or a threat. "Master Xian," the emperor began, "we have heard remarkable things about your school, a place where talented cultivators are trained outside of sect control, where disciples from different sects learn from each other, where cultivation advances more rapidly than in traditional institutions. It sounds like a remarkable institution." "It is," Xianxia said simply. The emperor leaned forward slightly, studying him with greater interest. "Your school has grown rapidly in both size and influence. In merely a few years, you have attracted disciples from a dozen different sects, disciples of considerable talent. This is unusual. Most independent cultivators struggle to attract even a handful of students. Yet your school seems to have a magnetic quality that draws the ambitious and the capable. We also understand that you have formed alliances with several major sects," the emperor continued. "The Crimson Tiger sect, the Blue Void sect, the Tower of Eternal Wisdom. These are all sects that have shown themselves to be flexible in their political alignments." "They are practical sects," Xianxia replied. "As am I." The emperor smiled. "We would like to propose a new arrangement. The imperial court would like to place a contingent of its own disciples with your school to be trained in your methods. In return, we would provide official support and resources for your institution. This would elevate your status considerably, and it would mean that your school would be seen as serving the empire rather than operating independently." It was a trap, beautifully designed. By accepting imperial disciples and support, Xianxia would become, in effect, an agent of the imperial court. His independence would be compromised. His decisions would be influenced by imperial interests rather than by his own judgment. "I must decline," Xianxia said. "My school exists outside of political structures. If I accept the imperial court's disciples, I would be obligated to serve imperial interests. This is not possible if I am to maintain my school's integrity." The emperor's expression did not change, but something cold flickered in his eyes. "I see. A pity. I had hoped you would be more flexible." "I have been called many things," Xianxia replied. "Flexible has never been one of them." He was prepared to be dismissed, but the emperor raised a hand. "One more matter," the emperor said. "We have received reports that the Violet Emperor sect is preparing to move against your school. They view you as a threat to their authority and the stability of the provinces. We thought you should be aware." "I appreciate the warning," Xianxia said, "but I have anticipated this for some time. When the Violet Emperor sect chooses to act, they will find themselves facing a school more formidable than they expected." The emperor nodded slowly, as though he had expected this response. "The Violet Emperor sect is the most powerful force in the eastern provinces. They control territories spanning hundreds of miles, command resources far greater than any independent school could accumulate, and have cultivators of extraordinary ability. If they move against you in force, you will find yourself facing not merely a rival sect, but a force of nature. I hope you have truly prepared for this." "Preparation comes in many forms," Xianxia replied. "The most dangerous enemy is one who believes the conflict will be simple and swift. I suspect the Violet Emperor sect expects to crush my school through force of numbers and power. In this, they will be mistaken." There was something in Xianxia's tone, not arrogance precisely, but absolute certainty, that made even the emperor pause. For a moment, they regarded each other as equals. Two powerful men who had built something from nothing and now commanded the loyalty of those beneath them. Then the moment passed, and the emperor smiled thinly. The audience ended shortly after that. Xianxia and his disciples departed the capital, returning to the mountain sanctuary. But the emperor's warning weighed heavily on him during the long journey home. The Violet Emperor sect did not make idle threats, and if they were preparing to move, it meant something significant was about to happen. The emperor had delivered his warning not as a courtesy, but as a test, to see how Xianxia would react, whether fear would crack his certainty. That the emperor had bothered with this test at all suggested that someone in the imperial administration was considering whether Xianxia might be a useful ally in whatever larger conflicts were taking shape in the provinces. The politics of cultivation were becoming increasingly treacherous, and Xianxia found himself moving through currents he had never sought to navigate. His school's success had drawn attention from powers both great and small. And attention, he was learning, was a dangerous thing. Chapter 17. The challenge arrives 2 months after returning from the capital. After Xianxia had firmly rejected the imperial court's offer of patronage, he received the formal challenge that he had been expecting for weeks. A representative from the Violet Emperor sect arrived bearing a scroll sealed with the sect's grand seal, a gold dragon wrapped around a flaming sword. The message was simple and direct in a way that suggested profound confidence. The Violet Emperor sect challenged Xianxia's school to a cultivation tournament. This would not be a secret conflict or a battle conducted through intermediaries and subterfuge. This would be a public tournament, held in a neutral location, with observers from all the major sects watching to see the outcome. The top disciples from both institutions would compete against each other in a series of duels. The winner of each duel would advance. The loser would be eliminated from the tournament. The winner would be determined by which side won the majority of the contests. If Xianxia's school won, they would gain legitimacy and respect. If the Violet Emperor sect won, they would establish their dominance and put an end to this troublesome upstart school. The stakes were made explicit in the fine print of the scroll, written in careful calligraphy that had been executed by a master artist. If Xianxia's school won the tournament, the Violet Emperor sect would acknowledge his school's legitimacy and cease all challenges to its independence. They would treat it as an equal power, at least officially. If the Violet Emperor sect won, Xianxia's school would be formally subordinated to the Violet Emperor sect and would accept direction from their leadership on matters of curriculum and philosophy. In essence, Xianxia's independence would end, and his school would become a branch campus of the Violet Emperor sect. It was an elegant power play, and one that demonstrated the kind of confidence that came from being one of the strongest powers in the region. The Violet Emperor sect was confident enough in their disciples' abilities to risk losing their absolute authority over Xianxia's school. But if they won, they would eliminate a powerful rival in a way that had the appearance of legality and fairness. No other sect could claim that the victory was undeserved or that the Violet Emperor sect had used unfair tactics. A tournament was as fair as conflict could be in the cultivation world. Xianxia accepted the challenge without hesitation. The tournament would be held in 3 months at a neutral location, the Grand Amphitheater in the city of Jade Harbor, a facility maintained jointly by all the major sects for exactly such purposes. The next 3 months were the most intensive preparation period of the school's existence. The entire mountain sanctuary was transformed into a training ground focused entirely on preparation for the coming conflict. Every resource was devoted to ensuring that the disciples were ready. Xianxia pushed his disciples harder than ever before, driving them toward the limits of their capabilities and beyond. He organized intensive training sessions that lasted from dawn until dusk, with only brief breaks for food and sleep. He worked with each of his strongest disciples individually, teaching them advanced techniques that had never been written down in any text, techniques that existed only in his knowledge and practice. Some of these techniques had been developed during his 40 years of wandering, perfected through countless battles and conflicts. Others he had created specifically for certain disciples, designed to address their individual strengths and weaknesses and maximize their potential. These were the secrets that gave his school its true edge, not just better teaching methodology, but custom-designed techniques tailored to individual cultivators' unique characteristics. The training became legendary among those who witnessed it. Disciples would speak of the intensity of the final months, of the way Xianxia pushed them to levels they did not know they could reach, of the profound transformations that took place in their cultivation and understanding. He identified his strongest students through a series of competitive trials and paired them strategically with the weakest disciples from the Violet Emperor sect, as they had been described by intelligence reports gathered from sympathetic sources in other sections. The strategy was to ensure maximum probability of victory, put his best against their weakest, and build from there. Lei Zheng would face the Violet Emperor sect's second-ranked disciple, a cultivator named Wei Sheng who was famous throughout the provinces for his blazing speed and precision. Wei Sheng had never lost a duel at his cultivation stage. He had killed 3 disciples in formal tournaments when they had failed to yield quickly enough. But Lei Zheng had been training under Xianxia, and his growth had been exponential. Qiao Wei would face one of the Violet Emperor sect's elite core formation cultivators, testing whether her immortal stage breakthrough was stable enough to overcome raw cultivation advantage and decades of experience. It was a risky matchup, but it was also a chance for Qiao Wei to prove that early breakthrough to higher stages was not a weakness, but a strength. Li Meng, who had been training for only 3 years but had advanced with remarkable speed, would face a disciple of the Violet Emperor sect who had killed several cultivators in previous conflicts and was known for his brutal fighting style. It was a dangerous matchup, but Li Meng insisted on it. She wanted to prove herself against the sect that had destroyed her father, wanted to demonstrate that she was worthy of avenging his death. Tao Chun, in a move that surprised everyone including himself, volunteered to face the Violet Emperor sect's sect master directly if it became necessary. It was an audacious challenge that revealed how much the young disciple's confidence had grown since arriving at the school years before as a desperate refugee. As the tournament approached, Shen Xiao realized that this was no longer simply a competition between 2 institutions. It was a statement about the fundamental nature of power in the cultivation world. If his disciples could prove that a school built on merit and individual talent could compete with a sect built on hierarchy and control and tradition, it would reshape how cultivators viewed institutions and allegiance. The pressure was enormous. But Shen Xiao had spent a lifetime working under pressure. He continued his preparations, confident in his disciples and in the strength of the methods he had developed. Chapter 18. Jade Harbor. The city of Jade Harbor was crowded with cultivators from across the entire eastern provinces when Shen Xiao and his disciples arrived. The city's population had more than tripled in the weeks leading up to the tournament. Cultivators from every major sect, every minor sect, every independent school had made the journey to witness the confrontation. Hotels were packed to capacity. Streets were filled with cultivators discussing the probable outcomes and making bets on which side would win. The grand amphitheater had been prepared for the tournament with meticulous care. The arena floor was marked with scoring lines and boundary markers. Stone walls had been reinforced to withstand the power of high-level cultivation battles, reinforced with formation arrays that would prevent stray attacks from damaging the structure. Designated areas had been established for judges and observers from the neutral sects who would oversee the matches and ensure fairness. The Violet Emperor sect had arrived with a contingent of 50 disciples, all of them skilled and dangerous. This was not just their strongest disciples, it was a significant portion of their elite fighting force. The sect was demonstrating their confidence by committing such resources to the tournament. Their sect master, a man called the Jade Sovereign, was in his 60s and carried himself with the absolute confidence of someone who had never lost a significant conflict. His cultivation base radiated power and control, suggesting decades of disciplined training and advancement. The tournament began at dawn on the first day, with the sun rising over the amphitheater like a judgment from heaven. Thousands of cultivators filled the stands. Merchants sold food and drinks to the spectators. The air itself seemed to vibrate with anticipation. The format was straightforward: single elimination matches, randomly paired from a roster of qualified disciples from both institutions. The random pairing ensured that neither side could predict exactly which disciples would face each other and plan their strategy accordingly. Shen Xiao's disciples would need to win at least 6 out of 10 matches to claim overall victory. Anything less, and the Violet Emperor sect would claim the tournament. The first match was between a young core formation cultivator from Shen Xiao's school named Jun Hao and a disciple of the Violet Emperor sect named Chen Yan. Both were talented, both demonstrated advanced cultivation techniques. It lasted only 3 minutes. Jun Hao's technique was superior, his cultivation base more stable and better controlled, and he defeated Chen Yan with a clean hit to the chest that sent the Violet Emperor sect's disciple tumbling out of the arena with enough force that he barely managed to stop himself before striking the boundary wall. The crowd roared. Shen Xiao's school was 1-0, but it was only the first match. The real test was yet to come. The next 5 matches were split roughly evenly, with each side winning 2 and 1, ending in a draw that required a second bout. By the afternoon of the first day, the score was 3-2 in favor of Xianxia's school. The Violet Emperor sect's disciples were beginning to show signs of concern. They were talented, but they were not accustomed to facing opponents who fought with the same intensity and skill as their own best disciples. On the second day, Lei Zheng faced Wei Sheng in what many observers considered would be the tournament's most important match before the final confrontation between the sect masters. The two disciples were nearly evenly matched in cultivation stage, both having reached early foundation establishment level. But Lei Zheng had the advantage of training under Xianxia for multiple years, while Wei Sheng had been trained through the Violet Emperor sect's traditional methods that emphasized rigid adherence to established forms and techniques. The battle lasted nearly an hour, far longer than most matches had taken. Both disciples were skilled in ways that were impressive and formidable. Both pushed themselves to the very limits of their power, drawing deeply on their cultivation reserves, executing technique after technique in rapid succession. The crowd was on their feet, watching as the two masters danced across the arena, their speed almost impossible to follow even for experienced cultivators. But in the end, Lei Zheng's superior understanding of adaptation and improvisation gave him the edge. The custom cultivation methods he had developed under Xianxia's guidance were flexible enough to counter Wei Sheng's technique variations. When Wei Sheng attempted yet another powerful strike, Lei Zheng's counter was perfect, executed with the kind of precision that only comes from deep understanding. Wei Sheng, exhausted and bleeding from several wounds, finally conceded the match. He dropped to one knee and acknowledged Lei Zheng's superior skill. Xianxia's school was now 4-2. The tournament was still not mathematically decided, but the momentum was clearly shifting. On the third day, Chao Wei faced the Violet Emperor sect's elite core formation cultivator, Master Hu. Chao Wei's immortal stage cultivation gave her an advantage in raw power. She had broken through to a higher stage than Master Hu's late foundation establishment cultivation. But Master Hu was also an immortal stage cultivator, and his decades of experience and refined technique were formidable. Most observers expected Master Hu to win despite the cultivation disadvantage. The match was extraordinary. Chao Wei and Master Hu fought at a level of power that caused the spectators to fall silent in awe. They threw attacks at each other that would have killed ordinary cultivators instantly, moving with speeds that were barely visible to even experienced observers. The ground shook beneath them. The air itself seemed to vibrate from the power they were channeling. They fought not just with techniques, but with will itself, each cultivator attempting to impose their understanding of the world on their opponent. In the end, it was Chao Wei's youth and adaptability that won the day. Her mind was flexible, unburdened by decades of adherence to rigid teaching methods. She developed a new technique in the middle of the battle, combining her cloud-piercing foundation with methods she had learned from Lei Zheng's heavenly flame integration, creating something that was entirely new, something that Master Hu had never encountered before. Master Hu, unable to adapt quickly enough to this unexpected technique variation, was forced to withdraw. He conceded the match with dignity, acknowledging that he had met his match in a younger, more adaptable opponent. Xianxia's school was now 5-2. Victory was assured. Only 3 matches remained, but they had already achieved the majority needed to claim the tournament. Only 3 more matches were required before Xianxia's school claimed victory. Chapter 19. The Violet Emperor sect's final card. The Violet Emperor sect's sect master, the Jade Sovereign, made a surprising announcement before the 4th day's matches. He was invoking a secondary rule in the tournament charter, one that allowed a sect master to directly challenge an opponent in place of a disciple. He was challenging Xianxia himself to a single duel that would count as 3 points toward his sect's total. It was a bold and desperate move. If the Jade Sovereign won, his sect would catch up and potentially take the lead. But if he lost, the psychological impact on his disciples would be devastating. Xianxia accepted the challenge. The duel was scheduled for the final day, after all the other matches. It was meant to be a grand finale, a confrontation between 2 masters of extraordinary power. The remaining matches over the 4th day went to Xianxia's school with consistent victories. Tao Chun won his match decisively against a cultivator 2 stages above him. demonstrating the hybrid cultivation technique he had been developing and making clear that Xianxia's training had elevated him beyond what his raw cultivation stage would suggest. Li Meng faced the Violet Emperor sect's disciple who had supposedly killed several cultivators in previous conflicts. The disciple was experienced and ruthless, moving with the confidence of someone who had tasted victory in actual combat many times. But Li Meng was fighting for something deeper than mere competition. She was fighting for her father's memory and honor, for justice for his death, for validation that she was strong enough to stand against the sect that had destroyed him. Her movements were precise and deadly, executed with a kind of controlled fury that spoke of years of training and planning. When the match ended, the Violet Emperor sect's disciple was on his knees, conceding defeat, acknowledging Li Meng's superior skill and technique. By the time the final day arrived, Xianxia School had already won the tournament by any objective measure. They had 7 victories to the Violet Emperor sect's 3. The mathematical outcome was settled. The duel between Xianxia and the Jade Sovereign would technically be a formality, a matter of settling the score and determining the final tally rather than determining the tournament's outcome. But it was a formality that everyone in the amphitheater wanted to witness. No one cared about the final score at this point. Everyone wanted to see 2 masters of extraordinary power confront each other directly. The reputation of both Xianxia and the Jade Sovereign had been built over decades of conflict and victory. This was a chance to determine, at least in the eyes of the watching cultivators, which master was truly the strongest. The amphitheater was packed. Thousands of cultivators had gathered to watch the 2 masters fight. The Jade Sovereign was formidable. His cultivation base burned with a steady, controlled power that suggested decades of discipline and training. But when Xianxia stepped into the arena, something shifted in the quality of the light itself. The very air seemed to acknowledge his superiority. The Jade Sovereign attacked first, sending a wave of cutting force across the arena that was powerful enough to crack the stone ground. Xianxia sidestepped it casually, moving with the ease of someone who had spent 40 years studying combat. He replied with his own attack, a sword strike so perfectly executed that it seemed to cut through the fabric of reality itself, opening a momentary tear in the very air before closing again. The battle was brief, though not without intensity. It lasted only 5 minutes of actual combat, though each of those minutes seemed to stretch into eternity for the watching cultivators. The Jade Sovereign threw everything at Xianxia: years of cultivation, advanced techniques refined through decades of study, raw power accumulated through immortal stage breakthrough. Xianxia countered each attack with economical precision, moving only as much as was necessary, expending only as much energy as was required. At the end, the Jade Sovereign was on his knees, his cultivation base damaged from the force of their clash, his pride shattered by the realization that he had never been the strongest cultivator in his own region. He had thrown everything at Xianxia and been defeated decisively. When the Jade Sovereign finally acknowledged his loss and withdrew from the arena, withdrawing his cultivation power and allowing his form to settle back into normal proportions, a profound silence fell over the amphitheater. The cultivators had just witnessed proof of something they had all suspected but not wanted to admit. The wandering master who had gathered disciples was not simply talented, not simply strong. He was, in fact, the strongest cultivator in the entire eastern provinces. The balance of power had shifted, and everyone in that amphitheater felt the weight of that shift. Chapter 20. The New Order. The aftermath of the tournament was extraordinary and far-reaching in its implications. The Violet Emperor sect, as promised, formally acknowledged Xianxia School's legitimacy and ceased all attempts to challenge its independence. The Jade Sovereign made a public statement confirming that his sect considered Xianxia School a peer institution worthy of respect. It was a graceful concession, one that allowed the Violet Emperor sect to preserve their dignity and reputation despite the defeat. But more importantly for the cultivation world as a whole, the victory established Xianxia School as the premier center of cultivation in the eastern provinces. It was no longer an anomaly or an experiment. It was now a major power that had to be reckoned with by all the other sects and cultivators in the region. Major sect masters began visiting the school to observe the training methods and understand what made Xianxia's disciples so formidable. Within weeks, requests for admission to the school exceeded the capacity to house them by a factor of 10. Young cultivators arrived daily, drawn by the news of Xianxia's victory and the established reputation of his teaching methods. The mountain sanctuary, which had been designed to house perhaps 100 disciples, was suddenly struggling to accommodate 300 or more. Xianxia had to implement a formal admissions process to deal with the overwhelming influx of applicants. He established committees to evaluate candidates and determine which ones had the potential and the character to benefit from training at his school. He created ranking systems for advancement to ensure that disciples could understand their progress and their standing within the school community. He began the gradual transformation of his mountain sanctuary from a simple refuge into a true educational institution with structured curricula, formal housing, extensive training facilities, and all the infrastructure of a real school. It was exactly what he had never wanted. He had spent 40 years fleeing from institutions, from structure, from the kind of hierarchy and organization that characterized major sections. Now he found himself building those very things, creating the institutional framework that would eventually define his school and his legacy. And yet, looking at his disciples as they celebrated the tournament's victory in the amphitheater, as they discussed the new techniques they had learned from facing the Violet Emperor sex cultivators, as they began to talk about opening branch schools in other provinces and spreading their influence beyond the eastern provinces, Xianxia found that he did not regret it. The victories felt earned. The disciples felt like genuine extensions of his power and his philosophy. He had set out to be a wanderer with no ties and no responsibilities, with the absolute freedom to move as he wished, to fight whom he chose, to involve himself only in conflicts that directly touched his life. Instead, through a series of small choices and unforeseen consequences, he had somehow become the founder of a school that was reshaping the cultivation world's fundamental structure. He had become a teacher, an administrator, a leader. He had become exactly what he had spent 40 years trying not to be. Chao Wei approached him one evening as he sat alone overlooking the mountain valley. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of crimson and gold, casting long shadows across the valley floor. The entire mountain had been transformed in the weeks since the tournament. Construction continued on new buildings. Disciples trained constantly in the courtyards and meditation chambers. The sound of swords clashing echoed through the valleys at all hours of the day and night. "Are you angry that things did not go according to your plans?" she asked gently, her voice carrying genuine concern. "No," Xianxia said, his voice calm and introspective. "I am past the age where anger at unexpected consequences seems worthwhile. Anger is a young man's emotion, born from the belief that the world should conform to one's expectations. When you reach my age, you understand that the world follows its own logic, and your job is simply to respond appropriately to what it presents to you." He paused, considering his next words carefully. "But I am aware that I have created something that will outlive me, something that will continue long after I am gone, that will shape the cultivation world in ways I cannot predict or control." That thought is both satisfying and unsettling. Satisfying because it means I will leave a legacy beyond my own blade and my own power. Unsettling because I have relinquished control, have put my faith in disciples and successors to carry on what I have started. "You saved my life," Chao Wei said, her voice filled with emotion. "You saved Lei Zhang's life. You saved the lives of all of us who came to your mountain fleeing from sects that did not understand our value, that saw us only as threats or excess capacity that needed to be eliminated. And in doing so, you created a place where thousands of others might find the same salvation, the same acceptance, the same opportunity to grow and become what they were always meant to be." She turned to look out over the mountain valley, at the lights of the school buildings beginning to illuminate as night fell. "Do you understand what you have actually created?" Chao Wei asked. "You have not just created a school. You have created a new path for cultivation, a new way of thinking about what it means to be a master and what it means to be a disciple. You have challenged the fundamental assumptions that the sects have maintained for centuries." "I saved no one," Xianxia replied, his voice firm but without harshness. "I simply walked a mountain path and intervened in a moment of violence. The rest was consequence, not intention. I did not choose to build a school. I did not choose to become a master to hundreds of disciples. I certainly did not choose to reshape the cultivation world's fundamental structure. These things happened to me because I made one small choice at the wrong moment, a moment when I should have simply continued walking. Perhaps, Chao Wei said, and there was wisdom in her young eyes that belied her age. But the best things are rarely created by intention alone. They are created by a moment of choice, meeting the right person at the right time, and then allowing the consequences to unfold as they will, following their own logic and creating their own momentum. She turned to face him fully, and her next words were spoken with the gravity of someone who had thought deeply about them. You made a choice to help a drowning boy. That choice echoed through the cultivation world and changed the fundamental nature of how power operates in our provinces. You could not have predicted it or controlled it, but you could not have prevented it either, not without becoming someone less than yourself. You would have had to abandon your principles, your understanding of basic human decency, and that is something you were never willing to do, no matter how much it complicated your life. As the sun set over the mountains, painting the sky in shades of crimson and gold, Xianxia considered this profound truth. He had wanted to be a wanderer forever, answerable to no one, beholden to nothing except his own cultivation and his own blade. He had deliberately avoided the kind of responsibility and attachment that came with building institutions or training disciples. Instead, through a series of small choices and unforeseen consequences, he had become a master, a teacher, a founder. He had wanted no disciples, had explicitly rejected multiple offers, and now he had hundreds, with more arriving daily. The transformation was not what he had expected from his life. It was not what he had wanted when he was younger, and yet somehow, improbably, it felt like exactly the right place for him to be. The irony was not lost on him, and he found that he did not mind the irony. Life, he had learned, was full of unexpected turns and unexpected revelations. A new legend was being written, one that had not started with grand ambition or elaborate strategy, but with a simple human choice on a rain-soaked mountain pass. A wanderer, tired and depleted from battle, had saved a desperate boy's life without thinking about the consequences. The boy had become a student out of desperation and gratitude. The student had become part of a pattern that spread through the cultivation world like ripples on still water. And the pattern had become the foundation for the new order that was reshaping the provinces. The story would be told for generations to come. Young cultivators would hear about Xianxia and his school and dream of joining it. Sect masters would study his methods, trying to understand how he had created something so powerful without the resources or infrastructure of major sections. Rival masters would analyze his battles, seeking to understand how he had defeated opponents with higher cultivation stages or greater experience. But the true magic, Xianxia understood now, was not in any single technique or philosophy. It was in the willingness to see potential where others saw only liability, to nurture talent in those whom their original sects had discarded, to build something new rather than simply maintain what had always existed. Xianxia looked down at his hands that had spent decades drawing blood, taking lives, wandering in solitude across the provinces. Hands that had been shaped by conflict and hardened by 40 years of cultivation and combat, becoming instruments of power and death. Now those hands would teach, would guide, would shape the next generation of cultivators who would inherit the cultivation world in generations to come. The enemy disciples were still coming, still arriving daily with their stories of rejection and desperation, of sects that did not understand their value, of powers that viewed them only as obstacles or threats to be eliminated. And he would still take them in, still teach them, still reshape them into something greater than the sects that had discarded them. This was his purpose now, whether he had intended it or not. This was no longer the story of a lone wanderer following an unknown path through the provinces, accountable to no one, beholden to nothing. It was the story of a master who had never sought the role but had found it anyway, who had been drawn into leadership not by ambition or conscious choice, but by circumstance and the weight of responsibility for those who sought him out. It was the story of how one moment of mercy, one decision to intervene instead of walk away, had created a cascade of consequences that transformed everything. And as the final light faded from the sky, painting the mountains in shades of deep purple and gold, Xianxia smiled at the profound irony of it all. The cultivation world had sent him its best disciples through its worst enemies. Enemy sects that had sought to eliminate him had instead sent their best students to become his disciples, seeking refuge in his school. Enemy powers that sought to contain him had instead elevated him to prominence through their challenges and tournaments. The very things he had feared and tried to avoid, attachment, responsibility, the burden of others depending on him for guidance and protection, had become his greatest strength, his greatest joy, his greatest legacy. And he had transformed them, had reshaped them, had turned the desperation of discarded disciples into a force that was now reshaping the entire cultivation world's fundamental structure and understanding of what power meant. Chapter 21. The second wave. The news spread through the cultivation world like cracks through jade. Xianxia had defeated not one, but 2 sent disciples in the span of 3 days. What had begun as whispered rumors in tea houses became open discussion in sect pavilions. In the halls of Crimson Phoenix sect, in the shadowed chambers of the Silent Knife Pavilion, in the crystalline towers of the Eternal Light Academy, everywhere cultivators gathered, they spoke of the boy with the strange sect that somehow converted enemies into allies. The first defeat had been almost anticlimactic. A disciple named Zhang Wei, sent by the Crimson Phoenix sect with explicit orders to assassinate Xianxia or die in the attempt, had arrived on a moonless night prepared for violence. What he encountered instead was Xianxia in a meditation garden, perfectly calm, waiting. Their combat had lasted less than a quarter hour. But in that brief time, something had shifted in Zhang Wei's understanding. Xianxia didn't fight with overwhelming power or hidden techniques. He fought with absolute clarity about what each of Zhang Wei's attacks meant and why they would fail. More than that, he fought in ways that opened Zhang Wei's eyes to the limitations he'd accepted as natural for decades. When Zhang Wei finally fell, exhausted, it wasn't because he'd been defeated in combat. It was because he had seen something true about himself and about cultivation that he could no longer unsee. The second disciple, a woman named Lin Hong from the Silent Knife Pavilion, had come with poison woven into every breath, every movement, every word she spoke. She was more dangerous than Zhang Wei, more refined, more thoroughly committed to her sect's philosophy of hidden death. But the result had been the same. After their encounter, she had chosen to stay. Now, with 2 defections in 3 days, every major sect within 100 li was reconsidering their strategy. Xianxia stood in the courtyard of Verdant Peak, watching his newest disciples train. Lin Wei, Lin Hong had adopted a simpler name. The poisoner from Silent Knife Pavilion had taken to teaching the others about toxin cultivation with unexpected enthusiasm. Beside her, Huang Tian, the martial genius from the Iron Fist School, was demonstrating a modified punch technique that incorporated principles from Verdant Peak's breathing methods. They trained together as if they'd never been enemies. The courtyard itself had grown more elaborate in the months since the sect's founding. Xianxia had commissioned the construction of a meditation pavilion with perfect acoustics. There was a weapons training ground with sand brought up from a sacred valley. There was a library that was still being filled with texts that disciples had brought from their original sects, creating an archive of cultivation knowledge that crossed sectarian boundaries. But more remarkable than the physical improvements was the transformation in the disciples themselves. Lin Wei's technique had changed since arriving. The poisons she demonstrated were less about pure destruction and more about what she called transformative toxins, poisons that forced the body to adapt and grow in response to their presence. It was a revolutionary concept in toxin cultivation. "This is unprecedented," Ling Chun said softly, appearing beside Xianxia with a cup of tea. The sect's first disciple had adapted remarkably well to the influx of defectors. 3 days ago, we were 50 strong. Now we're 63. And I've received inquiries from 5 additional disciples requesting audience to discuss joining. And their masters are furious, Xianxia replied, accepting the tea. He could taste the quality in it. Ling Chun had learned to brew it perfectly over the months. The tea was a specific blend from the Azure Heavens Society, infused with qi in a way that enhanced mental clarity. I received 3 challenge tokens today alone, and a formal letter from the Coalition of Hidden Masters suggesting this behavior was creating regional instability. The challenge tokens were exactly what they sounded like. Formal declarations of combat sent by sect leaders or faction bosses who demanded Xin Dao face their strongest disciples in ritual combat. Traditionally, losing such a battle would bring shame to a sect, but more importantly, it would kill their leading disciple. The message was clear: stop taking our people, or we'll destroy you through force. The challenge tokens were exactly what they sounded like: formal declarations of combat sent by sect leaders or faction bosses who demanded Xin Dao face their strongest disciples in ritual combat. Traditionally, losing such a battle would bring shame to a sect, but more importantly, it would kill their leading disciple. The message was clear: stop taking our people, or we'll destroy you through force. But there was something deeper in those challenges that troubled Xin Dao. The language had shifted. Where previous communications had been accusatory, "You are stealing our disciples," the new tokens were beginning to sound almost desperate. One from the Iron Fist School Patriarch included the line, "Our disciples report that training at Verdant Peak awakens capacities they did not know they possessed. This is an existential threat to our organization's philosophy." It was an honest statement wrapped in the language of challenge, and it revealed the real fear underneath. "They're panicking," Ling Chen observed. "Fear makes cultivators predictable. When people are afraid, they retreat to what they know, revert to established patterns, become rigid." Xin Dao wasn't sure if Ling Chen was entirely right. Fear made cultivators dangerous too. Fear could push them toward desperate measures, toward innovations born from desperation, toward strategies that defied conventional prediction because they were no longer rational. But Ling Chen had identified the dominant pattern. Most fearful organizations did indeed entrench. He watched as Huang Tian demonstrated a particularly vicious pressure point strike to a cluster of younger disciples. The technique could disable a limb permanently. The fact that Huang Tian was teaching it suggested complete trust, or complete indoctrination into Verdant Peak's philosophy. Xin Dao wasn't entirely sure which. He decided to address it directly, calling Huang Tian to his study that evening. "Why teach the deadly techniques?" Xin Dao asked without preamble. "You could teach the same principles through non-lethal forms." Huang Tian's response was thoughtful rather than defensive. "Because they need to understand that techniques are neutral. It's the intent behind them that determines their moral character. If I only teach healing techniques, I'm implicitly saying violence is bad. But some forms of violence are just. Some killing is necessary. The disciples need to understand that cultivation isn't about avoiding power. It's about wielding power with wisdom." It was a sophisticated argument, and it troubled Xin Dao precisely because it was convincing. Huang Tian was right. But being right didn't prevent the slow drift toward indoctrination that could occur if one philosophical approach was taught as universal truth. "Teach the techniques," Xin Dao finally said. "But also invite disciples to question whether they agree with your philosophy. Create space for contradiction." Huang Tian accepted this with a bow. And true to his word, within the week, he had invited a master from an opposing sect to demonstrate alternative approaches to pressure point strikes, ones that emphasized incapacitation over permanent damage. The debate that emerged between Huang Tian and the visiting master became one of the sect's most valuable lessons. What he didn't know was that something was happening to his disciples. The defectors from enemy sects didn't just stop fighting their former masters. They became fervent advocates for Verdant Peak's way. They trained harder than native disciples, pushed themselves further, and seemed to genuinely value what they'd found here. It went beyond simple recruitment. As evening fell, another disciple arrived at the gates. This one was different. She didn't come with a challenge token or a faction escort. She came alone, on foot, with her robes torn and her cultivation sealed by jade shackles. Her name was Su Mei, and she was the second daughter of the Jade Serpent dynasty. "My father sent me to kill you," she said simply, kneeling in the courtyard as disciples gathered to watch. "He swore I would return victorious or not return at all. He sealed my cultivation as a precaution against betrayal." Xin Dao studied her carefully. Su Mei had the bearing of a princess, straight spine, proud chin, eyes that had been trained to command respect. She was also, he noted, profoundly exhausted. The journey here had clearly cost her something. "Why come at all, then?" he asked. "If your father's expectations were impossible, why not simply flee to another region?" Su Mei's eyes widened slightly. No one had ever asked that question. Everyone assumed she would fight, fail, and either be recaptured or killed. But Xin Dao had asked her intention. Because, she said slowly, as if discovering the answer as she spoke, my martial sister arrived here 5 months ago. I received a letter from her this morning. It was the first contact in 8 years. Father had forbidden all communication. Sumei's voice cracked slightly. She wrote that she was finally learning what it meant to cultivate with purpose rather than pride. That night, Shindao didn't unseal her cultivation immediately. Instead, he invited her to watch the evening meditation session, to observe how the disciples practiced together without hierarchy, without fear of failure, without the constant pressure to prove themselves superior to their siblings. The next morning, when she woke, Shindao unsealed her cultivation and offered her a place at Verdant Peak. Sumei accepted before he'd finished speaking. The pattern was now unmistakable. Enemies were sending disciples, and those disciples were becoming the sect's strongest assets. Some came with hostile intent, others came with sealed cultivation and impossible orders. A few came already wavering, having heard stories. But all of them, without exception, chose to stay. The sect masters and faction leaders who'd initiated this strategy were beginning to understand their error. Some responded with increased aggression. The Crimson Phoenix sect staged a full assault on Verdant Peak's outer territories, though they stopped short of attacking the main compound. The Iron Fist School challenged 7 of their defectors to single combat, offering them the chance to return with honor. Not a single one accepted, but it was the Eternal Light Academy's response that changed everything. Lord Wei Chun, the Academy's patriarch, called a secret meeting of 14 major powers in the region. They gathered in a protected chamber deep in the Academy's most secure location, and what transpired in that gathering would set the stage for everything that followed. Shindao learned of the meeting's outcome not through rumor or intelligence, but when a cultivator arrived at Verdant Peak's gates with a message scroll. When Shindao opened the scroll to read it, the parchment began to burn with a flame that consumed the words even as he tried to comprehend them. The boy at Verdant Peak is an anomaly. He reshapes our disciples with unknown techniques that appear to alter their very understanding of themselves and cultivation. This is no longer a matter for individual sects seeking revenge or reclaiming lost disciples. This is a structural threat to the balance of power in our entire realm. If we do not unite against him now, he will eventually undo everything we have built. We have decided. We unite against him, or we fall separately as his influence slowly but inevitably undermines our authority. The message's implications were clear. The coalition of 14 had made a decision. They would move from isolated opposition to coordinated assault. The unification was already beginning, even as Shindao finished reading the words that burned away to ash in his hands. Over the following weeks, cultivators from hostile sects could be seen gathering in organized fashion in the foothills outside Verdant Peak's territory. They weren't attacking yet. They were conducting reconnaissance, mapping defensive positions, preparing for what would be the largest coordinated assault any sect had attempted in the region in decades. The coalition was getting ready to eliminate the threat that Verdant Peak represented. Shindao called all his disciples together that evening. The courtyard was crowded now, more crowded than it had been in years. Native disciples and defectors stood side by side, senior cultivators and recent arrivals, masters and students. They numbered 147. They're going to attack, Shindao said simply. Not singly, not in pairs. Together, many against us. Some of you may choose to leave, and I will not blame you. This is not the path you chose when you joined Verdant Peak. He waited, but no one moved. No one stepped toward the gates. Ling Qin spoke from his position at Shindao's right. They come as enemies. Let them learn what Verdant Peak truly is. The others echoed his words, a sound that seemed to reverberate through the mountain itself. Shindao felt something shift in his chest, not fear, but recognition. Whatever this was, whatever phenomenon drew defectors into his fold and transformed them, it was no longer theoretical. It was real, it was powerful, and it was about to face its greatest test. The next morning, smoke rose from the eastern ridge as the unified coalition began their assault. Chapter 22. The assault on Verdant Peak. The first attack came at dawn, coordinated and brutal. 50 cultivators from the Crimson Phoenix sect emerged from the mist with flames dancing across their palms. Behind them, the Silent Knife Pavilion's disciples moved like shadows, their steps silent, their weapons wet with poison. The Iron Fist School's masters struck the eastern gate with cultivated power that cracked stone. Xianxia had positioned his disciples carefully, not to defend the gate. That was exactly where the assault expected them. Instead, the first line of Verdant Peak's disciples was positioned on the eastern ridge, a natural defensible position that gave them height advantage. Huang Tian, the defector from the Iron Fist School, stood at their center. When the Iron Fist masters struck the gate, nothing happened. The gate was empty. When the Crimson Phoenix disciples unleashed their flames, they encountered not defenders, but carefully placed jade barriers that dispersed the heat. The Silent Knife assassins found their paths blocked by disciples who moved with silent grace, nearly matching their own. And when the initial strike force realized it had been baited, Huang Tian smiled. "Welcome to Verdant Peak," he called down from the ridge. "Let me show you what your own techniques look like when wielded by someone who actually understands them." He descended the ridge using a movement technique he'd learned from the Iron Fist School, a technique none of the attacking Iron Fist masters expected to see. The shock on their faces lasted just long enough for Huang Tian to land among them, and then the fighting became personal. But Xianxia wasn't on the eastern ridge. He was in the southern courtyard, waiting. The coalition's strategy was sound. They divided their forces, attacking from multiple directions simultaneously. The southern contingent consisted of cultivators from the Eternal Light Academy and several smaller allied sections. They pressed into the courtyard where Xianxia stood alone, and for a moment, the attacking force seemed confident. Then they moved, and Xianxia moved. His cultivation had reached a new threshold in the months since he'd stopped chasing power and started building his sect instead. The chi flowing through his meridians felt different now, deeper, fuller, resonating with frequencies that seemed to echo from the very stones of Verdant Peak. He moved through the coalition's ranks like wind through leaves, and where he passed, cultivators fell not because of devastating injuries, but because their own techniques turned against them. A lightning cultivator threw a bolt that Xianxia redirected into two of the bolt thrower's allies. A sword master unleashed a technique that Xianxia guided into the ground, where it destroyed three of their own in a shockwave. It wasn't that he was stronger than any individual opponent. It was that he understood something they didn't: how to make their strength serve his purpose. But the assault continued throughout the day. The coalition had clearly resolved to overwhelm Verdant Peak through attrition rather than superior individual skill. They kept coming in waves: new forces from the western approaches, reinforcements from the northern boundary, fresh disciples from allies they hadn't yet revealed. It was at midday that Xianxia first noticed something strange about the defectors in his ranks. When they fought, they didn't merely resist the attackers. They seemed to anticipate them. Su Mei, the Jade Serpent Dynasty princess with her newly unsealed cultivation, moved with supernatural grace against the dynasty's own elite guard. When they threw techniques that she herself had learned, she didn't just block them, she completed them better than they did, turning their own beauty against them. Even more striking was that the defectors seemed to fight with a kind of controlled rage that transcended normal combat emotions. They weren't fighting to win. They were fighting to teach. Every technique they used, they demonstrated its principles. Every enemy defender they faced, they showed a better way to execute the form. It was almost as if they were trying to convert the attacking coalition in real time. By late afternoon, the assault had begun to fracture into failure. The smaller allied sects were the first to withdraw, their leaders claiming insufficient casualties to justify continued presence or claiming that the assault's objectives had been achieved through reconnaissance. The Crimson Phoenix sect pulled back to the western boundary in what appeared to be a tactical retreat, but looked suspiciously like an abandonment. Even the Iron Fist School's masters, though they engaged fiercely with genuine commitment, began to shift their focus from breakthrough toward evacuation of their wounded and preservation of their remaining forces. Only the Eternal Light Academy's forces remained fully committed and engaged, continuing to probe Verdant Peak's defenses with seeming determination despite the apparent failure of the coordinated assault. And watching their continued movements, Xianxia realized with sudden clarity something he should perhaps have understood earlier. Lord Weichen wasn't trying to destroy Verdant Peak. He was trying to understand it. The assault wasn't actually intended to succeed militarily. It was an extended observation exercise designed to test Verdant Peak's capabilities and document the principles underlying their fighting methods. The Eternal Light Academy's strategies were experimental, designed to test Verdant Peak's defenses from every angle. Their cultivators attacked not with the intention of victory, but with the intention of observation. They were gathering information. As the sun began to set, a cultivator in pure white robes descended from a distant ridge, moving with the unmistakable grace of a Lord Stage Master. Lord Wei Chun had arrived. Shen Dao walked forward to meet him, leaving the courtyard battles behind. The coalition's remaining forces parted to allow their patriarch passage. "You have no idea what you're creating," Wei Chun said without preamble. His voice was calm, analytical, the tone of a scholar discussing a fascinating problem. "The disciples who defect to you, they change. Not merely in loyalty, but in cultivation itself. Their techniques improve. Their understanding deepens. I've been gathering reports for months." "I know," Shen Dao replied. "I don't know why it happens, but I know it's real." "That," Wei Chun said, "is precisely what terrifies the coalition. A force we cannot predict, cannot control, and cannot comprehend. That is more dangerous than any individual cultivator, no matter how powerful." Wei Chun paused, studying Shen Dao carefully. "What do you want?" The question was so direct, so devoid of hostility, that it caught Shen Dao off guard. "I want to build a sect where cultivation serves the cultivator, not the reverse. Where strength comes from understanding rather than domination. Where—" "Stop," Wei Chun interrupted. "That's philosophy. I asked what you want. Specifically." Shen Dao considered this. What did he actually want? Not power, not recognition, not revenge on the masters who'd rejected him. "I want to be left alone. To build something real. To understand what's happening to my disciples." Wei Chun nodded slowly. "The Eternal Light Academy will withdraw from the coalition. This assault is ended." He turned to leave, then paused. "When you discover why your disciples change, Shen Dao, send word. I suspect you'll find the answer more profound than either of us expects." As the Eternal Light Academy's forces fell back, the remaining coalition scattered like clouds before wind. The assault on Verdant Peak was over. But in the courtyard that night, as Shen Dao moved among the wounded and the victorious, he found himself returning again and again to Wei Chun's question. What did he want? The answer, he realized, was becoming less about what he wanted and more about what his sect was becoming. And that terrified him far more than any assault ever could. Chapter 23. The defectors strengthened the weeks after the assault. Shen Dao's disciples trained with a different intensity that was almost palpable in the air. The defectors especially seemed driven by something beyond ambition or pride or even gratitude. They practiced long into the night, refined techniques until every motion was perfect, and pushed their cultivation boundaries in ways that both amazed and unsettled the native disciples who had always trained at a less frantic pace. Shen Dao noticed patterns in their behavior. They would often practice together in groups, but not in a hierarchical way where experienced defectors taught inexperienced ones. Instead, they seemed to be collaborating on the techniques themselves, each bringing their original sect's knowledge to bear, merging approaches, testing combinations that should not have worked but somehow did. One evening, he watched Lin Wei and Huang Tian practice together for 3 hours without pause, and by the end of the session, they had developed a hybrid form that combined poison delivery mechanisms with pressure point strikes in a way that neither sect's original philosophy would have permitted. The technique was revolutionary, and more remarkably, both disciples seemed to understand that they had just invented something important. It was Ling Chun who first put comprehensive words to the phenomenon that everyone had begun to notice in private conversations. "They're not just stronger," he observed one evening, watching Huang Tian spar simultaneously with 3 disciples who were executing classic Iron Fist schools techniques. Watching Huang execute each counter with perfect precision while simultaneously teaching the attacking disciples why their traditional defenses were insufficient. They're moving past their original paths entirely. Look at the technique Huang is using. It appears to be Iron Fist fundamentals on the surface, but it's executed with Verdant Peak's philosophical framework underneath. It's like he's discovering what his own sect was too rigid to teach him. But more than that, it's like he's discovering what he himself was capable of becoming." Shen Dao considered this carefully. "Do you think they're becoming something new, or simply becoming more fully themselves?" Ling Chan was quiet for a long moment. "I think those might be the same thing. We're all constrained by the narratives we tell about ourselves. The Iron Fist School told Huang Tian, "You are a martial warrior, defined by dominance and strength." That narrative constrained him. Here, no one told him who he had to be. So he's discovering who he actually is when there's no narrative imposed. Shindao had noticed it too. Su Mei's Jade Serpent Dynasty techniques, which relied on pure elegance and devastating precision, had merged with Verdant Peak's understanding of Qi harmony. She could now execute moves that should have been impossible for her cultivation level, not through brute force, but through perfect alignment with the underlying currents of power. Even Lin Wei, the poisoner from Silent Knife Pavilion, had developed what she called healing poisons, toxins that destroyed corrupted meridians and encouraged cultivation growth. She was no longer a pure poison master. She was something new. The transformation wasn't limited to combat applications. Defectors who joined the sect as disciples quickly moved into teaching roles. A spy from the Azure Shadow Society taught stealth techniques in harmony with meditation. A thief from the Gilded Vault Collective developed methods for extracting medicinal components that left plants more robust than before being harvested. Each defector brought their original specialty and, in the crucible of Verdant Peak, transformed it into something more profound. The question that gnawed at Shun Dao was simple. Why? He began to study the defectors methodically, examining their cultivation records, observing their progress, looking for patterns. What made Lin Wei from a poisoned sect choose to heal? What made the Jade Serpent Dynasty princess abandon her family's pursuit of perfection through domination? What transcendent force was at work in Verdant Peak that could accomplish what no single master could? The answer came from an unexpected source. One night, Xin Dao found himself in conversation with an elderly disciple named Master Qin, one of the few truly native Verdant Peak cultivators from the original era before defectors began arriving. Master Qin had served the sect for 30 years and had watched Shun Dao's transformation with patient understanding. "You're asking the wrong question," Qin said simply, as they drank tea on the observation platform overlooking the training grounds. "You keep asking why they change. The better question is, why didn't they change earlier?" Shun Dao turned to face the old master. "Explain." "A poison master spends their entire career developing poison," Qin continued. "They become poison. Their identity becomes poison. Their purpose becomes poison. Their cultivation becomes poison. When you meet them, they are already crystallized. But when they come to Verdant Peak, something happens. They meet other cultivators who don't define themselves by a single path. They practice meditation with sword cultivators, physical techniques with spirit masters, philosophy with warriors. And they realize the thing they spent years perfecting was only one small expression of what cultivation truly is." Qin paused to sip his tea. The defectors don't change because Verdant Peak forces change upon them. They change because, for the first time, they're allowed to. The paths their home sects forced them down were valid, but narrow. Here, they're wide open. They discover that everything they learned can be applied in new ways, combined with new principles, expanded beyond original purpose. Shen Dao absorbed this, and something in his understanding shifted. He'd been thinking of the sect as a place that transformed disciples through some mysterious alchemical process. But what if it was simpler? What if Verdant Peak simply didn't insist that disciples remain imprisoned by their origins? But that would mean, Shun Dao said slowly, that any sect offering that kind of freedom would achieve the same results. True, Qin agreed. But how many sects value freedom? Most prefer control. Most demand that disciples remain loyal to the sect's singular philosophy, practice only approved techniques, achieve only sect-approved objectives. They create masters through limitation. Verdant Peak does the opposite. That night, Shen Dao made a decision. He gathered the defectors and told them something that shocked the native disciples. They were free to leave if they wished. Not as failure, not as disgrace, but as a genuine choice. If they'd come seeking something and found it, the sect's purpose was served. Not a single defector chose to leave. Instead, they asked for the opposite, the chance to deepen their bonds to Verdant Peak, to commit not out of temporary gratitude but out of genuine understanding. It was the most profound moment of commitment Shen Dao had witnessed since founding the sect years earlier. Not commitment born from obligation or fear or institutional pressure, but commitment arising from genuine understanding of what was possible when people were freed to become themselves fully. The commitment was real because it was freely chosen. The disciples who had decided to remain at Verdant Peak despite the coalition's assault had done so not because they were forced or manipulated, but because they had experienced something genuine, transformation that could not be reversed, understanding that could not be unlearned, liberation that they could not abandon once they had tasted it. But the consequences of the assault and the continuing consolidation of defector strength had ripples that extended far beyond Verdant Peak's boundaries, affecting the entire region's political and philosophical landscape. The coalition had fractured, yes, but the underlying concern remained. A sect that could absorb the enemy's best disciples and transform them into even stronger cultivators was fundamentally destabilizing to the region's power balance. 3 months after the assault, a delegation arrived with a proposal that neither came as a challenge nor a threat, but as something stranger, an opportunity. The Merchants' Accord, a trading organization with more influence than most sects, sent an emissary named Lu Rue. He was not a cultivator of exceptional power, but he carried himself with the confidence of someone who understood economics better than martial strength. "We represent 17 major trading powers across the region," Lu Rue explained, seated in Shun Dao's private study. "We've observed Verdant Peak's unusual growth pattern and its ability to attract disciples from rival organizations. We have a proposal. What if, instead of remaining isolated on this mountain, Verdant Peak opened branch academies in the 3 major trading hubs?" Shun Dao's immediate instinct was refusal. Expansion would dilute the sect's unique character, spread its resources thin, and expose them to a new kind of vulnerability. "Before you refuse," Lu Rue said, with a smile that suggested he'd anticipated this exact reaction, "consider what your sect offers the trading world. Stability, unified cultivation philosophy, disciples who can combine poison mastery with healing, espionage with ethics, conflict with cooperation. The trading world doesn't want a unified sect theory. It wants disciples who can think beyond single-purpose applications. You already have them. And what do you gain?" Shun Dao asked. "Stability in the regions. If Verdant Peak disciples serve as intermediaries in the major trading hubs, conflicts between factions will decrease. The Merchants' Accord profits from peace, not war. We've learned that lesson the hard way." It was a tempting offer, but Shun Dao saw the deeper implication. If Verdant Peak expanded, it would become a different kind of organization. It would lose the intimacy that made it transformative. It would become just another sect with ambitions and obligations. "Tell the Accord I'm honored, but Verdant Peak must remain where it is." "However," Shun Dao continued, "if the Accord wishes, I can send 3 masters to your hubs as advisors. Not to establish branch academies, but to consult on the principles that make a sect truly transformative. Your own disciples will develop deeper cultivation through understanding those principles." Lu Rue's eyes brightened. "You're offering to transform other sects' disciples by teaching your methods." "I'm offering to share what I understand," Shun Dao corrected. "What they do with it is their choice." It was a small gesture, but it would have unexpected consequences. Within the year, disciples from a dozen sects would make pilgrimages to study under Verdant Peak's masters. Some would defect. Most would return to their home sects transformed but loyal. And slowly, a new paradigm would begin to spread across the region, one where sects competed not on power alone, but on their ability to develop disciples into fuller versions of themselves. But that was the future. For now, Shun Dao had only the present, a sect of 170 disciples, all training with purpose, all understanding something that their previous masters had never taught them. That understanding, he was beginning to realize, might be more powerful than any technique could ever be. Chapter 24. The Jade Serpent Conflict. The letter arrived sealed in the jade of the Jade Serpent dynasty, Su Mei's family crest embedded in the wax. Shun Dao saw it from across the courtyard and knew before reading it that everything was about to become far more complicated. Su Mei stood at his shoulder as he broke the seal, her expression carefully neutral. She had chosen Verdant Peak over her bloodline once. Shun Dao knew that choice was being tested now. The letter was from Su Mei's father, the dynasty's patriarch. It was written in classical script so precise it seemed more engraved than inked. Asterisk, the Princess Su Mei is hereby declared an enemy of the Jade Serpent dynasty and all allied powers. She is to be recovered immediately or executed. Verdant Peak has one lunar cycle to return her or face the full force of our military might. This is not negotiation. This is heritage law. Sume violated her bloodline oath when she abandoned her position. That abandonment must be answered in blood. Asterisk. He means it, Sume said quietly. Dynasty heritage law is absolute. Once a bloodline oath is broken, recovery through force becomes not just permitted but mandated. The dynasty cannot function otherwise. Xianxia looked at her. What do you wish to do? The question hung in the air between them, the crux of everything Verdant Peak claimed to be. If he forced her to choose between safety and conviction, what was the difference between his sect and all the others that imprisoned disciples through obligation? I wish to meet him, Sume said finally. Not with armies. Not with defiance. I wish to show him what I've become, and let him choose whether the dynasty he governs is greater than the daughter he raised. It was a beautiful sentiment, and likely a terrible strategy. But Xianxia had learned that beauty and strategy were not always opposed. Then I'll come with you, he said. Not as your master, but as a witness. And I'll bring 5 others, defectors who know your father's character and court politics. The journey to the Jade Serpent dynasty's ancestral seat took 5 days. The dynasty's territory lay to the south, controlled by hereditary families who had governed the same lands for 10 centuries. The capital, Serpent's Crown, was built in concentric circles of jade architecture that seemed to glow with inner light. Sume's father, the patriarch Su Ming, received them in a chamber designed for intimidation. The walls were carved jade serpents, each larger than a man, each detailed with enough precision to seem alive. The space itself was a statement. The dynasty is eternal. The dynasty is unquestionable. The dynasty is everything. Su Ming was a handsome man with Su Mei's same sharp features, but his eyes were harder, more calculating. He looked at his daughter as though she were an object that had depreciated in value. So, you've come to be executed, he said flatly. I appreciate you saving us the trouble of a hunt. I came to show you what I've learned, Sume replied. She stood straight, unafraid, in a way that Xianxia realized she had learned from Verdant Peak. The old Sume, shaped by dynasty pressure, would have been afraid or defiant. This Sume was simply present. Show me, Su Ming said, with obvious skepticism. What followed was the most delicate combat demonstration Xianxia had ever witnessed. Sume took a stance and began executing a series of dynasty techniques, forms that demanded absolute precision, ultimate control, devastating power. But as she moved, she narrated what she was doing. This technique, Father, requires the cultivator to contract their spirit to a single point. It's elegant, but it isolates the self from the greater currents of power. At Verdant Peak, I learned to execute the same form while remaining open to chi resonance. The result is greater power with less effort. She completed the form, and the demonstration had such clarity, such perfect balance, that even the dynasty cultivators standing in the chamber seemed impressed. Su Ming's expression didn't change. You've learned some techniques. That doesn't make your betrayal acceptable. One of the 5 Verdant Peak disciples stepped forward, a young man named Tao Chun who had also been forced to leave his clan. Patriarch Su Ming, I was born into the Northern Territory Society. My family considered me a shame because I showed compassion. At Verdant Peak, I learned that compassion isn't weakness. It's a different kind of strength. Sume didn't abandon her blood. She deepened it. She made the dynasty's legacy greater by understanding what that legacy actually meant. Su Ming's eyes narrowed. You speak with dangerous philosophy. We speak with experience. Another disciple interjected. Li Jun, formerly of the Diamond Throne Collective. Our home sects cast us out because we didn't conform. Verdant Peak didn't force conformity. It allowed us to become fuller versions of ourselves. Sume has done the same. She's not less your daughter. She's more her own person. The patriarch rose from his seat, a gesture that caused the entire chamber to tense. He was a cultivator of considerable power, and the movement was designed to remind everyone of that fact. You think I should simply accept this, Su Ming said. Accept that my daughter violated her oath, that she abandoned her birthright, that she chose a vagrant sect over the dynasty that gave her everything. No, Xianxia said, speaking for the first time. I think you should accept that your daughter made a choice. Not because the dynasty was wrong, but because something else called to her more strongly. That something is the right to become yourself. Su Ming turned his full attention to Shun Dao, and for a moment, Shun Dao felt the pressure of a cultivator who had spent decades perfecting the art of dominance. And who are you to make such claims? Someone who watches disciples transform, Shun Dao replied. Your daughter could stay at Verdant Peak, and I would not force her to return. She could return to the dynasty, and I would support that choice. But what I won't do is pretend that either choice is the only true path. The dynasty teaches control. Verdant Peak teaches freedom. Both are valuable, but a person must choose which resonates with their spirit. Su Ming rose again, this time his movement sharper, more agitated. He paced the chamber, his robe moving with precise, controlled grace despite his obvious emotional disturbance. If I accept her choice, he finally said, returning to his seat, then every discipline within the dynasty becomes negotiable. Heritage oaths become suggestions. Bloodline duty becomes optional. Younger members will begin to question whether their assigned paths are truly necessary. Cohesion collapses. The dynasty has maintained power for 10 centuries precisely because every member understood their role, accepted their position, and fulfilled their obligations without hesitation. You're asking me to destabilize the foundation of my entire civilization. His words hung in the chamber like a weight. Shun Dao considered the patriarch's genuine concern. This wasn't obstinacy or arrogance. This was a man who understood exactly what accepting Su Mei's choice would mean for the institution he had spent his life maintaining. And he was genuinely troubled by the implication. I'm asking you to trust that Su Mei's choice reflects something real, Shun Dao replied. If the dynasty's philosophy is truly strong, it will survive one person choosing differently. If it can't survive that, then perhaps it deserves to be questioned. The silence stretched longer. Su Ming studied his daughter's face, searching for something, perhaps weakness, perhaps familiar traces of the girl he'd raised. Leave us, he commanded, gesturing to Shun Dao and the other disciples. They withdrew to an antechamber, and for nearly 2 hours, Su Mei sat alone with her father. Shun Dao could not hear what transpired, but when they emerged, both Su Ming and Su Mei had tears on their faces. The Jade Serpent dynasty rescinds its claim on Su Mei, Su Ming announced to the assembled court. However, she is declared no longer of the blood. Any inheritance, any claim to dynasty resources, any title she carried is forfeit. From this day forward, she is a stranger to her family. Su Mei bowed with perfect formal grace. I accept. But as they walked back through the jade corridors, Su Ming pulled his daughter aside for a final moment. What you found, he said quietly, is something the dynasty teaches people to fear. The ability to choose yourself over obligation. I spent 40 years teaching the opposite. I'm not strong enough to learn what you've learned. But I want you to know, I understand now why you left. The journey back to Verdant Peak was quieter than the journey south. Su Mei processed something internal, something that had shifted in her relationship with her bloodline. She was no longer dynasty. She was entirely Verdant Peak. That transformation had cost her a family, but granted her something more valuable, wholeness. But the implications rippled outward. The Jade Serpent dynasty's public rescission of Su Mei's claim, presented as her choice rather than dynasty magnanimity, sent a message through the region's power structures. One of the oldest, most rigid families in the known world had just acknowledged that a disciple could walk away and the world would continue. It was not an announcement. It was a precedent. Chapter 25. Seeds of Change. The effect of the Jade Serpent dynasty's decision was not immediate, but it was profound. Within 3 months, defections from major sects accelerated. Young disciples who had previously feared the consequences of leaving their home organizations now saw a viable path. Departure didn't mean death or eternal shame. It meant transformation. But what disturbed the coalition, the informal alliance of 14 major powers, was that the defections were increasingly from their elite ranks. A sword prodigy from the Eternal Wind sect, a spirit cultivator from the Azure Heaven Society, a genius theorist from the Valley of 10,000 Equations. Each one brought not mediocre knowledge, but the accumulated wisdom of their original organizations. Shun Dao called an assembly in the largest training hall, which had been expanded twice since he first founded the sect. The hall now accommodated over 300 disciples, a number that would have been inconceivable a year ago. More were arriving daily. We are approaching a critical juncture, he announced. Our sect has grown far beyond what I originally envisioned. We are no longer a small community of cultivators seeking an alternative path. We are becoming a force that the existing power structure views as existential threat. The disciples listened with the focus that had become characteristic of Verdant Peak. There was no fidgeting, no distraction, just pure attention. Some of you came here as defectors from hostile sections. Others were always Verdant Peak. All of you chose to stay, even when staying meant conflict with your previous families. That choice is what defines this sect, not its power, not its techniques, but the commitment each disciple makes to genuine cultivation rather than institutional loyalty. Xianxia paused, letting the weight of his next words settle. I won't command any of you to fight in the coming conflict. I won't demand loyalty purchased through obligation. If you wish to leave, I will not prevent you. If you wish to remain in the periphery, that is acceptable. If you wish to engage fully, knowing that doing so might mean confrontation with your blood families and original sects, that is your choice. Ling Chun stood from his position in the front ranks. I choose to engage fully, not because I'm commanded, but because Verdant Peak has become more my family than any blood relation could ever be. Others rose as they spoke, not all 300, but 247. They stood and claimed their commitment voluntarily, without coercion, without pressure. It was, Xianxia realized, the most powerful moment of unity he'd ever witnessed. But beyond the walls of Verdant Peak, the coalition was consolidating their response. Messages began arriving, not challenge tokens anymore, but formal demands. The coalition would recognize Verdant Peak as a legitimate sect if Xianxia agreed to limit recruitment and stop accepting defectors from member organizations. In exchange, they offered resources, territory, and formal alliance. It was a test dressed as an offer. Xianxia sent a response in the form of a public statement, spread to every sect in the region through the Merchants' Accord. Asterisk to all cultivators who have felt limited by their sect's philosophy, all disciples who have been forced into narrow paths, all practitioners who questioned whether cultivation must be tied to institutional dogma. Verdant Peak offers sanctuary. We do not recruit. We do not coerce. We do not demand allegiance above understanding. Come if you wish. Stay if you choose. Leave if you must. But know that here, you are more than your function. Here, you are allowed to become yourself. Asterisk the coalition's response was swift and volcanic. Within a week, armies from 7 allied sects were mobilizing. Lord Wei Chun, who had previously withdrawn the Eternal Light Academy from conflict, sent a neutral message. The academy would observe but not participate. But observation was not passive. It was study. The assembly began at dawn on a clear morning in the 10th month. The coalition had coordinated their assault meticulously, armies from 7 sects approaching from different vectors, each attempting to breach Verdant Peak's defenses from a separate point. By sheer force of numbers, they intended to overwhelm through attrition. Xianxia had prepared differently. He had spent the 3 months since Su Mei's family resolution teaching the sect something that no individual sect valued: unity. Not the unity of homogeneous thinking, but the unity of diversity working toward shared purpose. Disciples from a dozen different origins now trained together, combining their techniques, learning each other's approaches, developing something new in the spaces between their differences. The coalition's assault struck Verdant Peak like a tsunami, and for a moment, the sect seemed fragile before such force. But then something extraordinary happened. Huang Tian didn't just fight the Iron Fist School's assault, he taught it, demonstrating how their own techniques could be improved through principles they'd never considered. Lin Wei didn't merely resist the silent knife assassins. She showed them how poison and healing were 2 aspects of the same fundamental principle. And Xianxia, moving through the chaos with a clarity that seemed almost prophetic, didn't destroy his enemies. He opened them. Every technique he used, every defensive motion, every counterattack demonstrated something true about cultivation itself. Enemies who faced him didn't die or flee. They stopped fighting and began listening. By midday, the coalition's assault had fractured. Not because Verdant Peak was stronger, though it was, but because the conflict had become educational. How could you maintain an assault against an enemy who refused to be your enemy? How could you attack someone who used every moment of combat to show you something true about yourself? By evening, the coalition forces were in full retreat. 3 sects had lost not a single disciple to death, but had lost dozens to the moment of revelation that came when they faced Verdant Peak's disciples in combat. Among those who defected during the battle was a man named Xianxia, master of the Crimson Phoenix sect's 3rd generation. He walked directly to Xun Dao as the dust settled and asked a single question: "How do I stay? How do I become part of this?" Xun Dao, covered in dust and exhaustion, smiled. "You already are. Welcome home." That evening, as the coalition's remnant armies retreated and the Merchants' Accord reported on the peaceful resolution of conflict, Xun Dao stood in the courtyard and understood something profound. Verdant Peak wasn't winning through military superiority. It was winning through transformation. Every battle was an opportunity to show another cultivator that there was a different way. And because that different way aligned with something fundamentally true about cultivation itself, people couldn't resist it. They didn't flee. They integrated. The coalition would try again, he knew. But next time, they would be weaker and Verdant Peak would be stronger. And with each conflict, that gap would widen. Not because Xun Dao was building the better army, but because he was building the better philosophy. The aftermath of the second assault left deep marks on the cultivation world's political landscape. What had been the coalition of 14, a seemingly unified force of the region's most powerful organizations, was now revealed as more fragmented than anyone had publicly admitted. The Eternal Light Academy's withdrawal had created a domino effect. Once the largest and most prestigious organization refused to attack Verdant Peak directly, others felt emboldened to follow. The Hidden River School sent an emissary to Xun Dao offering formal recognition of Verdant Peak as a legitimate sect and proposing protocols for managing disciples who wished to transfer between organizations. The Iron Fist School, after seeing Huang Tian defeat 3 of their own masters in practice sessions, requested that some of Verdant Peak's teachers visit their compound to offer guidance on adapting their techniques with the principles they'd learned. Even the Crimson Phoenix sect, which had been most aggressive in its opposition, eventually sent a delegation. But the delegation came not to negotiate military terms. They came to propose something that would have seemed impossible months earlier, a joint research project to understand why disciples developed more fully at Verdant Peak than in traditional sections. By Chapter 25's end, Verdant Peak housed 319 disciples, with more arriving daily. The numbers alone were extraordinary. A sect that had begun with a single founder and 3 disciples now rivaled some of the region's oldest institutions in population. But more significant than the numbers was the quality of disciples arriving. No longer did Verdant Peak receive only the defectors that enemy sects had forced into rebellion. Now it was receiving voluntarily transferred disciples from reformed sects, scholars seeking to understand the transformation philosophy, and even some masters from dying traditions seeking refuge and potential renewal. The coalition was fracturing, yes, but not in the way military strategists would have predicted. It wasn't fragmenting into hostile camps. It was evolving into something more complex, a network of organizations all committed to the same core principle: permission-based cultivation, but implementing that principle in distinctly different ways. Some sects maintained more structure than others. Some emphasized individual freedom more than community. But all were moving in the same fundamental direction. And the entire region was beginning to understand that the future didn't belong to the largest sects or the most powerful individuals fighting to maintain rigid hierarchies. It belonged to those willing to transform themselves completely, and in transforming themselves, to become catalysts for the transformation of others. Chapter 26. The scholar's arrival in the cold months of the year's end, when snow began to dust the highest peaks of Verdant Peak. A visitor arrived who changed everything in ways that no army ever could. Her name was Dr. Mei Lin, and she came from the Academy of Celestial Studies, a research institution that stood apart from the traditional sect structure. She was not a warrior cultivator. She was a scholar, thin and sharp-eyed, with fingers stained permanently by ink and broken by decades of writing. She had published 17 papers on cultivation philosophy and was recognized across the scholarly world as one of the region's most incisive analytical minds. "I've come to understand your sect," she announced, settling into the study with the confidence of someone who knew her intellectual worth. "More specifically, I've come to understand the transformation that occurs in your disciples. There's something happening here that contradicts everything we've theorized about cultivation development. Shindao found her directness refreshing. Many have tried to study that phenomenon. I cannot guarantee you'll find definitive answers. No one can guarantee me anything of value, Mei Lin replied. If the answers were guaranteed, they wouldn't be worth studying. May I remain for a season? I'll need complete access to your disciples, your training methods, your philosophy documents. I'll need permission to observe everything. Shindao agreed without hesitation. He had nothing to hide, and he was genuinely curious whether a scholarly lens would illuminate things that he had been unable to articulate. What followed was perhaps the most important analysis of Verdant Peak's nature since its founding. Dr. Mei Lin established a research station in a wing of the main compound. She conducted no tests with qi, no trials of power. Instead, she observed and documented with meticulous precision. She watched defectors train and interviewed them extensively about the moment they realized they wanted to stay. She examined how disciples from different backgrounds collaborated and what enabled them to work together seamlessly. She attended meditation sessions, training camps, and philosophical discussions, recording everything in detailed notes. Her methodology was unusual. She created elaborate charts documenting the progression of each disciple's capabilities. She tracked the timing of when philosophical insights seemed to occur. She mapped out the social networks within the sect, identifying who taught whom and how knowledge flowed through the community. Her daily notes filled journals that she kept in precise, cramped script. By the end of the first month, she had filled 7 complete notebooks and was beginning to develop preliminary theories. One evening, she requested a private meeting with Xun Dao to discuss her initial observations. They sat in the study as snow fell heavily outside, and Mei Lin presented her findings with the precision of a scholar who had found something significant. Your sect operates on what I would call cultivated permissiveness, she explained, pulling out charts she had created. But I need to clarify what I mean by that term. It's not the absence of structure. It's not anarchy. You maintain hierarchies, teaching relationships, and philosophical frameworks. What's different is that the disciples are not punished for stepping outside those frameworks. More than that, they're actively encouraged to question them. She turned to a particularly detailed chart that tracked the progress of Lin Wei, the poison master who had defected from the Silent Knife Pavilion. Lin Wei arrived with what we might call a narrowly optimized skill set. She was extraordinarily talented in poison cultivation, but her understanding of qi theory was actually below average. Why? Because her original sect had systematically discouraged her from studying anything outside her specialty. It would have been a distraction. Mei Lin pointed to a series of notations showing Lin Wei's progression. After 3 weeks at Verdant Peak, she began asking questions about qi structure that had nothing to do with poison. By the 3rd month, she was studying alongside healers, learning about medicinal herbs. By the 5th month, she had synthesized her poison knowledge with healing theory to create something her original sect would have considered heretical. But that synthesis has made her exponentially stronger. Shindao listened intently. You're saying the transformation comes from permission to expand their knowledge? Partially, Mei Lin replied. But there's something deeper. I've noticed that disciples don't just expand their knowledge randomly. They expand their knowledge toward something, toward a more coherent understanding of what they actually care about. Lin Wei didn't become interested in healing because you suggested it. She became interested because her fundamental understanding of herself shifted. At her original sect, she was a poison master. Here, she began to see herself as a cultivator who can work with transformation. That identity shift opened entirely new possibilities. After 3 months, she requested an audience with Xun Dao. Her findings were, she said, both conclusive and deeply troubling. Your sect doesn't transform disciples through any mystical process, she began. It transforms them through permission. You see, most sects operate on a principle I call cultivation imprisonment. They take a student and force them into a box, poisoner, sword master, healer, scholar, and then reward them for staying in the box while punishing any attempt to step outside. Over time, the student internalizes the box. They stop seeing themselves as cultivators with multiple possibilities. They see themselves as the type of cultivator their sect demands. Mei Lin paused to pour tea, a habit she'd picked up from Verdant Peak's discipline. Verdant Peak operates differently. You provide structure, training, hierarchy, philosophy, but you don't insist that disciples fit the structure. You allow them to reshape the structure through their presence. When a poison master arrives, you don't demand she only make poison. You show her poison masters who combine toxins with healing, with crafting, with teaching. You break the box by surrounding her with evidence that the box is unnecessary. And the transformation? Shindao asked. The part where defectors become stronger than they were. Ah, that's the elegant part, Mei Lin said, her eyes brightening. When a cultivator isn't spending mental energy maintaining a false identity, that energy becomes available for actual cultivation improvement. The poison master who thought she could only be poison was using a portion of her consciousness to reinforce that limitation. When she stops reinforcing it, that consciousness flows into genuine practice. She becomes stronger not because you do something to her, but because she stops doing something to herself. This explanation resonated with what Ling Chun had theorized months earlier, but hearing it articulated by a scholar gave it intellectual weight that pure observation couldn't provide. So Verdant Peak's secret is simply stopping people from limiting themselves? Shindao said. Precisely. And that, I suspect, is the fundamental crisis facing the coalition and every traditional sect across the region. Mei Lin leaned back in her chair, her expression thoughtful. Because if they acknowledge that their disciples are limited by institutional structure rather than inherent nature, that the limitations are imposed rather than inevitable, they must acknowledge their own culpability in that limitation. They must admit that they have been constraining their disciples unnecessarily, that they have been limiting growth potential in the name of maintaining control. Most power structures, especially ancient ones that have maintained authority for centuries, would rather fight you forever than admit that fundamental truth. It's too destabilizing. It undermines the very justification for their authority. She paused, looking directly at Shindao. The fascinating part is watching what happens when they do acknowledge it. When they recognize that the limitation was their responsibility, not the disciples' limitation. That recognition is transformative in ways they don't expect. Dr. Mei Lin remained at Verdant Peak for another season, documenting not just the mechanism of transformation, but its patterns. She identified specific moments when defectors shifted from resistance to acceptance, specific techniques that seemed to catalyze deeper understanding, specific interactions between disciples that seemed particularly transformative. Her work resulted in a manuscript, a formal analysis of Verdant Peak's cultivation philosophy. She offered to publish it, but Shindao asked her not to. Not because it was inaccurate, but because accuracy would make it dangerous. If the coalition understands precisely how and why your sect works, he explained, they will develop counters. They will train their disciples to resist the permission you offer. They will reinforce the boxes rather than abandon them. Mei Lin nodded, understanding. You want the understanding to spread slowly, organically, through disciples who arrive and defect rather than through theoretical analysis. Yes, theory can be rejected. Experience is harder to deny. But despite Shindao's caution, copies of Dr. Mei Lin's manuscript began circulating through scholarly circles and academic institutions. The Academy of Celestial Studies, her home institution, recognized it as significant work and began including it in their curriculum. Within a year, scholars and theorists across the region were discussing the Verdant Peak phenomenon in formal writings. The effect was, paradoxically, more powerful than Shun Dao had anticipated. Because while the coalition tried to develop counters to Verdant Peak's methods, the sect's disciples were already advancing far beyond where intellectual understanding could follow them. A fascinating development occurred when 3 scholars from the Academy of Celestial Studies arrived at Verdant Peak, not to study but to practice. They wanted to experience the transformation themselves. What followed was remarkable. Scholars who had spent decades analyzing cultivation methods found their intellectual understanding suddenly accessible to their bodies and spirits. They became cultivators of unprecedented insight, combining academic knowledge with practical power. One of them, a master theorist named Professor Han, made an observation that Shun Dao found particularly valuable. What you've discovered, Han said, sitting in the study on a cold night in the 11th month, is that cultivation has been proceeding backward. We assume knowledge flowed from theory to practice, but you've demonstrated it flows the other way too, sometimes more powerfully. I'm not sure I understand, Shindao admitted. You've shown that a disciple who experiences permission, who practices without self-imposed limitation, naturally develops theoretical understanding of why they're improving. They become theorists through practice rather than practitioners through theory. This inverts the entire academic structure. Han leaned forward. Do you understand what will happen if this becomes widely known? Academic institutions will fracture. Sects will collapse. The entire foundation of how we structure knowledge transmission will be questioned. Shindao did understand, and he realized that Dr. Mei Lin's manuscript, circulating through scholarly circles, was already beginning that process. The future was not going to arrive as a physical assault. It was going to arrive as a quiet revolution in how people understood their own potential. And Verdant Peak stood at the center of that revolution, not by choice, but because Shindao had simply offered disciples what every institution should have offered from the beginning, the chance to become themselves. Chapter 27. The regional summit. By the spring of the year's end, 9 months after the coalition's final assault, representatives from virtually every major power in the region requested audience with Shindao, not as enemies, but as colleagues. The political landscape had shifted so dramatically that neutrality was no longer possible. The most surprising request came from Lord Wei Chun of the Eternal Light Academy. He requested not a private audience, but a formal summit, a gathering of sect leaders, academy masters, and coalition representatives to discuss, as he phrased it, the future of cultivation governance in our region. Shindao agreed, but he invited only a handful of Verdant Peak's disciples to accompany him. He would not bring an army. He would not posture with power. He would come as what he was, a young sect leader who had stumbled onto something revolutionary and was still figuring out its implications. The summit was held in neutral territory, the Merchants Accord's central trading hub, a city designed to be a meeting place for opposing powers where different sects and organizations could negotiate without any single group holding home advantage. A massive pavilion was constructed specifically for the gathering, using materials and design principles that belonged to no single sect's architectural tradition. At its center was a circular table with no head, no hierarchy, no position of greater or lesser importance. Even the seating was rotated regularly throughout the gathering, so no one would occupy the same position for too long. 23 sect leaders and academy masters attended. The number alone was remarkable. It represented nearly 70% of the region's major organized cultivation power, an unprecedented gathering. And they were there because one thing had become undeniably clear through months of observation. Verdant Peak was not a passing phenomenon or a temporary anomaly. It was a structural shift in how cultivation organizations could and perhaps should function. It was real, it was growing, and it demanded serious engagement rather than dismissal. Lord Wei Chun opened the summit with surprising directness. We are here because we have all received what amounts to the same wake-up call. Verdant Peak has demonstrated that disciples develop more effectively when permitted rather than controlled. This troubles us because it implies our own governance structures are fundamentally flawed. Rather than fight this reality, I propose we examine it. An old master named Zhou Ming from the Iron Mountain School spoke next. Examining a flaw is the first step to correction. But correction threatens our authority. If we admit that our disciples would be stronger without rigid hierarchy, we admit we've been limiting them intentionally or through negligence. Both, said another voice, the matriarch of the Jade Serpent Dynasty, Su Mei's grandmother. We have been both intentional and negligent. We maintained hierarchy because it benefited us. That's what authority does. But I watched my great-granddaughter, Su Mei, blossom at Verdant Peak. And I realized she was constrained by blood duty from becoming her full self. My own family limited her. And because of that limitation, we were weaker. The admission seemed to catalyze something. A master from the Azure Light Academy stood next. I propose we take Shindao's model seriously. Not as threat, but as correction. What if the coalition reformed itself not as a unified force opposing Verdant Peak, but as a shared commitment to the principles Verdant Peak embodies? Permission-based cultivation, multi-path exploration, transformation rather than limitation. The proposal hung in the air. To agree would mean fundamentally restructuring centuries of institutional practice. To refuse would mean watching their disciples continue to defect and their organizations gradually weaken. One by one, they began to speak. Some offered counterarguments. Some proposed modifications. Some simply acknowledged that change was inevitable. But through it all, something remarkable happened. They began to see themselves not as Verdant Peak's enemies, but as its mirrors. Because what Xin Dao had discovered was not unique to his sect. It was true universally. Every disciple would develop more fully if permitted. Every cultivator would reach greater heights if freed from institutional constraints. The only question was whether the region's established powers could admit this and transform accordingly. Toward the end of the summit's second day, Wei Qin called for a specific proposal, the establishment of an inter-sect council that would meet quarterly to discuss cultivation philosophy and governance. Verdant Peak would be a member, equal to all others, with no special authority or precedence. But, Wei Qin added, Xin Dao would serve as coordinator, not as leader with authority to make decisions, but as the keeper of our collective commitment to transformation. He would facilitate dialogue, ensure no perspective was being suppressed, and help us stay true to the principles we are discovering. It was an elegant solution that attempted to balance multiple concerns. It gave Verdant Peak institutional legitimacy within the reformed structure while simultaneously preventing it from becoming another hegemonic power that could dominate the region. It committed the established sects to genuine reform without demanding they abandon their identities entirely. And it positioned Xin Dao not as a revolutionary overturning the old order, but as a teacher working within a reformed system, still a position of significant influence, but one he hadn't sought, and one that made him uncomfortable. When Xin Dao was asked if he would accept the role of coordinator, he surprised every person in the assembly by declining it immediately and without hesitation. That position would place Verdant Peak in a position of authority, he explained. And as soon as we have authority, we become what we've been working against. We become a structure that can limit others. Instead, I propose we rotate the coordinator position. Each sect leads the council for 1 quarter. That way, no single perspective becomes dominant, and transformation becomes collective rather than hierarchical. The proposal was adopted unanimously. By evening, the summit had produced the inter-sect council and a charter of transformation that committed member organizations to several principles: permission-based cultivation, multi-path exploration, and the understanding that disciples could safely choose between sects without shame or punishment. As the masters departed, Wei Qin pulled Xin Dao aside for a final conversation. "You've accomplished something remarkable," Wei Qin said quietly. "You've changed the region's entire power structure without a single destructive war. You've taken what should have been your enemy's greatest strength, their institutional knowledge and resources, and convinced them that that strength was actually weakness in disguise. And you did it by simply being what you truly were." "I did what made sense," Xin Dao replied. "The sects were limiting their own disciples. I just refused to do the same. That simplicity is precisely what makes your approach so devastating." Wei Qin smiled. "You hold up a mirror and let people see themselves clearly. Most leaders try to force change. You just exist differently and trust that others will understand." In the months following the summit, the transformation began. Sects across the region began relaxing their rigid hierarchies. Disciples who had previously been confined to single cultivation paths were given permission to explore multiple approaches. And in many cases, those disciples didn't leave for Verdant Peak. They stayed in their home sects, but they stayed transformed, catalyzing change from within. Verdant Peak remained unique, but it was no longer alone. The entire region was slowly evolving toward what Xin Dao had intuited. That cultivation flourished when people were free to become themselves. Chapter 28. The first council gathering. The first formal inter-sect council meeting was held in the autumn, almost 1 year after Xin Dao had first refused the coalition's ultimatum. The location rotated according to the newly established schedule, and the first quarter fell to the Eternal Light Academy. Wei Qin had prepared the academy's great hall with unexpected humility. There was no elevated chair for the council master. Instead, 23 chairs arranged in a perfect circle, each one identical, each one positioned so that the speaker would face all other listeners equally. It was in this hall that something remarkable occurred. A young disciple from the Iron Mountain School stood to present her research. She had been permitted by her masters to explore a forbidden combination, merging iron body cultivation with lightning techniques. In traditional cultivation philosophy, these were opposed. But this disciple had discovered that lightning could harden iron at a deeper level than purely physical training could achieve. She demonstrated the technique to gasps from the assembly. Her body became as hard as stone, but not through static fortification. Through dynamic channeling of electricity, she could achieve states of hardness no pure iron cultivator had ever reached. She was rewriting what was possible. When she sat down, the silence was profound. Then Zhou Ming from the Iron Mountain School stood. "I taught her masters to believe this combination was impossible," he said. "For 300 years, my sect maintained that belief. And in that 300 years, we limited generations of disciples who might have discovered exactly this. I was wrong, and my sect's rigidity cost us centuries of potential growth." His admission seemed to break something open. Master after master stood and acknowledged the limitations they had maintained, the disciples they had constrained, the possibilities they had closed off. An old scholar named Song Wei from the Valley of 10,000 Equations spoke of all the theoretical insights her disciples had achieved once freed from the need to maintain pure mathematical orthodoxy. A healer master described how her students' medical knowledge had accelerated once they were permitted to study warrior cultivation instead of remaining confined to support roles. Even the matriarch of a minor sect that had nearly collapsed under pressure from larger powers described how her students' creativity had saved the organization once she stopped demanding they follow traditional methods. By the time the first day of the council concluded, a pattern had emerged. Across every sect, every academy, every organization, the same pattern repeated. Disciples developed more fully when freed from institutional constraint. And every organization that had implemented permission-based cultivation had seen improvements, not decreases, in their disciples' strength. On the second day, the council turned its attention to a different kind of problem that was less dramatic than military conflict, but potentially more important. What should happen to disciples who wish to move between sects? Should there be penalties for leaving? Should they owe debts to their original sect? The old system had demanded absolute loyalty purchased through obligation, fear, and institutional control. But the new system was still figuring out how to honor both the original sect's investment in a disciple's training and the new sect's opportunity to guide continued development. Shen Dao proposed something straightforward but revolutionary in its implications: free movement, with the understanding that disciples ultimately belonged to no single sect but to cultivation itself. The sect was the vehicle for development, not the destination. If a sect had to force disciples to remain through contractual obligation, it meant the sect had failed to make itself genuinely valuable. It was contentious at first. Some masters worried openly about losing control of their disciples, about having trained people for years only to watch them depart for organizations with more resources or prestige. Others feared their people would simply be poached by larger, more attractive organizations with greater institutional status. Several masters stood to object, arguing that free movement would create chaos and destroy the institutional stability that generations had built. But gradually, a consensus formed through dialogue and careful argument. If a sect's teachings were truly valuable, disciples would choose to stay, not out of obligation but out of genuine commitment. If they left, it meant the sect had failed to meet their needs, which was important information that the sect should act upon rather than resist. And more profoundly, if disciples were free to choose, then those who remained did so with genuine commitment rather than coerced compliance, which would strengthen the sect more than any contract ever could. Among the council observers was Dr. Mei Lin, who had been invited to document the council's proceedings and analyze the transformation philosophy in action. She spent her days taking detailed notes on every discussion, every proposal, every moment of conflict and resolution. Her evenings were spent with Shen Dao, discussing the deeper implications of what she was witnessing unfold. "You realize what you're building is fundamentally unprecedented in the history of civilization," she said one evening as they walked through the academy's gardens, their footsteps crunching on fresh snow. In previous ages, great reformers tried to overthrow institutions violently and replace them with better ones. Others tried to work within institutions to gradually reshape them. But you're not doing either of those things. You're gently suggesting to institutions that they might be serving themselves rather than their disciples, and then you're allowing the institutions to choose whether to evolve. You're not forcing change. You're making change so attractive through the evidence of better results that institutions choose it voluntarily. It's revolutionary precisely because it's not revolutionary in method. It's working faster than I expected, Shindao admitted. I thought this would take years. But once a few organizations see the improvements in their disciples, others want to follow. Because it's true, Mei Lin said simply. And truth has a kind of gravity. It pulls things toward it eventually. But not everything was moving smoothly. Toward the end of the council's second meeting, held 3 months later in Verdant Peak's expanded facilities, a confrontation emerged that none of the reform-minded masters had anticipated. A representative from the Crimson Phoenix sect, a stern woman named Lady Huang, stood and voiced what others had been thinking but hadn't dared articulate. This philosophy of permission, of allowing disciples to choose, of freedom, it's beautiful in theory. But it assumes disciples will make wise choices. What if they don't? What if some choose weakness? What if some choose despair? Does our obligation to guide them simply disappear because we've called it freedom? The question was not hostile, but it was sharp. And it was directed at the fundamental assumption underlying the entire reform. That people, given freedom, would choose growth rather than stagnation. Shindao had thought about this concern during many sleepless nights. He had disciples at Verdant Peak who had chosen less ambitious paths. He had disciples who were not geniuses and would never be masters. He had disciples who struggled and failed and seemed not to mind the failure. You're asking, he said carefully, if freedom can be a trap. Precisely, Lady Huang replied. If we tell a disciple they can do anything, we might be telling them they can accomplish nothing. If we tell them their path is their choice, we might be abandoning our duty to guide them toward excellence. It was the most serious philosophical challenge Verdant Peak's approach had yet faced. And for a moment, Shindao wasn't sure he had an answer. Then Huang Tian stood from his seat, the defector from the Iron Fist School who had become one of Verdant Peak's most respected teachers. Lady Huang asks the right question, Huang Tian said. At my original sect, I was pushed toward excellence through fear and comparison. I was told I could be the greatest if I never relaxed, never failed, never chose anything but dominance. That worked for developing my strength. It nearly destroyed my humanity. He paused, letting his words settle. At Verdant Peak, I'm permitted to choose. But choice doesn't mean I'm free to choose weakness. It means I'm free to choose the kind of strength I develop. Some of my younger martial siblings are not geniuses, but they're developing into cultivators of tremendous integrity, wisdom, and stability. Their strength might not manifest as combat dominance, but it's strength nonetheless. Huang Tian's words seemed to crystallize something for Lady Huang. She nodded slowly, not in agreement exactly, but in understanding. The council's discussions continued, and gradually they arrived at what Shun Dao would later think of as the core revelation. Freedom was not the absence of structure. It was the choice of which structures to participate in. A sect could still demand excellence. It could still guide disciples toward greatness. But it did so by showing disciples why excellence was worth pursuing, rather than forcing them to pursue it through fear or obligation. The difference was subtle but profound. By the time the council adjourned its third meeting, the fundamental question had shifted. It was no longer should we allow disciples to choose, but rather, how do we show disciples that choosing growth, choosing excellence, choosing commitment, is ultimately their own greatest gift to themselves? It was a shift that would reverberate through the region for generations. Chapter 29. The unexpected defector near the end of the year. As the cultivation world settled into the rhythm of cold season training, an unexpected figure arrived at Verdant Peak's gates. He was old, perhaps 70, with hair white as frost and hands that trembled slightly as he moved. His name was Master Lu Zhang, and he was the patriarch of the Hidden River School, one of the region's most respected but most secretive organizations. I've come to join your sect, he announced without preamble, kneeling in the courtyard despite his age. I ask no special position. I ask to be treated as a new disciple, beginning at the foundation. The declaration shocked Verdant Peak's inner circle. Not because a new disciple had arrived, that happened regularly, but because of what Lu Zheng represented. The Hidden River School was known for extreme traditionalism and absolute rejection of outside philosophies. For its patriarch to arrive asking to begin anew was almost incomprehensible. Xin Dao helped the old master to his feet with genuine reverence. You honor Verdant Peak with your presence, Xianxia said. But before you join, tell me your reason. I suspect it's not what any of us would immediately assume. Lu Zheng was silent for a long moment. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady but laden with weight. I am 72 years old. I have served the Hidden River School for 53 of those years. I have guided 3,000 disciples. I have developed cultivation techniques that are still studied across the region. And yesterday, my most talented disciple defected. Not to Verdant Peak directly, but to the council philosophy. He told me my guidance had become limitation. Lu Zheng looked up at Xianxia with eyes that held decades of certainty and moments of profound doubt. I realized something. I have spent my entire life believing that my way was the only way, that my philosophy was universal truth. And in that belief, I may have blinded myself to what my disciples actually needed. He paused. So I'm here to learn what I've been refusing to see. Over the following weeks, Lu Zheng integrated into Verdant Peak with humility that seemed to humble the entire sect in return. He had been a patriarch, accustomed to being deferred to being right, to being the final authority. At Verdant Peak, he was treated like any new disciple. Junior students could contradict him in training sessions. Masters could correct his form. He was expected to follow instructions without the deference he had received for decades. And he seemed to find a kind of peace in that position. Ling Chun observed this transformation and made a comment that Xianxia found particularly insightful. It takes more strength to become a student at 70 than to remain a master. He's demonstrating what he came to learn. About 2 months into Lu Zheng's time at Verdant Peak, he requested private audience with Xianxia. They sat in the study overlooking the snowed-in training grounds, and Lu Zheng expressed something he'd been processing. I understand now what happened at my school, he said. I thought I was protecting my disciples by maintaining strict philosophy, but I was actually protecting myself. By insisting there was only one true way, my way, I never had to face the possibility that I was wrong. Your sect doesn't protect itself that way. You allow the possibility of error every single day. That seems riskier, Xianxia observed. It is, Lu Zheng agreed. But the risk of error is offset by the opportunity for growth. I spent 50 years being right. I could have spent those 50 years becoming something greater. Lu Zheng's presence at Verdant Peak became significant and resonant in unexpected ways across the entire cultivation world. When news spread that the patriarch of the Hidden River School, one of the region's most respected and traditionally rigid organizations, had joined Verdant Peak as a student, it sent powerful messages cascading through the cultivation world's political and intellectual landscape. First, it demonstrated conclusively that even the most rigid traditions could undergo genuine transformation. If Lu Zheng, a patriarch with 50 years of certainty, could do it, then any master could. No tradition was too old, no philosophy too entrenched, no organization too committed to ancient ways to be incapable of evolution. Second, it showed that age, experience, and accumulated mastery didn't exempt anyone from the need to continue learning and growing. The oldest prominent cultivator in the region had found himself in a position where he needed to become a student again, to learn from those younger and less experienced, to accept correction from those who would previously have been beneath his notice. Third, and perhaps most profoundly, it challenged the fundamental notion that leadership meant having all the answers, that authority derived from certainty, that power came from being right. Lu Zheng's willingness to publicly admit error and seek genuine transformation became, paradoxically, far more impressive and influential than his decades of unwavering certainty had ever been. People respected him more for admitting he had been wrong than they had for decades of claiming to be right. But the greatest impact came 3 months later, when Lu Zheng did something unprecedented. He formally dissolved the Hidden River School's leadership structure and invited its disciples to continue their training under a new model. Not all 3,000 disciples accepted the change. Some left to join other schools. Some retired from cultivation entirely. But nearly 2,000 remained and underwent a transformation similar to what was happening across the region in every organization that had embraced the inter-sect council philosophy. The Hidden River School became a partner institution to Verdant Peak, with Lu Zheng serving as a kind of living bridge between the old way and the new way. He could explain to young disciples why the old path had been necessary and why the new path was better. He could help reform-resistant masters understand that change didn't mean abandonment of what came before, but rather a richer evolution of it. At the council's fifth meeting, Lu Zheng delivered remarks that seemed to summarize what many masters had been discovering. I spent my life believing that I understood cultivation, he said. At 70, I discovered I understood almost nothing. My disciples had been trying to tell me for years, but I couldn't hear them because I was too certain of my own knowledge. Verdant Peak's philosophy is not that the old ways were wrong. It's that the old ways were incomplete. And when you realize your understanding is incomplete, you finally become teachable. And when you become teachable, you can truly develop. The council applauded, but Xun Dao noticed something in Lu Zheng's expression. The old master was not performing wisdom. He was still actively learning, still integrating what he was discovering. He had not become another authority figure. He had become what Verdant Peak valued above all, a genuine cultivator, forever open to transformation. As the chapter closed, Xun Dao reflected on something remarkable. A year ago, he had been fighting against the coalition's assault. Now, the region's most rigid authority figures were arriving at his sect, asking to be students. And not out of defeat, but out of genuine recognition that they had been limiting themselves and needed to learn how not to. The revolution, Xun Dao was beginning to understand, had never been about defeating anyone. It had been about making the truth of transformation so undeniable that institutions would choose to embrace it. And the truth, it seemed, was nearly undeniable now. Chapter 30. The Doctrine of Genuine Learning. By the start of the year's final season, Xun Dao realized that something fundamental had shifted in the cultivation world. The Intersect Council was no longer a negotiating body between potential enemies. It was becoming a unified philosophical movement. But with that unity came a new problem: doctrine. As more organizations adopted what had become known as the transformation philosophy, they began standardizing approaches, creating orthodoxies around principles that had been meant to prevent orthodoxy. It was Dr. Mei Lin who brought this concern to Xun Dao's attention. "You've accidentally created a new dogma," she said bluntly, during one of their evening discussions. Organizations are now creating rigid structures to ensure permission-based cultivation. They have rules about how many paths a disciple must explore. They have minimums for intersect collaboration. They're bureaucratizing freedom. Xun Dao felt a chill at this observation. "We've recreated the problem we were solving." "Not completely," Mei Lin replied. "But you're on a trajectory. In 5 years, there might be official transformation committees evaluating whether disciples are being permitted correctly. In 10 years, there might be certification requirements for being a transformation philosophy compliant sect. In 20 years, what began as liberation could become new imprisonment." This realization drove Xun Dao to make a bold decision. He called for an emergency intersect council meeting, and when the masters and leaders arrived, he proposed something that shocked them all. "The council should be disbanded," he said simply. The reaction was immediate and intense. Wei Chen stood, his expression unreadable. "Explain," he commanded. "We created the council to facilitate communication and shared understanding," Xun Dao explained. But institutional structures, by their nature, eventually become more important than the purposes they were created to serve. The council is beginning to solidify, to become another orthodoxy. That's the opposite of what we wanted. "So what do you propose?" asked the matriarch of the Jade Serpent dynasty. "That we abandon the philosophy entirely?" "No, I propose we abandon the institution. The philosophy doesn't need an institution to survive. It needs practitioners who actively think about what transformation actually means, not people following rules about how transformation should occur." Lu Zheng rose to speak. "The boy is right. I watched my own organization become more rigid the more successful it became. Success creates the illusion of correctness. Then you start protecting your success instead of pursuing your growth." But not everyone agreed. Some masters worried that without formal structure, the philosophy would fragment. Others feared that individual sects would backslide into old patterns without external accountability. Xun Dao addressed these concerns directly. "Then let me propose the doctrine of genuine learning instead of the council. It's not an institution. It's a principle. The principle is this: any sect, any organization, any master who claims to practice transformation philosophy must regularly, genuinely, without defensiveness, ask themselves this question: Are we limiting our disciples without realizing it? And they must be willing to hear the answer, even if it's yes. That's not enforceable, someone objected. Exactly, Xianxia replied. That's the point. If it's enforceable, it becomes law. And law creates compliance, not genuine growth. This doctrine only works if each organization chooses it authentically. The debate continued for 3 full days. By the end, the council voted to formally dissolve, not because they agreed with Xianxia's reasoning, but because they saw the wisdom in it. The formal structure ended, but the informal network of masters committed to the doctrine of genuine learning remained. With the dissolution of the council came something unexpected and liberating: freedom. Without formal structure to maintain, without the pressure of institutional hierarchy to preserve, sects were suddenly free to experiment more radically than they had dared while the council existed. Some merged with other organizations in entirely new configurations. Some split into multiple philosophical branches that maintained communication despite their differences. Some created entirely new organizational structures and governance models that previous orthodoxy would never have permitted them to attempt. Verdant Peak itself underwent significant change. Xianxia stepped back deliberately from the position of overall leadership and invited a rotating council of all major disciple generations to guide the sect collectively on important decisions. He took on the role of teacher rather than patriarch, a position of influence but not ultimate authority. He was one voice among many, an important voice perhaps, but not the final authority that would determine the sect's direction. This was not a move made in humility alone, though it involved genuine humility. It was a strategic recognition that Verdant Peak would be strongest when it depended on no single person's vision or judgment. The transformation created some friction. Some decisions made by the council were decisions Xianxia would not have made. Sometimes disciples challenged his teachings in ways that earlier would have been considered unthinkable. But the sect remained stronger because its strength was no longer dependent on his continued perfection. As spring arrived at the year's conclusion, Verdant Peak had 517 disciples. The original coalition of 14 sects had transformed into something new. Not a unified organization, but a loose alliance of institutions all experimenting with different expressions of the transformation philosophy. More remarkably, new organizations were forming. Young cultivators who had been educated in the permission-based approach were creating their own sects without the baggage of tradition-bound hierarchy. These new organizations were more fluid, more adaptive, more willing to change philosophy as they learned. The future, Xianxia realized, was not just about Verdant Peak. It was about the entire region developing new ways of understanding what sects could be. And his role in that future was not to guide it or control it, but to remain genuine, to continue questioning, learning, and refusing to accept that he had all the answers. That was the real doctrine, not the transformation philosophy, but the commitment to remain transformable. Chapter 31. Shadows in the Transformation. But as spring deepened into early summer, a more troubling phenomenon began to emerge at Verdant Peak. Xianxia first noticed it when a disciple named Qinwei approached him with visible distress. "Master Shan, I need guidance," Qinwei said, his voice tight with conflict. "I came to Verdant Peak because I was forced to buy my original sect. They wanted me dead or converted. I converted. But now I'm worried I'm only staying because I'm afraid of leaving. I've traded one fear for another. Trading fear of my masters for fear of seeming ungrateful." The problem Qinwei articulated was subtle but significant. In the shift from forced loyalty to choice-based commitment, a new psychological trap had emerged. Disciples who had been traumatized by institutional coercion sometimes remained in new institutions not out of genuine choice, but out of fear that leaving would mean they were defective. Xianxia sat with this problem seriously. What would it take for you to feel truly free to choose? "I need to know it's genuinely acceptable to leave," Qinwei said. "Not just acceptable in words, but in the way the sect treats departing disciples. Not with bitterness, not with relief, but with genuine blessing." It was a reasonable request, but implementing it proved complex. Because how could Verdant Peak celebrate the departure of disciples without seeming to push people toward leaving? How could they honor choice without creating pressure? Huang Tian proposed a solution. Graduation ceremonies, he suggested. Not just for disciples completing a level or achieving mastery, but for any disciple who has been here long enough to genuinely understand what Verdant Peak offers and who chooses, for whatever reason, to leave. We celebrate them, honor their time, acknowledge their growth, and send them forth with blessing. The first formal graduation ceremony was held for a disciple named Wei Shuang, who had decided to return to her home sect with the new understanding she'd gained at Verdant Peak. Her original teachers had taught her that cultivation was about dominance. At Verdant Peak, she'd learned it was about harmony, but she wanted to teach that philosophy to her home sect rather than abandon it entirely. Verdant Peak's entire community gathered. Wei Shuang was presented with gifts, not from Xianxia specifically, but from hundreds of disciples who each offered something she had taught them or helped them understand. The ceremony lasted several hours and concluded with the entire sect walking Wei Shuang to the gates, singing a blessing for her journey. Wei Shuang wept as she left, but they were tears of gratitude, not regret. And something in that blessing seemed to shift the energy of choice throughout the sect. Other disciples began to leave. Some returned to their original sects with new understanding. Some pursued cultivation paths that didn't exist at Verdant Peak. Some decided that solitary cultivation was their truest calling. And each departure was honored with the same ceremony, the same genuine blessing, the same commitment to their growth regardless of where that growth occurred. Paradoxically, this openness to departure strengthened Verdant Peak. Disciples who remained with absolute clarity that they were choosing to stay. There was no residual resentment about paths not taken or expectations imposed. The sect became home to those who genuinely wanted to be there, which meant the foundation was authentic in a way it had never been before. But the ceremony also catalyzed something that Xianxia had not anticipated: the emergence of what became known as the Verdant Way missionaries. These were former disciples who had left Verdant Peak but remained committed to spreading its principles. They went to other sects, worked within existing organizations, taught younger disciples that transformation philosophy was possible even within traditional structures. What was remarkable was that Xianxia had not asked them to do this. They simply chose to, because they had experienced something at Verdant Peak that they felt obligated, not forced, but genuinely obligated, to share. Among these missionaries was Lu Zhang, who returned to the Hidden River School region and spent his remaining years teaching the younger generation that there was a more excellent way to practice cultivation than he had previously known. By midsummer, there were more Verdant Peak missionaries throughout the region than there were disciples actually residing at the sect. The philosophy was spreading not through institutional channels, but through individual conviction, through disciples who had experienced transformation and felt compelled to share that experience with others. What was remarkable was how organic this spread was. Xianxia hadn't asked anyone to become missionaries. He hadn't created an organization to propagate the philosophy. Instead, disciples who had defected from enemy sects naturally returned to their home regions with transformed understanding. They taught younger students at their original institutions. They contributed to debates in cultivation forums and councils. They demonstrated their improved capabilities, which led to questions about how they had achieved such growth. The transformation philosophy spread like seeds scattered on wind, not through deliberate cultivation, but through natural dissemination. And in spreading this way, it avoided the trap of becoming another institutional orthodoxy. It was too distributed to be controlled, too diverse to be standardized into a single method. Yet this organic spread created its own problems. It was also during this time that Xianxia experienced something he had never anticipated feeling: profound and existential doubt. Deep, unsettling doubt about whether he had actually done something positive for the world, or whether he had simply catalyzed a force that was now growing beyond his comprehension or ability to guide. Doubt about whether he had created genuine liberation or merely generated a new form of ideological influence that was now spreading without his control and potentially without safeguards against corruption. He spent sleepless nights and long periods of intense meditation asking himself deeply troubling questions. Whether the transformation philosophy could be corrupted or weaponized. Whether it could become a tool for subtle manipulation instead of liberation. If someone learned the intricate principles of how transformation happened, how to remove limiting narratives, how to help people see themselves differently, how to reshape their self-conception, Couldn't they use that knowledge to reshape disciples into forms that served the manipulator's purposes rather than the person's authentic self? These were not idle philosophical concerns. They were genuine anxieties about unintended consequences. He expressed this profound concern to Dr. Mei Lin late one evening as they walked together through the gardens, their footsteps echoing on the stone paths. "I'm terrified," he admitted, his voice carrying genuine fear. Not of military threats or rival sects trying to destroy Verdant Peak, but of the possibility that I've created a new orthodoxy that might be worse than the old ones because it claims to be liberating while actually spreading another form of subtle control. What if I'm just reshaping people into forms that seem liberated but are actually constrained by new invisible chains? Mei Lin was quiet for a long moment, her sharp mind working through his concern. That's a legitimate fear, and it reflects genuine wisdom. But I think it's also a sign that you're still capable of authentic learning. Because you're not defending your creation. You're questioning it. You're not invested in proving it was right. You're trying to understand if it might be wrong. She paused at a stone bench overlooking the courtyard where disciples trained. Here's my observation. What's spreading is not Verdant Peak. What's spreading is the possibility of alternatives. Some disciples will thrive in permission-based sections. Others will thrive in reformed, traditional sections. Others might discover that a completely different organizational model serves them better. The damage would be if Verdant Peak became the answer. The health is maintained as long as it remains one answer among many. Shindao found some peace in this perspective, but it was fragile peace. He began to actively encourage disciples who wanted to leave, to study other sects' philosophies, to engage with ideas that contradicted Verdant Peak's approach. He created a library dedicated to alternative cultivation theories and paid scholars to research organizational models that had nothing to do with his sect. The effect was to continuously challenge Verdant Peak's orthodoxy from within. And that challenge kept the sect genuinely learning, genuinely transforming, rather than settling into comfortable certainty. It was Ling Chun who finally articulated what this all meant. "You've created the first organization designed to question itself," Ling Chun observed. "Most institutions try to defend themselves. You're building one that actively seeks contradictions and engages with them. That's unprecedented, and I think it might be the most important thing Verdant Peak does." Chapter 32. The Master Who Questioned Everything in the Height of the Summer Season. Shun Dao received a visit from someone he had not expected to encounter again. Master Qing Sheng, the patriarch of the school that had rejected him years ago, the very one whose students had beaten him nearly to death when he tried to join, declaring him unworthy of their instruction. Qing Sheng arrived not with an army or a diplomatic delegation, but alone, on foot, carrying nothing but a simple pack, and wearing plain traveling clothes rather than his formal patriarch's robes. The fact that he had come in this humble manner suggested that this was not an official visit, but a personal journey. "I've come to understand why you left," Qing Sheng said without preamble, standing in the courtyard with visible exhaustion from his travels. "And to apologize for driving you away. More importantly, I've come to learn from what you've built." Shindao had thought he had released the anger from that rejection years ago. He had transformed that pain into purpose, channeling it into founding a new sect. But seeing Qing Sheng in his courtyard brought unexpected feelings rushing back, more vivid than he would have anticipated. The vivid memory of the humiliation of being turned away, the sharp pain of being judged insufficient by a master he had respected, the righteous anger he had felt building Verdant Peak partly as a response to that profound rejection. For a moment, conflicting impulses warred within him. Part of him wanted to turn Qing Sheng away, to deny the patriarch the opportunity to learn from what his rejection had inspired. Part of him wanted to prove, through Shun Dao's subsequent success, that Qing Sheng had made an error in judgment. But deeper than both of those impulses was something Verdant Peak had taught him. That anger held on to becomes poison, even when it's righteous anger directed at genuine wrong. "Why now?" Shindao finally asked. "What changed?" Qing Sheng's response was humble, but not obsequious. "Because one of your disciples recently visited my school. She came to represent the transformation philosophy to our masters, to demonstrate what became possible when she was freed from my sect's limitations. And what I saw terrified me. She demonstrated capabilities I had deemed impossible. She showed us techniques we had forbidden, applications we had rejected. But more than that, She showed us what she had become when she was no longer constrained by my vision of what she should be. Why come now? Xianxia asked carefully. Because one of your disciples recently visited my school and showed me something I couldn't deny. She demonstrated a technique that combined our sect's philosophy with principles she'd learned at Verdant Peak. It was transcendent, and I realized. We drove away the person who could have taught us this, and he taught it anyway, to others. He succeeded despite us, not because of us. Xianxia's admission was raw, genuine, and painfully honest. Xianxia invited him to stay for as long as he wished. What followed was months of dialogue, with Xianxia essentially becoming a student despite his advanced age and previous status. He studied Verdant Peak's approach, not to implement it at his home school, but to understand why a rejected student had become what Xianxia himself had feared to be. The conversation between them took interesting turns. Xianxia didn't apologize after the first day. Instead, he asked questions. Why had Xianxia founded Verdant Peak specifically as an alternative rather than attempting to reform his original school? Why had he chosen not to send armies back to defeat Xianxia? Why had he focused on building something new rather than destroying what had rejected him? Because, Xianxia explained, I realized something important. The school that rejected me wasn't evil. It was limited. Master Qing, you weren't wrong to seek strength through discipline. You were incomplete in your understanding of what strength could be. And I couldn't reform your school from the outside. But I could build an alternative, and I could let that alternative speak for itself. By succeeding spectacularly, Xianxia observed. By learning continuously, Xianxia corrected. The spectacle was secondary. The learning was essential. By autumn, Xianxia asked permission to return to his school and attempt its reformation. Xianxia, fully aware that this meant supporting someone who had once been his enemy, gave that permission not as a leader, but as one cultivator supporting another's growth. Xianxia's return to his school was complicated. Some disciples received him with joy. Others saw his acceptance of Verdant Peak philosophy as weakness and began to lose respect for their patriarch. The school fractured, with some members leaving to join Verdant Peak directly, others leaving to establish new schools, and others remaining in Xianxia's reformed version of the original organization. The Hidden Flame School, as it became known after the Reformation, never became as well known as Verdant Peak. But it became something perhaps more important, a proof that even deeply traditional organizations could transform without collapsing. More importantly, Xianxia's presence at Verdant Peak for those months became a teaching in itself. Younger disciples watched as a former authority figure, a patriarch of a major school, asked questions humbly, made mistakes in training, and never once pulled rank or demanded deference based on his previous status. It became clear to many disciples that this was what genuine transformation looked like. Not a shift of power from one group to another, but a fundamental reimagining of what authority and respect could mean. When Xianxia finally departed to lead his reformed school, the entire sect gathered as they had for other departures. But for Xianxia, the ceremony carried different weight. He was not a young disciple finding new paths. He was an elder willingly choosing to step down from power to serve something he'd come to believe in more deeply. I spent 40 years believing I understood cultivation, Xianxia said during the ceremony. In the last few months, I discovered I understood almost nothing. And that realization has freed me in ways I didn't know were possible. I leave here not as Master Xianxia returning to his school, but as Xianxia, a student of transformation, going forward to serve that principle wherever it's needed. His words seemed to crystallize something for many disciples. The real power of Verdant Peak was not its techniques or even its philosophy. It was the willingness of its practitioners, from newest disciple to former patriarch, to remain perpetually open to the possibility of being wrong and the opportunity to grow from that wrongness. Chapter 33, The Fracturing of Certainty. As autumn matured into late season, Xianxia noticed something troubling emerging within Verdant Peak, something that he had perhaps always known would come, but had not fully prepared himself to address. The very openness that had made the sect transformative was beginning to fragment it into competing philosophical camps. Without a clear central authority, since Xianxia had deliberately stepped back from the patriarchal role that all traditional sects maintained, different groups of disciples were beginning to develop different understandings of what transformation philosophy actually meant at its core. One group believed it meant complete freedom from any structure whatsoever, that organization itself was inherently limiting. Another group believed it meant carefully guided freedom within protective frameworks, that structure existed to enable choice rather than constrain it. A third group believed it meant continuous questioning of all assumptions, including the very assumptions underlying their approach to questioning itself. These weren't mere disagreements that could be resolved through better communication. These were fundamental philosophical differences about what liberation even meant. And they weren't necessarily conflicts that could be resolved by a decision from above, because there was no above anymore. There was no patriarch to declare, this interpretation is correct, and those are incorrect. The sect had consciously dismantled that structure. But the absence of that structure meant conflicts had to be navigated through dialogue, negotiation, and coexistence, which meant they had to be lived with, not solved through authoritative declaration. The physical manifestations of these tensions began to appear. Disciples who believed in radical freedom started training away from the main compound, establishing what they called freedom settlements in the surrounding mountains where they practiced without institutional oversight. Disciples who valued structure began creating increasingly elaborate systems for organizing knowledge transmission, developing what amounted to competing curricula. The unified sect was becoming multiple, overlapping communities with different values and approaches. It was Ling Chun who brought this escalating problem directly to Xun Dao during a private conversation held in the autumn night as snow began to fall on the mountain peaks. "I think we're approaching a critical juncture," Ling Chun said carefully. "We're no longer unified enough to function as a coherent sect in the traditional sense, but we're too connected to splinter cleanly into separate organizations. We're stuck in a middle state, and I don't know if that state is sustainable long-term or if it's simply the inevitable stage before organizational collapse." "Do you want to go back?" Shindao asked. "Back to hierarchical structure, clear authority, unified philosophy?" Ling Chun considered this seriously. "No, I think that middle state might actually be the point. I think growth happens in that discomfort of not being fully stable, not having all answers. The moment we settle into comfortable certainty, even certainty about openness, we stop transforming." What followed was perhaps the most honest conversation Shen Dao had with any of his disciples. They acknowledged that Verdant Peak might never achieve the kind of stability and clarity that traditional sects possessed. They might always be somewhat chaotic, somewhat confused, somewhat disagreeing about fundamental principles. But, Ling Chun concluded, that chaos might be what keeps us alive. The moment we solve these tensions, we fossilize. This realization led to a shift in how Verdant Peak organized itself. Instead of trying to unify the various philosophical factions within the sect, they formalized the divisions. Different courtyards became centers for different interpretations of transformation philosophy. Disciples could move between courtyards, stay in one, or create entirely new approaches not yet represented. The sect became less a unified organization and more an umbrella under which multiple experiments in enlightened cultivation could coexist. Some visiting masters found this structure chaotic and frustrating. How could a sect function without unified philosophy? How could standards be maintained? But the disciples who thrived at Verdant Peak came to appreciate the structure precisely because it prevented any single approach from dominating. It was during this time of fracturing that Xun Dao experienced a profound personal crisis. He realized that he could no longer point to Verdant Peak and say, "This is what I created." The sect had become something beyond his vision, beyond his control, beyond his understanding of what it should be. At night, he would sit alone in his quarters and question whether he had actually failed. If Verdant Peak was no longer unified, perhaps he had simply created beautiful chaos that would eventually collapse into either reformation or ruin. It was Dr. Mei Lin who helped him move through this crisis. She had remained at the sect longer than anticipated, becoming a kind of resident scholar and counselor. "You're experiencing what all genuine creators eventually experience," she said. "You've built something that has become independent of your vision, and you're grieving the loss of control while simultaneously celebrating the liberation of your creation." "I'm not sure I'm doing either well," Shindao admitted. "Nobody does," Mei Lin replied. "But you're doing something more important. You're allowing yourself to be disoriented by your own creation. You're not trying to impose order on it. You're trying to understand what it's actually becoming. This shift in perspective, from creator trying to preserve their vision to observer trying to understand what had emerged, marked a fundamental transformation in Xianxia himself. He stopped thinking of Verdant Peak as his sect. He began thinking of it as a living organism that had grown beyond any single creator's intention. And in that shift, something beautiful emerged. He became free to serve it without needing it to be what he thought it should be. Chapter 34. The Coalition's Final Evolution. By late autumn, news arrived that the other major sects were undergoing transformations that nobody had fully anticipated or could have predicted. The Inter-Sect Council's dissolution, rather than fragmenting the region's cultivation network into hostile camps, had actually strengthened the underlying connections. Without formal structure imposing a false unity, where disagreement had to be hidden beneath surface agreement, organizations were now free to evolve in directions that felt authentic to their own particular discoveries and philosophical commitments. They could disagree openly, learn from their disagreement, and adjust their approaches accordingly. More remarkably, the aftermath of the Council's dissolution had not created power vacuums that traditional political maneuvering could exploit. Instead, a new form of organization was emerging organically through the Academy of Celestial Studies and the research papers Dr. Mei Lin and other scholars were publishing about transformation philosophy. Organizations were connecting not through military alliance or political negotiation, but through intellectual dialogue and shared commitment to common principles. But one development was particularly significant and suggested the deepest potential transformation yet. The original coalition of 14 sects was reforming, not as a military alliance designed to dominate rivals or a political bloc designed to maintain control of the region, but as what they formally named the Assembly of Evolved Disciplines. This new organization would facilitate dialogue between different interpretations of transformation philosophy, provide resources for sects undergoing reform, and serve as a repository of best practices and innovations in permission-based cultivation. Wei Chun made a personal pilgrimage to Verdant Peak to discuss this unprecedented evolution with Xianxia, traveling without his usual retinue and arriving as a visitor rather than an official dignitary. The assembly is different from what came before, Wei Chun explained as they sat in the courtyard watching autumn leaves fall. We're not trying to unify cultivation theory or even establish common standards. Instead, we're committed to making space for multiple valid approaches to coexist. Each sect maintains its own philosophy, but we've established protocols for peaceful interchange, disciple movement, and philosophical exchange. Why visit me to explain this? Xianxia asked. Because you've become the living symbol of what this kind of peaceful transformation looks like. When other sects hesitate to change, they look at what you've built and see that transformation doesn't have to be violent or destructive. They see it's possible. Wei Chun paused. And because I wanted to invite you to serve on the Assembly's Council of Advisors. Xianxia declined. If I accept a formal position, I become part of institutional structure again. I become authority. And the moment I'm authority, I become something people need to rebel against. Wei Chun laughed, but it was not dismissive laughter. You realize you're now refusing power as consciously as you once refused limitations? Yes, Xianxia agreed. I'm trying to be consistently skeptical of positions that might calcify into unquestionable authority. Then I have a different proposal, Wei Chun said. What if you served as what we might call a wandering witness? You would visit sects in the assembly, observe their transformations, challenge their assumptions, ask difficult questions. But you would have no formal authority and no power to enforce any conclusions. You would simply be someone who refuses to accept comfortable answers. Xianxia found this proposal intriguing precisely because it offered no power and demanded continuous intellectual honesty. He accepted. In the months that followed, Xianxia traveled to the other great sects, the Iron Mountain School, the Azure Light Academy, the Jade Serpent Dynasty, and dozens of others. In each place, he observed how they were interpreting and implementing transformation philosophy. Some had become genuinely enlightened institutions where disciples flourished in freedom. Others had created elaborate structures that claimed to promote choice, but actually constrained it in more subtle ways. Still others had fractured into warring philosophical factions that could barely maintain unified organizations. And in all of this, Xianxia asked questions, never commanding changes, never insisting on particular approaches, but constantly challenging comfortable assumptions. How do you know this practice is truly permissive rather than subtly coercive? What would you do if your disciples chose in directions that contradicted your deepest principles? How do you distinguish between helpful guidance and limitation disguised as wisdom? These conversations became legendary across the region. Masters spoke of the wandering master of Verdant Peak, who asked uncomfortable questions and seemed to resist every attempt to make him a formal authority figure. The effect was subtle but significant. Because Xianxia was not trying to impose a single philosophy, he became a catalyst for each sect to develop their own authentic approach to transformation. He was not a prophet offering salvation, but a mirror forcing each organization to see itself clearly. Chapter 35. The students' triumph in the deep winter. As training reached its most intense season, one of Verdant Peak's original disciples achieved something that none of the masters had anticipated. A young woman named Xianxia, who had been at the sect since its very beginning, achieved a breakthrough in cultivation that seemed to transcend all previous categories. When Xianxia demonstrated this breakthrough, describing the cultivation state she had reached, the implications rippled through the entire sect. She had not achieved it through following any established method or technique. She had achieved it by synthesizing principles from 17 different cultivation traditions into something entirely new. What was significant was not the power of the technique, though it was significant, but what it demonstrated about what became possible when limitations were removed. Xianxia had come to Verdant Peak as a refugee from a minor sect that had considered her unsuitable for serious training due to her quiet personality and unconventional approach to problems. At her original sect, she would have been constrained to support roles. At Verdant Peak, she had been free to experiment, to fail, to try combinations that more traditional masters would have forbidden. And that freedom had led to a breakthrough. She was invited to teach this new approach to interested disciples, but she made a remarkable request. Don't ask me to systematize what I've learned. If I create a formal method, others will follow the method rather than engaging in the experimental process. What I can teach is the willingness to try what hasn't been tried, to synthesize what hasn't been combined. But I can't teach the breakthrough itself. Each person has to find their own. This approach, teaching method without standardizing results, became the model for how Verdant Peak's highest achievements were transmitted. Rather than disciples copying techniques, they learned the principles that would allow them to discover their own techniques. News of Xianxia's breakthrough spread through the assembly of evolved disciplines and beyond. Some organizations tried to recruit her, offering her positions of great prestige. She declined all of them, choosing instead to remain at Verdant Peak as a teacher who refused formal authority. I want to stay here because this is where my breakthrough was possible, she explained. And I want to help create conditions where others can have similar breakthroughs. That work is too important to constrain with formal position. Watching Xianxia refuse power and position while accepting genuine responsibility for guiding other disciples' growth crystallized something profound for Xianxia, something he had been unconsciously aiming for all along. This was what Verdant Peak's true achievement would be: to create a sect of cultivators who understood that the greatest achievement was not power or dominance, but wisdom. And wisdom, in its deepest sense, meant knowing when to refuse authority while embracing service, knowing when to step back while remaining engaged, knowing the difference between leading and controlling. The year's end found Verdant Peak in a remarkable and genuinely unprecedented state. With over 600 disciples living within the sect across multiple philosophical courtyards, with multiple distinct approaches coexisting and even debating each other, with continuous internal questioning preventing any single perspective from calcifying into dogma, the sect was simultaneously more chaotic than any traditional organization and more alive than it had ever been. It was a living experiment in what became possible when a community committed itself to continuous transformation. Chapter 36. The second wave of integration. As the new year began, Xianxia noticed something unexpected and potentially dangerous. The sects that had been most resistant to transformation philosophy in the previous year were now becoming the most aggressively progressive ones, moving forward with dramatic speed. The Eternal Wind sect, which had initially rejected the assembly of evolved disciplines as insufficiently radical, was now experimenting with structures more radical than even Verdant Peak had attempted. The Valley of 10,000 Equations was undertaking the complete dismantling of its hereditary leadership structure. The Iron Fist School was attempting to rebuild its entire philosophy around principles of permissive cultivation. The reason, he discovered through careful observation, was that the most rigid organizations had accumulated the most potential energy for transformation over centuries of constrained practice. When their structures finally broke, sometimes under external pressure, sometimes through internal evolution, the rupture was complete and explosive. It was like releasing a spring compressed for centuries. The momentum of change became difficult or impossible to modulate. But this rapid wave of change created serious new problems that hadn't existed when transformation spread more gradually through individual defection and choice. In their enthusiasm for transformation, some sects were dismantling all structure indiscriminately, creating chaos that wasn't genuinely generative but merely dysfunctional and destructive. Young disciples found themselves abandoned without any guidance whatsoever, expected to develop their own cultivation entirely from scratch. Important techniques that required sequential learning, careful progression, and master guidance were being abandoned mid-practice when disciples decided they had transcended the need for structure, resulting in incomplete cultivation that left their spiritual development unstable and dangerously incomplete. Organizations were fragmenting into competing cliques rather than evolving into diverse, but genuinely coherent communities. Xianxia watched this unfold with deep concern and something approaching personal anguish. The transformation philosophy he had helped catalyze was now spreading in forms that sometimes inverted or distorted its core principles in genuinely dangerous ways. Some sects claimed to practice permission-based cultivation while actually abandoning any real responsibility for their disciples' development, essentially using transformation philosophy as philosophical cover for institutional neglect rather than genuine liberation. It was during this time that Xianxia made a difficult realization. He might need to become more formally present in the cultivation world's evolution, not to control it, but to gently correct the direction when it seemed to be veering into destructive territory. This realization brought him to a conversation with Lingchun that lasted an entire night. "I think I need to accept a formal role," Xianxia said. "Something that allows me to gently guide the evolution without dominating it." "That's a dangerous path," Lingchun warned. "The moment you accept authority, even authority meant to be temporary and limited, you become subject to the corruption that authority brings." "I know," Xianxia acknowledged. "But the alternative is watching the transformation philosophy become a weapon, distorted and destructive. Is it better to avoid authority and maintain purity while the world deteriorates? Or to engage carefully, knowing I'll be compromised, but hoping I can prevent greater harm?" Lingchun considered this. "There's no right answer to that question. But I notice you're asking it, which means you're at least aware of the danger. That awareness might be the only safeguard against falling into the trap." Following this conversation, Xianxia accepted a position as an advisor to the Assembly of Evolved Disciplines, but with specific constraints he imposed on himself. He would serve for 1 year only, and at the end of that year, he would step down regardless of whether his work seemed complete. He would make decisions by consensus rather than authority. He would actively mentor younger leaders to take on the role, and he would refuse any position that involved titles or formal deference. What followed was a year of intensive work. Xianxia traveled from sect to sect, helping organizations that had fractured too violently to develop structures that were both free and functional. He helped younger masters learn to guide disciples without dominating them. He worked with organizations to distinguish between healthy freedom and destructive chaos. But more importantly, he was learning. Each sect taught him something new about how to balance structure and freedom, authority and permission, community and individuality. His philosophy deepened through engagement with the messy reality of transformation in the actual world. By the end of the year, when he stepped down as planned, he had observed something remarkable. The cultivation world's evolution had not required his authority at all. The principle of transformation was strong enough to survive in multiple forms. What his year of presence had done was merely accelerate the process of learning and reduce some of the damage caused by poor implementation. "You've taught me something important," Wei Qin said when Xianxia informed him he was stepping down. "You've shown that a person can engage with authority without being consumed by it. if they're honest about the dangers and willing to release the power when appropriate. As Shun Dao returned to Verdant Peak, he felt something shift in his understanding. He had spent the previous years trying to avoid authority, trying to remain pure of its corruption. But what he had actually needed to learn was how to engage responsibly with power while remaining aware that all power corrupts, and therefore all power must be released and recycled. Chapter 37. The philosophical fragmentation in the seasons following Shun Dao's year of intensive engagement, something unexpected occurred. Rather than coalescing around a unified understanding of transformation philosophy, the various sects began developing what became known as the schools of transformation. Distinct approaches that sometimes contradicted each other, but were all committed to the core principle of disciple liberation. One school, centered at the Eternal Wind sect, emphasized maximum freedom and minimum structure. They believed any institutional framework, no matter how permissive, carried the seeds of limitation. They pursued what they called radical individualism, where each disciple essentially created their own cultivation path from first principles. Another school, developed at the Hidden River School under Lu Zheng's guidance, emphasized careful community structures that facilitated freedom rather than constraining it. They believed that complete freedom without community support was isolating and ultimately limiting. A third school, which emerged from Verdant Peak itself, occupied the middle ground, what they called structured freedom, where institutional frameworks existed not to constrain disciples, but to provide resources and support for their individual journeys. These schools began to argue with each other, not violently, but intellectually and philosophically. Disciples moved between schools, comparing approaches, trying to understand which was most effective. Some organized formal debates. Others conducted research comparing cultivation outcomes across different schools. What emerged was not a unified philosophy, but a philosophical ecosystem where multiple approaches coexisted, learned from each other, and continuously evolved through their interaction. Shun Dao watched this development with interest. The fragmentation had seemed concerning initially, but he came to realize it was healthy, perhaps essential. Because if transformation philosophy had consolidated around a single understanding, it would have become another orthodoxy. Instead, by fragmenting into multiple schools, it remained alive, dynamic, constantly questioning itself. It was during this time that Shun Dao noticed something in himself. He no longer needed Verdant Peak to validate his decisions. The sect had become one voice among many in a larger conversation. And rather than diminishing his sense of purpose, this realization freed him. He increased his focus on a new project, the Archive of Transformation. He was collecting every written account, every philosophical treatise, every story of a disciple's transformation that he could find. These accounts were not being organized into a coherent doctrine. Instead, they were being preserved as a kind of living library where contradictions and conflicts were visible and valued rather than resolved. This archive will be the real legacy, Dr. Mei Lin observed, helping Shun Dao catalog the growing collection. Not any particular school or philosophy, but the record of humanity trying, failing, learning, and trying again to understand what genuine liberation looks like. By autumn of the year following Shun Dao's formal engagement with the assembly, the archive had grown to nearly 1,000 written accounts and 3 times that many oral histories that Shun Dao and others had recorded. Chapter 38. The Crisis of Faith. But even as the transformation movement was expanding and deepening, a crisis emerged that none of the philosophers or teachers had anticipated. Some disciples, having been told they were free to choose their own paths, became paralyzed by choice. Without clear guidance or traditional structures to push against, they found themselves unable to make decisions. They wandered between philosophies, never committing to any approach, increasingly frustrated and lost. A young disciple named Wei Jian came to Shun Dao one evening, clearly in distress. "I was told I was free," Wei Jian said. "Free to choose my cultivation path, free to explore any direction, free to refuse limitation. But freedom is paralyzing. With no one forcing me in any direction, I'm unable to move in any direction. I think I was happier in my previous sect where my path was predetermined." This admission struck at something fundamental. Had the transformation philosophy created a new kind of imprisonment, the imprisonment of infinite choice? Shun Dao spent the evening discussing this with Wei Jian, and through their conversation, something emerged. Wei Jian didn't actually want predetermined paths imposed externally. What Wei Jian needed was guidance. Not coercion, not limitation, but wisdom offered by someone who had walked paths longer and could offer perspective. I think I've misunderstood what freedom means, Wei Jian said finally. I thought it meant being left alone. But I think it actually means being offered guidance while remaining free to refuse it. This insight led to an important clarification at Verdant Peak. The sect began to more clearly articulate the difference between guidance and limitation. Masters could offer advice, share their wisdom, recommend paths, but disciples remained free to reject that advice. The guidance was not presented as universal truth, but as one perspective among many. What emerged was something that earlier Shen Dao might not have articulated clearly. Freedom was not the absence of input or guidance. Freedom was the right to choose which input and guidance to follow. This distinction rippled through the transformation movement, and it resolved a tension that had been implicit in the philosophy all along. Even the most radically permissive schools began to recognize that some structure was necessary. Not structure that limited choice, but structure that enabled it, providing resources, guidance, wisdom, and support that disciples could freely accept or reject. The realization was so important that it became enshrined in the Assembly of Evolved Disciplines primary document. The cultivation of choice requires not the absence of guidance, but the freedom to accept or reject guidance offered by teachers, peers, and tradition. Chapter 39. The student becomes the teaching in the spring of the new year. Something remarkable and somewhat unexpected occurred at Verdant Peak. Ling Chun, Shen Dao's first and closest disciple, the one who had been with him since the very beginning, announced that he was stepping down from his position as second teacher and primary advisor to pursue a solitary cultivation path. I've learned what I needed to learn from community and from close association with Shen Dao, Ling Chun explained to the assembled disciples. Now I need to understand what cultivation looks like when pursued alone, without support structures or community validation or even the guidance of a respected master. It's a different path, but equally valid. And I think I can only discover what I'm truly capable of becoming by stripping away all of these supports and seeing what emerges when I'm alone with just myself and the natural world. His departure created a significant void at Verdant Peak. Ling Chen's judgment had been trusted. His balance of idealism and pragmatism had often prevented the sect from drifting too far in either direction. But Shen Dao recognized that if Verdant Peak was truly committed to permission-based cultivation, then preventing a disciple from following their genuine path would be a betrayal of everything the sect stood for. His departure was honored with one of the most elaborate and emotionally complex graduation ceremonies Verdant Peak had ever held. It wasn't a simple departure. It was a transition that acknowledged the genuine growth that had occurred between master and disciple, and genuine recognition that the next phase of growth required separation rather than continued connection. What was most significant and most memorable was what Ling Chen said during the ceremony, as he stood before the entire community of disciples to speak about his time at Verdant Peak. Shen Dao taught me something that took years to truly understand, Ling Chen said. He taught that the greatest gift a teacher can give is not themselves, but the knowledge that the student doesn't need the teacher to become whole. True mastery of teaching is measured not by the disciples who remain, but by the disciples who develop their own directions. As Ling Chun departed, other senior disciples stepped into greater roles. Chen Yu formalized her teaching of experimental synthesis. Huang Tian took on more responsibility for coordinating between Verdant Peak's multiple philosophical courtyards. Su Mei began to develop what she called the ethics of choice, a framework for understanding when choice was authentic and when it was merely the illusion of choice with actual constraint hidden underneath. What was happening was that Verdant Peak was genuinely reaching maturity, not as a fixed institution, but as an evolving ecosystem. The sect no longer depended on Shen Dao's vision or presence. It had become something created by hundreds of practitioners, each contributing their understanding, each learning from the others. Shen Dao found himself increasingly removed from daily leadership. He was consulted when major philosophical questions arose, but increasingly, younger disciples were making those consultations unnecessary by developing wisdom sufficient to address the questions themselves. One evening, as he walked through the courtyard watching disciples train, he realized something that was both liberating and melancholic. Verdant Peak had become what he had intended it to become, which meant it no longer needed him in the way it once had. He brought this observation to Wei Chun during one of their periodic conversations. "I think I'm becoming obsolete," Xianxia said. "And I don't know if that's success or failure." Wei Chun laughed. "It's success. The moment a teacher becomes indispensable is the moment they've failed. You've succeeded in creating an institution that functions without you." "But what do I do now?" Xianxia asked. "If Verdant Peak doesn't need me, what's my purpose?" "That," Wei Chun said, "is a question you've taught many others to ask. Now it's your turn to answer it." Chapter 40. The end and the beginning. As the year reached its fullness and Xianxia turned his attention inward for the first time in the years since founding Verdant Peak, he came to a profound and somewhat melancholic realization. Everything he had built, Verdant Peak itself, the transformation movement that had spread across the region, the philosophical schools competing and learning from each other, the transformation philosophy that had become part of the region's intellectual landscape, was finally and genuinely complete. Not complete in the sense of being finished or perfected, but complete in the deeper sense of being fully independent of him. It had become something greater than his vision, something he could no longer control, something that no longer needed him to exist or evolve. That realization was both liberating and disorienting. He had spent so much of his life building toward this moment, and now that the moment had arrived, he found himself uncertain about his own purpose. He called for a final assembly of all disciples at Verdant Peak, not just those resident at the sect, but reaching out to all the disciples who had ever studied there. Over 700 cultivators gathered in the great courtyard in response, including many who had departed to pursue other paths and had returned for this occasion, many who had studied at Verdant Peak for a season and had built their own institutions elsewhere, and many who had been directly or indirectly inspired by the movement that had grown from his original simple idea of accepting defectors from hostile sects. "I'm stepping back," Xianxia announced simply, his voice steady despite the emotion he felt beneath the surface. "Not from cultivation. I'll never stop learning and growing. Not for all the days of my life. Not from engagement with this community. I'll always be connected to what we've built here, these people I've learned from. And certainly not from service. I suspect I'll spend the rest of my life serving the principles we've discovered and the people committed to living them. But I'm stepping back from any formal position at Verdant Peak. The sect has outgrown the need for a single patriarch or guiding authority standing at its center. It now has hundreds of teachers, each contributing their understanding and experience to the continuous evolution of cultivation philosophy. And frankly, I think I would only be in the way at this point. My presence would inevitably constrain your growth. You would look to me for answers instead of discovering your own. The sect needs to belong to all of you collectively, not to me individually. It needs to be something you create together, not something I created that you inherit." The announcement was met not with sadness or sense of abandonment, but with affirmation and understanding. The disciples understood what this transition meant. They had been taught to recognize when structures became limitations rather than supports, and they understood that even the greatest master had to eventually step aside to allow the next generation to lead themselves. This was perhaps Xianxia's final and greatest gift. "What will you do?" someone asked from the assembled crowd. The question carried genuine curiosity rather than concern, as if the disciples recognized that Xianxia's life was far from over. It was simply entering a new chapter. Xianxia smiled, and the smile was genuine. A smile of someone at peace despite uncertainty, of someone who had finally learned to be comfortable with not knowing what comes next. "I'll continue asking questions about cultivation and the nature of transformation. I'll continue learning from everyone I encounter. I'll continue to be disoriented, perhaps even bewildered, by the fact that the world and the people in it keep becoming more beautiful and surprising than I could have previously imagined. But I'll do these things as a student now, not as a master. As someone seeking understanding rather than dispensing it." In the months that followed his announcement, Xianxia gradually ceased attending the formal council meetings at Verdant Peak. He stopped positioning himself to be consulted on major decisions, though disciples still sought his input sometimes, which he gave freely without claiming special authority. He released himself from the expectation, both external and internal, that he would have answers, that his judgment was supreme, that his understanding was final. He became instead what he had perhaps always been at his most authentic core, a wanderer, a seeker, a perpetual student encountering new understanding with every conversation and experience. It was a strange freedom after years of being expected to be a master. He began visiting the various sites where the transformation philosophy had taken root and evolved in unique ways, not to inspect whether they were implementing his original vision correctly or to judge their diverse approaches, but genuinely to observe and learn from how different communities were making sense of liberation and developing their own understanding of what freedom actually meant in practice. He spent entire seasons with individual disciples in their solitary cultivation, learning from their discoveries and challenges, from their breakthroughs and their struggles. He engaged in long, deep dialogues with masters and other sects, discussing how they were navigating the sometimes painful tension between structure and freedom. He climbed mountains and sat by rivers and filled journal after journal with questions and observations and philosophical musings that he shared with no one. Not because he wanted to keep them secret or because he feared others stealing his insights, but because he had finally deeply learned that some insights are meant to be lived with privately and intimately, contemplated in solitude, allowed to ferment quietly into deeper understanding without being immediately shared, defended, systematized, or turned into another orthodoxy that would constrain others. He had become what Wei Chun had once suggested to him years earlier, a wandering witness to the continuing evolution of cultivation philosophy across the entire region, but without even the formal authority or title that such a role might carry. He held no official position, claimed no special insight because of his history as a founder, made no claim to unique wisdom or superiority. He was simply a cultivator, just one among thousands of cultivators, genuinely learning from everything and everyone he encountered, genuinely transformed and humbled by what transformation itself had taught him about change and growth and the nature of becoming and the infinite value of remaining open to transformation even at the deepest levels of understanding. And the circle completed itself in unexpected ways. The young man who had been rejected by every sect he approached, deemed insufficient and unworthy of their teaching, who had founded his own sect in direct response to that painful rejection and dismissal, who had built the sect into a movement that fundamentally changed the entire region's understanding of cultivation philosophy and the nature of disciples. That same person had now become what he had always been at his truest and most authentic core, a student, forever learning, forever growing, forever open to the next transformation, forever willing to be surprised and astonished by what he might yet discover about himself and about the infinite nature of genuine liberation and authentic becoming. Verdant Peak stood on the mountain, 700 disciples living inside its walls, and many more scattered across the region, living in communities touched and fundamentally transformed by the philosophy they had learned. But Xianxia was no longer defined by the sect he had built. He was defined entirely by what he continued to become with each passing day, and more importantly, by his hard-won acceptance that becoming was never complete, that there would always be new things to learn, that the greatest achievement was not arriving at perfect understanding or establishing final truth, but remaining forever open and responsive to deeper understanding and new ways of seeing. And in that perpetual becoming, that unwavering commitment to remain a genuine student for all the days of his life, the true teaching lived on, not as fixed doctrine or crystallized orthodoxy, but as a living principle that every genuine practitioner at Verdant Peak and across the region was learning to embody in their own unique way. That liberation comes not from having all the answers or claiming perfect understanding, but from the willingness to live the questions with complete authenticity and openness. That transformation is not a destination to reach and then rest in, but rather a fundamental way of being. That the greatest power available to any cultivator, the power that transcends all other powers, is the power to remain willing to change, to grow, to be surprised by themselves and by life itself. And in that recognition, that deep and genuine understanding, Xianxia finally found the peace he had unknowingly been seeking since the very beginning. The peace that came not from having answers, but from being at rest with the questions themselves. Chapter 41. The Alliance crystallizes. The war table burned with red markers. each one representing a faction that had joined the coalition against Xianxia. 7 major sects, 12 regional powers, countless smaller clans, all unified by a single grievance. The Twilight Ascendant had become a black hole for their disciples. Thousands of cultivators had walked away from their sects, from the homes they had known since childhood, from the structures that had defined their identities, and into the embrace of Xun Dao's organization. 3 years of escalating defections had transformed what should have been a failed assassination attempt into a recruitment nightmare that kept sect masters awake through the night hours, their minds spinning with calculations of losses they couldn't recover. The mathematics of the defection crisis was simple and devastating. If the rate of defection continued, within 5 years most of the major sects would lose a third of their disciples. Within 10 years, they would lose the majority. Within a generation, the entire structure of cultivation society could collapse, replaced by the chaotic proliferation of smaller organizations organized around principles no one had ever tested on this scale before. The chamber was carved from black stone that had been harvested from depths where sunlight had never penetrated. The walls absorbed light, creating an atmosphere of perpetual evening despite the noon sun blazing outside. Lamps powered by compressed spiritual energy hung from the ceiling, casting shadows that seemed somehow darker than mere absence of light. Shadows that expressed despair and the weight of accumulated failure. The war table itself was an ancient artifact, a surface upon which countless military campaigns had been planned, where empires had risen and fallen in strategy sessions that lasted weeks. The table was said to have been built by a sect master of legendary power, designed so that conversations held over it would be bound by truth magic. No one sitting at this table could lie, though they could certainly remain silent, could certainly omit information, could certainly shade their answers in ways that technically weren't false but certainly weren't honest. This covenant had been tested by thousands of sect masters over millennia, and none had found a way to break it. The magic was woven so thoroughly into the table's structure that trying to speak falsehood would cause physical pain, would disrupt the speaker's power, would broadcast to everyone present that a lie was being attempted. As a result, the conversations held here were among the most honest that cultivators ever engaged in. The pretense and posturing that characterized normal sect meetings were stripped away by the truth magic's enforcement, leaving only genuine concern and authentic fear. Supreme Elder Zhun of the cloud-piercing sect stood at the head of the table, his aged hands gripping the edge with a strength that belied his appearance. He slammed his fist against the marble surface, and the impact cracked the ancient stone. A surface that had withstood 1,000 years of aggressive gestures now bore witness to his desperation. The sound echoed through the chamber like a bell tolling. His voice carried the weight of 60 tribulations, yet lately it had taken on the brittle edge of someone watching their world crumble from the inside out. "We stand here because our enemy refuses to behave like a proper cultivator," he growled, his long white beard trembling with barely suppressed fury that seemed to shake the very foundations of his power. Xun Dao does not hoard what he takes. He does not corrupt and enslave through fear or magical contracts that bind disciples to eternal servitude. He teaches. He listens. He offers transformation instead of domination. And teaching, he spat the word like poison, is somehow more dangerous than any tyranny could ever be. A tyranny can be overthrown. But how do you fight against an enemy who improves your disciples while defeating them? The Supreme Elder from the Iron Mountain sect, whose cultivation had weathered 300 years of tribulations, whose body bore the marks of battles that had destroyed kingdoms, leaned forward with crystalline beard catching the lamplight. His movements carried the mechanical precision of extreme age, each gesture economical, as if he had long ago calculated the exact minimal energy required for any action. The weight of centuries sat on his shoulders like a cloak woven from failure. 48 of our finest disciples have walked willingly into his embrace. 48. We sent our best to destroy him, and they returned singing his praises. Some did not return at all. They glanced meaningfully at the ceiling, at the vast sky beyond the war chamber. The implication hung in the air. Some disciples had died under Xun Dao's tutelage, yet even facing death, they had chosen to stay. That tells us something about the depth of his power. But more troubling, it tells us that our disciples prefer his tutelage to ours. that they would rather die in his service than live in ours. Or the shallowness of your disciples' conviction. Another voice interjected, Sect Master Lei of the Crimson Phoenix Ascendancy, whose red robes seemed to glow with barely contained fury that turned the very air around her incandescent. Her eyes had the predatory focus of someone who had spent 3 centuries hunting, killing, perfecting the art of dominance. She was a force of nature given human form, power so concentrated it warped reality around her. But no matter. We end this not through individual confrontation, where his disciples somehow always achieve unlikely breakthroughs in combat, where fate seems to bend to his favor. We end this through overwhelming force. 7 of us strike simultaneously at different points in his territory. We coordinate perfectly at the dimensional seals. We burn his mountain. We salt the earth where the Twilight Ascendant once stood. We make it impossible for them to rebuild. We make the cost of his philosophy too high for anyone to pursue. Zhen looked at Lei with something that might have been respect, or perhaps the grim recognition of someone seeing their own cruelty reflected in another's face. He understood what she was proposing. He had considered it himself in the darkest hours of night when sleep would not come. You propose genocide, the complete erasure of everything Shun Dao has built. I propose survival, Lei corrected coldly, and her voice carried the absolute conviction of someone who had once believed in this course of action so completely that it had defined her entire existence. Every day we delay, more disciples defect. Every month, Shen Dao grows stronger. Do you know what his cultivators are saying in the markets, in the towns, on the roads? That he shares cultivation secrets freely, not charging fees, not demanding servitude as payment. That his sect has no hierarchy in the traditional sense. A master teaches as readily as a servant. That power comes not from rigid discipline and fear-based advancement, but from pursuing your genuine path, your authentic self. He has infected the very concept of what it means to be a cultivator. He's made disciples question their masters. He's made them believe they deserve better. And worse, he's been right about that. The last statement hung in the heavy air like a stone dropped into still water, sending ripples outward that seemed to disturb the very foundations of the room. No one spoke immediately, and the silence was not disagreement. It was the horrible, suffocating silence of people who understood, at some level they desperately wanted to suppress, that Lei was correct. That perhaps their disciples had asked reasonable questions, and they had answered with punishment instead of engagement. Shen Dao stood in the grand hall of the Twilight Ascendant as dawn painted the mountains in shades of gold and rose that seemed impossible in their vibrancy. Colors that the disciples who had seen other sects insisted could not exist in nature, that must be some kind of magical illusion or manifestation of power. The grand hall itself was a marvel of architecture, designed not as a monument to any single person's power, but as a space that honored collective growth. The ceiling soared high enough that a cultivator could fly through it without constraint. The walls were open on all sides, allowing light and air to flow freely rather than creating a fortress mentality. The floor was marked with cultivation circles that had been designed collaboratively by hundreds of practitioners, each one contributing their understanding to create a space that facilitated breakthrough. His disciples moved through the chamber like schools of fish in an underground river, flowing, coordinated, but each individual unique in their movement and purpose. There was no rigid structure determining where they should be or what they should be doing at any given moment. Instead, the disciples organized themselves organically, drawn to activities that matched their current needs and interests. Some carried scrolls, absorbed in theory with the intensity of genuine scholars pursuing questions that mattered to them personally. These were not the mandatory lessons that traditional sects required, not the prescribed texts that had to be memorized and regurgitated in examinations. These were living studies, explorations of principles that the scholars had chosen to investigate because something in their authentic selves called them toward understanding. Others sparred in the corners, testing new techniques with energy that came from joy rather than fear of punishment or need to prove their worth. The sparring was itself a form of meditation, a conversation between bodies about the nature of power and response. No one kept score. No one was judged. The goal was not victory, but deepening understanding through engaged practice. A few simply meditated, their auras pulsing with the rhythm of their own cultivation, each one following a path that belonged to them alone, that no master had prescribed but many had guided. The guidance itself was unique to the Twilight Ascendant's approach. A master would notice a disciple meditating and approach with a question rather than with advice. I notice you're working with circular energy flows. Have you considered what would happen if you allowed them to spiral instead of circle? The disciple would then have the freedom to explore that suggestion or reject it, to modify it, to synthesize it with their ongoing practice. The morning light caught on their forms, and Xianxia noticed something that had become more visible over the past months: the subtle differences in how their power manifested. The cloud-piercing disciples cultivated with an elegant precision that cut through complexity, their auras forming fine geometric patterns of exceptional clarity. The Phoenix disciples expressed power with controlled intensity that could be deployed or restrained at will, their energy moving like carefully controlled flames. The Iron Mountain disciples embodied stability that could support tremendous weight, their auras like bedrock that could bear any load. But they were no longer these things exclusively. Each disciple had begun integrating the best aspects of every tradition into their personal practice. A cloud-piercing cultivator might study with an Iron Mountain master to learn stability, then synthesize that with their natural precision. A Phoenix disciple might learn the careful geometry of cloud-piercing technique and find ways to express it through their natural intensity. The result was disciples who expressed not one tradition but the best of all traditions, synthesized through their authentic understanding. Lianyu approached with her customary grace, her purple robes swishing against the stone floor with a sound like water flowing through silk. She had been one of the first defectors, sent by the cloud-piercing sect 3 years ago with explicit orders to poison Xianxia's cultivation base, to break his power from within so thoroughly that he would be crippled for life, eventually fading into irrelevance. Instead, she had become his closest disciple, his most trusted advisor, and perhaps his dearest friend. The transformation in her had been so complete that disciples who had known her in her previous life sometimes needed reminding that this confident, brilliant woman had once viewed cultivation through a lens of fear and obligation, had once measured success by how quickly she advanced through hierarchies designed to keep most people suppressed. "The coalition is moving," she said without preamble, her voice calm, but her eyes alert to his reaction, watching for any sign that this news had shaken him. "I have sources still within the cloud-piercing sect, disciples who chose to remain on the surface while sending information back to us through careful networks. They confirmed it this morning through a chain of messages that took 6 hours to transmit safely. 7 major sects plus a dozen regional powers, all coordinating their movements with military precision. They've studied every battle we've fought. They've analyzed every victory. They're tired of losing disciples. They're tired of the irony that they're making you stronger by trying to kill you. More importantly, they're tired of questioning themselves. Each defection forced them to confront whether their system was actually unjust, whether they had been wrong all along. They've decided the answer is yes, which terrifies them more than you do." Xianxia paused in his observation of the disciples, finally turning to face her fully. The morning light caught in his eyes, revealing depths that sometimes startled even Lianyu after years of close contact. Depths that suggested he understood something about the nature of power and transformation that went far beyond simple cultivation technique. "When?" he asked, and his single word contained volumes of acceptance and readiness. 3 weeks. The spring equinox marks the alignment of the seal gates. Multiple dimensional pathways open simultaneously in ways that won't happen again for another century. The conjunction is so rare that they've apparently decided to bet everything on it. 7 assaults, coordinated to prevent mutual aid between territories. They've learned from your victories, Master. They've analyzed the patterns in your wins. This won't be another single confrontation where you can leverage our disciples' superior comprehension against their overwhelming numbers. This will be overwhelming numbers multiplied by sophisticated strategy, by armies that have studied your tactics and prepared counters, by masters who understand your philosophy well enough to prevent you from using it against them." Xianxia nodded slowly, and Lianyu watched his aura shift as he began the massive internal calculation of coordinating defense across 7 simultaneous fronts. His power settled into a different configuration, Not the active, aggressive aura she was accustomed to seeing, but something deeper, more foundational. He was beginning to think in terms of architecture instead of warfare. "No," he said finally, and his voice carried absolute clarity. "This will be 7 of those confrontations all at once, which means it will be exactly as manageable as one, because the principles remain the same. The only difference is scale." He turned to face her fully, and Lian Yu felt the weight of his presence settle around them, like a cloak woven from starlight and perfect intention. Shen Dao had always been different from other sect masters. He had never wielded authority like a weapon, never used his power to demand obedience or create fear. Yet when he commanded, mountains listened. Water changed its flow. The very air seemed to align with his intentions. "Gather the circle of transcendence," he said. "The core circle. Everyone who has been with us more than 2 years and achieved mid-immortal cultivation or beyond. I need people who understand not just our techniques, but the philosophy underlying them. People who can think. And Lian Yu, send word to those disciples we have embedded in enemy sections. Tell them nothing specific, but let them know we'll be needing them soon. Let them know to prepare their hearts. Let them understand that when the moment comes, they'll have a choice, and that choice matters more than orders or loyalty or the expectations their masters have placed on them." Her eyes widened slightly at the implication. "You mean to activate the sleeper disciples? You mean to have them defect mid-battle? I mean to show them why an alliance built on fear is weaker than a community built on trust," Shen Dao said quietly. "Fear is quick and sharp, but trust runs deeper. When soldiers know their commanders would sacrifice them without hesitation, they follow orders. But when they've glimpsed a better way, when they've been shown kindness from someone they were sent to kill, when they've experienced authentic growth from a master who valued them as people rather than as resources, that changes everything. That makes it impossible to return to the old way." Chapter 42. Drums of War. The first assault came from the west at dawn, timed precisely when the morning light would be in defenders' eyes, when fatigue from the night watch would still cling to their consciousness. 10,000 cultivators rose from the Crimson Phoenix territories like a red tide, their unified auras burning the sky with barely restrained fury that turned the clouds the color of dried blood. They moved through the outer barrier of the Twilight Ascendant's protection in a coordinated wave, their combined power enough to shatter mountains, to boil lakes, to transform stone to sand through sheer application of concentrated force. The assault was beautiful in its precision, decades of military cultivation refined into a mechanism of perfect coordination where every cultivator knew exactly where every other cultivator would be, where every strike complemented every other strike. The barrier held. Not because it was stronger, it wasn't, and everyone present could calculate that on their fingers within moments. The math was simple and brutal. 10,000 cultivators of that caliber versus a sect with only 50,000 total disciples, of which only a few thousand were combat-ready. The numbers should have been dispositive. But because Shen Dao had spent 3 years teaching his disciples to think like water, not stone, the barrier didn't resist the assault so much as accept it, absorb it, distribute it through networks of cultivation so intricate that no single point could be overwhelmed. The energy flowed through channels that seemed to redirect momentum rather than confront it directly. It was like watching someone punch a lake and wondering why it didn't break their fist. The energy dissipated, spread, was transformed into something less destructive. The Crimson Phoenix cultivators found themselves moving through the barrier like ships sailing through gentle currents rather than crashing against rocks. Some pressed forward confidently, expecting to burst through at any moment. Others slowed, confused by the lack of resistance, wondering if the barrier was a trap designed to lure them deeper before springing some devastating counter-assault. Formation 17. Lian Yu's voice rang across the ramparts, clear enough to cut through the roar of 10,000 cultivators, sharp enough to command absolute attention. Her command was not given in fear or desperation, but with the absolute confidence of someone who had rehearsed this exact scenario dozens of times. 3,000 disciples rose as one, moving with a coordination that would have been impossible in traditional sects where disciples trained for individual combat, where advancement was based on personal achievement rather than group capability. They moved like a single organism with multiple bodies, their auras coordinating in patterns so complex that understanding them would have required years of study. They didn't meet the enemy assault with force. Instead, they shaped it. The incoming wave of cultivators found themselves flowing around the disciples' coordinated defense like a river around stones. The Crimson Phoenix sect's elite expected to smash through, to overwhelm through sheer density of power that should have crushed any organized resistance. They found instead that their momentum, their greatest asset, the thing they had relied on for 300 years, had been transformed into their vulnerability. Sect Master Lei herself led the charge, riding at the very tip of the assault formation, her power burning so brightly that it cast shadows forward and backward simultaneously. The ground beneath her melted into glass from the heat of her passing. The air crystallized and shattered in waves radiating outward from her body. Her cultivation was extraordinary, the result of 3 centuries of relentless self-improvement, of pushing her power to heights that most cultivators couldn't imagine approaching. She had broken through every limitation that conventional cultivation theory said was absolute. She had shattered every barrier that was supposed to be insurmountable. She crashed through the first line of defenders with power that should have scattered them like leaves before a hurricane. But they didn't scatter. Instead, they flowed. They accepted her power like water accepting a stone dropped into it, flowing around it, distributing its weight across the entire surface rather than resisting it at a single point. Lei pressed forward, expecting to break through the defense as easily as her power had broken through the outer barrier. Instead, she found herself deeper inside the formation, surrounded by disciples on all sides, her power being channeled and redirected with such precision that each of her attacks was becoming less powerful, not more. She found herself fighting not opponents, but architecture. Her killing strikes passed through disciples who weren't where her calculations said they should be. Her power was being redirected, channeled, distributed through systems so complex and interconnected that understanding them would have required days of analysis. She found herself attacking empty space and realizing that her entire offense was built on the assumption that enemies would resist. The fundamental principle of all combat cultivation that she had been trained in from her earliest years was simple: apply force to overcome resistance. More power always defeated less power. A stronger technique always broke a weaker one. Dominance was a straightforward mathematical function. If your power exceeded your enemy's by sufficient margin, you won. But here, in the Twilight Ascendant's defensive formations, the very concept of resistance had been removed from the equation. When she didn't resist, when they simply allowed her power to pass through their formations and then closed behind her, she discovered that she had no strategy. She was like someone who had spent centuries learning how to break through walls, only to find herself facing an opponent who refused to build walls at all. Her greatest strength, her absolute, overwhelming power, had become useless against an approach that didn't try to overcome her power, but simply allowed it to flow harmlessly through empty space. Lei pressed deeper, desperately trying to find something to destroy, something to overcome, some point where her superior power would give her advantage. But the formation adapted. As she pushed in one direction, the disciples withdrew slightly, allowing her to advance, only to have new disciples block her from behind. As she tried to turn and attack the disciples at her back, the ones ahead of her pressed forward, hemming her in. It was like being trapped in a maze that reconfigured itself in real time, that always ensured she was moving forward without ever actually breaking through. In the archives of the cloud-piercing sect, in a chamber deep below the main compound where the most sensitive documents were stored, a message appeared simultaneously with the news of the assault's failure. It came written in a perfect imitation of the Supreme Elder's own calligraphy, so perfect that even close study couldn't determine if it was his actual handwriting or a miraculous forgery. Underscore: the disciples you feared to lose are already safe. But those sent to kill have somewhere to go now. Come, if you wish. We will welcome you, as we have welcomed all who walk through that door. Your masters failed you through fear. Let us show you what power becomes when it's not constrained by fear. Underscore: the message bore Xindao's seal, and it was accompanied by detailed descriptions of 36 cloud-piercing disciples currently studying at the Twilight Ascendant. Names, cultivation levels, specific techniques they had mastered, Personal details that prove the Twilight Ascendant had sources so deep within the cloud-piercing structure that its security was essentially meaningless. Supreme Elder Jun read it twice, then 3 times. His hands trembled, not with fear, but with something far more dangerous, recognition. He remembered each of the names listed. He remembered why each had been talented enough to be worth sending against Xin Dao. He remembered their potential, their promises as young cultivators. And he understood now that the Twilight Ascendant had not stolen them. It had simply offered them something better than the cloud-piercing sect could provide, the chance to become themselves. The Eastern assault came at noon, precisely coordinated with the Western strike, even though the 2 assaults were separated by hundreds of miles and mountains that should have prevented any meaningful coordination. The Iron Mountain sect moved with mechanical precision, 30,000 cultivators arranged in layered formations designed to breach defensive structures through sheer recursive pressure. The formation was a masterpiece of military cultivation. Each layer would absorb damage, distribute casualties evenly, and press forward. When one layer was depleted, the next would move through it and continue the advance. They had studied the failure of the Crimson Phoenix assault carefully. They had concluded that their mistake was failing to maintain formation integrity. The Iron Mountain would not repeat that error. They would not allow Xun Dao's disciples to disrupt their coordination. They would maintain discipline even as they suffered casualties. The barrier accepted them. And then, at the precise moment when they had advanced far enough to be committed, the entire structure inverted. The barrier didn't break them. It enclosed them, wrapping around the 30,000 cultivators like a hand gently closing into a fist. Xin Dao's disciples had mapped the incoming assault with such precision that they transformed the enemy advance into a cage, gently squeezing the cultivators together in formations designed to neutralize their advantages without harming their bodies. It was not combat. It was architecture. It was philosophy expressed through action. It was the complete inversion of what war was supposed to be. Xin Dao walked among them afterward, moving through the crowd of confused, frustrated Iron Mountain cultivators. He was alone, attended by no guards, protected by no weapons, wearing simple robes that bore no insignia of rank or authority. His presence alone should have made him vulnerable. Instead, his vulnerability became his protection. Some of the Iron Mountain cultivators tried to strike him anyway, thinking they could still complete their mission even if their assault had failed. They found their limbs had been gently paralyzed by disciples they hadn't even noticed moving. Disciples who had positioned themselves with such care that they could prevent violence without causing harm. Others tried to flee. They found that the barrier that had brought them in was still intact, but held no threat. It was simply there, not restraining them, but ensuring they had time to think before they acted. "Your sect master sent you to die for a principle," Xin Dao said to them, his voice carrying effortlessly through the crowd despite the thousands of people surrounding him. Which principle was it? That disciples should be slaves to their sect's will, obligated to die if ordered without question? That growth comes through obedience rather than understanding? That questioning your masters is a form of disloyalty that must be punished? Or perhaps that power matters more than people? That the sect's advance is worth the individual cost? A few faces hardened with righteous conviction. They had been trained from childhood to see such questioning as corruption, as the beginning of the spiritual degradation that destroyed sections. They wanted to reject it entirely. But most showed something else, doubt. The kind of doubt that grows in the silence after you've watched your enemy refuse to kill you despite having every reason and opportunity to do so. The kind of doubt that whispers, "What if there's something to what he's saying? What if my sect master was wrong?" "Leave," Xin Dao continued, and his gesture encompassed both the choice to exit the barrier and the offer of something greater. Walk out with your cultivation intact, your pride intact, and a choice before you. Return to the Iron Mountain sect and continue serving masters who use you as weapons, who might order your death without hesitation, or stay. Learn what the disciples who defected discovered. Become the cultivators you always wanted to be. Not stronger in raw power necessarily, but stronger in every way that matters. Stronger in purpose. Stronger in authenticity. Stronger in the ability to express your genuine self. 3,000 Iron Mountain disciples crossed the barrier and simply kept walking, not toward the Iron Mountain sect, but deeper into the Twilight Ascendant's territory. They moved like people emerging from a cave into sunlight for the first time, blinking and uncertain, but fundamentally changed by the recognition that another way existed. By the third assault from yet another coalition faction, the pattern was becoming unmistakably clear to anyone with the wit to see it, and the coalition was cracking under the weight of its own internal contradictions. The smaller powers began pulling back from full military commitment, their leaders increasingly unwilling to send more disciples to battles that seemed not just unwinnable, but somehow transformative for those who participated in them. Word had spread among the coalition members. Disciples sent to attack the Twilight Ascendant were returning not defeated but changed. They were returning with questions about their sect's values, about the legitimacy of hierarchy, about whether the old way was actually worth preserving if it meant suppressing the authentic selves of disciples. The mid-tier sects started sending emissaries instead of armies, shifting their strategy from military confrontation to intelligence gathering, trying to understand what was happening, trying to document the transformation they couldn't seem to stop. Even the most aggressive sect masters, those who had built reputations on their willingness to wage war and accept casualties for victory, were beginning to question whether this particular enemy could be defeated through traditional military means. A few sect masters began studying the problem from a different angle. If you couldn't defeat Xianxia militarily, and if military assault actually strengthened his position by providing defectors, what would happen if you simply withdrew? What would happen to the transformation if you removed the threat? Would the Twilight Ascendant continue to grow without external pressure? Would it collapse from its own internal contradictions? These were legitimate strategic questions, and the inability to answer them with confidence created paralysis in the coalition leadership. Chapter 43: The Doubtful Commander. Supreme Elder Xian arrived not as a commander of 10,000, but as a single cultivator in simple blue robes that had been carefully chosen to express humility without false modesty. The robes bore no insignia of his position. They were the kind of garment a traveling scholar might wear. He had left his army in the encampment to the north, 3 days' journey away, deliberately putting distance between himself and military force. This meeting, he had decided, deserved honesty rather than posturing, genuine dialogue rather than the theater of military confrontation. He had spent weeks preparing for this journey, moving through internal political struggles to free himself from the expectations of his position. He had delegated authority to trusted subordinates. He had ensured that the cloud-piercing sect would not interpret his absence as abandonment or weakness. And then he had come to seek understanding. Xianxia received him in a garden where disciples grew medicinal herbs and flowers that bloomed in impossible colors. It was such an absurdly peaceful setting for a war that Xian almost laughed, a laugh that would have been hollow, bitter, the laughter of someone who recognized the point being made. He almost did laugh, then realized it would expose more vulnerability than he was prepared for in this moment. Not yet. I came to understand why, Xian said without preamble, settling onto a stone bench as if they were old friends who had met here 1,000 times before. His voice carried the weight of centuries, the exhaustion of someone who had spent most of their life maintaining a facade and was finally beginning to see the cost of that maintenance. The others, Lei, the Iron Mountain commander, all of them, they interpret what you do as spiritual corruption, a subtle enslavement that makes disciples happier in their chains. But I have studied how your defectors move, how they cultivate. There is no corruption there. There is only clarity. And that clarity is worse than corruption ever could be, because corruption can eventually be purged through discipline and increased control, but clarity once recognized is almost impossible to deny. Xianxia continued tending to the herbs, his movements precise and patient, each one a meditation. He used no magical acceleration. His hands moved through the earth at human speed, adjusting soil with care, watering roots so they would absorb moisture gradually, checking for insect damage that might need attention. The simplicity was deliberately radical. A sect master, someone who could level mountains with a gesture, choosing instead to tend plants like any ordinary gardener, choosing to demonstrate that there was value in small, careful work that would not be recorded in any history. Tell me what you've concluded, Elder Xian, Xianxia said finally, straightening and meeting the old cultivator's eyes. In that meeting of gazes, Xian felt the weight of authentic attention. Not the polite attention of someone listening to a subordinate's report, but the genuine engagement of someone truly wanting to understand another's perspective, truly believing that the other person's thoughts mattered. That you may be the most dangerous person alive, Jin said, and there was no hostility in his voice, only sad recognition and something approaching awe. The admission seemed to cost him physically, as if acknowledging it drained something essential. Not because you're the strongest in terms of raw power, though you might be, but because you're asking a question no one else would dare ask. What if we've been cultivating wrong? What if the entire structure of sects and hierarchy and masters demanding obedience is fundamentally opposed to genuine growth? What if the pain we've justified as necessary was actually just pain, and there's a way to cultivate that doesn't require it? Shun Dao straightened, his movements expressing completion of his gardening. He moved without haste toward the bench and sat beside Jin. I'm not asking that question, Elder. My disciples are. I simply listened when they did. I offered them space to think and speak what they had noticed. The conclusions they drew came from their own observations, not from my teachings. I never preached that the old way was wrong. My disciples experienced the old way, found it wanting, and discovered another path. I just didn't stop them. Yes, Jin said, and his voice carried the weight of profound understanding. Which is why you're dangerous. Because that willingness to listen, it spreads. It's contagious in ways that military power can never be. I have 70,000 disciples in my sect, and every single one has heard stories of what happens here. And now they're asking questions too. Of their instructors, of their system, of me. And I can see the moment coming when they'll stop asking permission to have those questions. He sat on the simple stone bench without being invited, and Shun Dao sat beside him. The action felt like the beginning of something profound, like the moment when an old world ends and a new one begins. I came to understand why you refused to destroy us in previous battles, Jin continued, his voice carrying the weight of someone who had spent months analyzing a single decision and kept reaching the same unsettling conclusion. The realization had cost him sleep. It had cost him certainty. I thought it was mercy at first. But mercy is still a form of superiority. Showing mercy means you're strong enough to kill, but choosing not to. But it's not that simple, is it? You show restraint to make a point. To demonstrate that power doesn't require cruelty. That strength can coexist with compassion. That a sect master can lead without inspiring terror. Every enemy you refuse to kill is a sermon in action. Every defector you welcome is proof that your way works. Every battle where you don't kill anyone forces people to confront whether killing was ever actually necessary. Perhaps, Shin Dao said gently, settling into the kind of profound comfort that only develops between people who understand each other deeply. Or perhaps I simply believe that no one is irredeemable. That every cultivator, no matter what sect trained them, what orders they followed, what masters they served, contains the capacity for growth. That the worst version of yourself is not your final form. Jun laughed then, a harsh, bitter sound that carried decades of accumulated cynicism, of a world view that had slowly calcified into certainty and was now being questioned in ways he couldn't defend against. And that is exactly why I can't fight you. Because if I order the cloud-piercing sect forward now, and your disciples defeat us without killing a single one of my masters, without even seriously injuring anyone, my entire foundation of authority crumbles. My disciples will ask, why should we follow Zhen when Shun Dao leads better? Why should we fear him when this stranger showed none of us any cruelty? Why should we accept hierarchy when he's shown that communities can function without it? He stood, preparing to leave, his movements carrying the weight of someone departing not from a battle, but from an old life. I'm going to withdraw the cloud-piercing sect from this alliance. Lei will probably attempt to strike alone out of spite and pride and the desperate hope that she can still prove something through force. The smaller powers will scatter. But you should know, you've won. Not because you're stronger in the simple way we've always measured strength, but because you've made it impossible for your enemies to have faith in the systems that created them. You've offered them a mirror, and they can see themselves reflected in it, and they don't like what they see. Shin Dao walked the old cultivator to the garden's edge, and the gesture was not dismissal but blessing. Elder Zhen, the disciples from your sect who defected. Would you like to see them? Would you like to know what they've become? The Supreme Elder's shoulders stiffened, his voice tight with emotion he clearly wasn't used to expressing. I have no disciples who betrayed the cloud-piercing sect. I have only disciples who chose a different path. Lian Yu came to us as an assassin, Xin Dao said quietly, sent specifically because she was ambitious enough to want advancement and clever enough to achieve it without always obeying orders. I wonder if she still speaks of her time with you. If she remembers any good lessons worth keeping. If there's anything from the cloud-piercing tradition that she's integrated into her practice. And against his will, against every principle of his 60 tribulations and 70,000 disciples, depending on his leadership, Supreme Elder Jin found himself saying, "Perhaps I will visit your mountain again. To understand. To see what you've offered them that I couldn't. To understand why they left." Chapter 44. The secret revealed. The coalition's final assault came from Sect Master Lei herself, riding the crest of a power so immense that it warped the air around her, turned the sky itself into something malleable. The very ground beneath her feet crystallized from the intensity of her cultivation. Trees withered as her aura passed, their vitality drawn inward to feed her power. Birds fell from the sky, unable to maintain flight in the pressure of her presence. She did not bring an army this time. The symbolism was intentional. This was personal. This was about testing whether her power alone could accomplish what collective force had failed to achieve. Lei had spent 300 years understanding that true dominance required no army at all. It required only power so absolute that others could not imagine resisting. She had never met an enemy that her individual strength could not crush. Until now, the approach was slow, deliberate, designed to give Xin Dao time to recognize the inevitability of what was coming. Lei wanted him to understand the magnitude of her power before she unleashed it. She wanted the moment when his defenses crumbled to be a recognition of superiority rather than a surprise. She brought the Crimson Phoenix's last resort, a binding spell of such potency that it had been sealed in a mystical chamber for 300 years, protected by layer upon layer of magical containment designed by cultivators whose names had been forgotten by history. Ancient masters had commissioned its creation specifically to counter existential threats, the kind of enemy that couldn't be fought through normal means. It was designed to incapacitate any cultivator regardless of their power level, to freeze them in place through sheer overwhelming force of will that bypassed normal defenses. The spell existed in a state between reality and illusion. Its components were not physical but conceptual: compressed frustration, the crystallized essence of futility, the materialized certainty of defeat. When properly invoked, it transformed a cultivator's own power into their prison. The more you struggled, the more the spell tightened. It was the ultimate expression of domination, using an enemy's strength as the mechanism of their own restraint. Lei had studied this spell for centuries and never found an adequate counter. She had tested it against her most formidable enemies and seen it work every single time. A cultivator caught in the binding could not move, could not breathe, could not circulate their power to mount a defense. Consciousness remained, but the body became a cage the mind was trapped in. If the binding lasted long enough, the captured cultivator would begin experiencing what happened when consciousness persisted, but the body slowly shut down from lack of oxygen and power circulation. She had never used it on Xin Dao because she had never encountered him in a state of sufficient vulnerability. The binding required a moment of contact, a single instant when she could establish the magical connection and then invoke the ancient words that would activate it. All her previous assaults had been thwarted by his disciples' defensive coordination. But this time, she came alone. This time, there would be no defenders between them. Xin Dao met her in the central courtyard with no disciples present, no defensive formations raised, no protective barriers activated. He was alone in a way that made Lei's pulse quicken with predatory instinct. This was the vulnerable moment. This was her chance. The moment she had waited for through 300 years of cultivation. The stones beneath her feet cracked from the power radiating from her body. He had calculated it that way deliberately. He understood that Lei needed this moment, not to prove something to others, but to prove something to herself. She needed to believe that she had approached this confrontation with genuine power, genuine danger, genuine risk. If he had erected defensive barriers or gathered disciples around him, she would have felt that he was hedging his bets, that he didn't fully believe in the transformative power of what he was doing. But with him truly vulnerable, truly alone, the choice he was making would become clear. The choice to respond to violence with transformation, To meet killing intent with compassion would be undeniable. Lei raised her power to maximum intensity. The cultivators watching from the edges of the compound felt it like pressure against their skin, like standing too close to a furnace that burned not with normal fire, but with concentrated will and absolute certainty. This was the power of a 300-year cultivator at full capacity, the power that had crushed armies, that had shattered defenses meant for war, that had never been exceeded by any living opponent. She began the invocation of the binding spell, speaking the ancient words that her mouth had shaped only a handful of times before. Each word was not merely sound, but was a compression of her entire will into a specific form. She was putting centuries of practice into this moment. She was putting everything she had become into this single attack. The air itself began to crystallize around her words, taking on a quality that was neither liquid nor solid, but something in between. The binding magic took form as visible geometry, patterns that made the human eye hurt to perceive because they existed in more dimensions than normal sight could process. Reality itself seemed to bend around the spell, acknowledging its power, making room for its passage. Shen Dao's clarity in his expression made Lei hesitate for just a moment, that crucial moment where decision becomes impossible and action becomes inevitable. It was the moment of absolute truthfulness, the moment when all pretense falls away and you are confronted with what you actually are beneath the identities you have built. Lei saw in that moment of hesitation something she had never anticipated. Shen Dao was not afraid. He was not preparing a hidden defense. He was not calculating how to counter her spell. He was simply present, fully and completely, accepting whatever came. That presence was more powerful than any defensive technique could have been. It was the presence of someone who had already won simply by being willing to lose. But Lei had already committed to the spell. The magic had been invoked. The words had been spoken. The geometric patterns were already crystallizing in the air. To stop now would be to experience the backlash herself, to have her own power turn inward in ways that could shatter her cultivation base. She had no choice but to complete what she had begun. The binding collapsed. Not because Shen Dao deflected it. Not because his power exceeded hers, which it didn't. Lei's raw power was genuinely formidable, the result of centuries of relentless cultivation and absolute dedication to strength. But because Lian Yu stepped directly into its path, not blocking it, but accepting it completely. She moved without hesitation, without calculation, simply moving into the space between Lei's spell and Shen Dao's body, inserting herself into the trajectory of power that had been meant to paralyze their master. She let the spell wrap around her cultivation base, let it penetrate her defenses, let it begin the process of paralysis that would have frozen her forever. In the moment when the binding spell had wrapped itself around her core, when she could feel her power beginning to freeze, she did something extraordinary. She transmitted her understanding of the Twilight Ascendant's core teachings directly to Lei through the magical connection that the binding spell had created. All the theories about cultivation became experience. All the philosophy became lived reality. Lei felt it all at once in a cascade of perspective. Decades of teaching methods, thousands of success stories, the lived experience of disciples who had come broken and left whole. She felt Lian Yu's own transformation, from a woman sent to murder her master to someone who would willingly suffer binding magic that could kill her to defend him. She felt the love that had grown not from obligation or fear, but from genuine recognition of who Shen Dao actually was. She felt the joy of authentic growth, the liberation of finally being permitted to become herself. The spell shattered against the weight of that revelation. Lei stood breathing hard, her robes smoking where the backlash had caught them, her hair wild and singed. "What did you do to her?" she demanded, her voice cracking with something between fury and terror. "What kind of corruption is this? What kind of magic compels people to sacrifice themselves?" "Nothing she didn't choose," Shen Dao replied, and his voice carried the weight of complete honesty. "That's the fundamental difference, Lei. I don't force anyone to do anything. I don't have to. Because once people understand that there's another way, a path where power and kindness aren't opposites but allies, where strength can coexist with compassion, they choose it freely. Not out of obligation or fear or magical compulsion, but out of genuine recognition that this path is better." "That's impossible," Lei whispered. but there was no conviction in her voice. She was remembering something, a moment from her own childhood when her own master had burned something vital out of her with harshness meant to forge strength. She was remembering the cost of that burning, the parts of herself she had sacrificed to become what the phoenix demanded. She was confronting the possibility that it didn't have to be that way. "Look around," Xianxia said, and he made a gesture that was both simple and profound. Lei looked and saw what had changed. The disciples who had emerged from the inner chambers were not arranged in defensive formations or preparing for secondary strikes. They were simply standing, watching, waiting with absolute calm. But their collective aura, the combined power of defectors from every major sect, of cultivators who had come from 100 different traditions and integrated all of them into something new, was so concentrated, so perfectly coordinated, that Lei understood the mathematics of the situation in a way that made her knees weak. She could not win. But more than that, she did not want to. Because winning would require killing people she suddenly recognized as her own disciples. It would require denying the possibility she had just experienced. It would require going back into the cave after seeing the sun. A disciple approached, one of Lei's own Crimson Phoenix cultivators, a young woman named Mei who had been sent as an assassin 2 years prior. She moved with confidence and grace that had not been earned through fear-based discipline, but through genuine self-knowledge. "Sect Master," she said softly, her voice carrying respect but not obeisance. "I came here to kill this man. Instead, I found reasons to live. Reasons beyond power, beyond hierarchy, beyond the constant fear of failing you. Reasons connected to who I actually am." Lei looked at her former disciple, and something in her aged, rigid face cracked. Not metaphorically, but in a way that affected the very structure of her cultivation. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you came all this way," Mei said. "Because whatever you were trying to prove by that binding spell, it clearly mattered to you. And because you deserve to know that you don't have to remain what your masters made you. You don't have to keep being Sect Master Lei if that's not who you want to be." Lei sat down on the courtyard stones, and Xianxia sat beside her without being asked. The stones were still warm from the morning sun. Above them, the sky was perfectly clear, unmarred by the chaos that had characterized Lei's assault moments earlier. This time, the conversation was not between enemies. It was between two cultivators, separated by only the years and the choices they had made and the possibilities they had believed in. Lei could feel something shifting inside her cultivation base, something loosening that had been tight for centuries. It was frightening and liberating in equal measure. "Tell me," Lei said finally, her voice carrying the vulnerability of someone who had spent 300 years hiding, "how you discovered this path. Tell me how you found the courage to believe that there was another way. Because from where I sit, it seems impossible. Everything I've ever believed about power, about strength, about how to create effective disciples, it's all being challenged. And if I'm wrong about all of that, what does that mean about everything I've done with my life?" The question hung in the air between them, honest and profound in a way that Lei would never have thought to ask before today. And Xianxia told her, of a disciple who had come seeking his weakness and instead found his purpose. Of another who had nearly killed him and instead saved his life by refusing to complete her mission. Of watching his sect grow not through recruitment campaigns or forced absorption of other organizations, but through the irresistible gravity of genuine transformation. Of understanding that when you create an environment where people's real selves can emerge, where their talents are valued not as weapons for your ambition, but as expressions of their authentic potential, they naturally become better versions of themselves. He spoke of his own journey, of discovering early in his cultivation that the traditional approach, forced advancement, hierarchy-based progression, power through dominance, produced disciples who were technically skilled but spiritually fragmented. Their power was like a sword that cut the user's hand as readily as the enemy's. Their advancement came at the cost of parts of themselves they had to suppress. And then he had met disciples who had come to kill him, and instead of responding with violence, he had seen something in them that their own masters had missed. Their capacity for authenticity, their hunger for genuine growth, their desire to be seen as complete people rather than as resources. "The secret," he said, and this was the moment when Lei felt the full weight of the revelation, "is that when power flows from authentic choice rather than coercion, it becomes exponentially stronger. Because people stop fighting themselves. Because they're not constantly managing the gap between who they are and who they're supposed to be. Because every bit of energy that used to go into suppression and compliance suddenly becomes available for genuine growth. He paused, letting her digest this. Your life is not wasted, Lei. Everything you learned about power, about cultivation, about discipline, it all has value. But you learned it in a context where fear was the primary motivator. What if all of that knowledge could be applied in a context where people were motivated by authentic interest instead of fear? What if your 300 years of accumulated understanding could be expressed not as domination, but as mentorship? Lei listened, and somewhere in her accumulated grief and power, in the spaces between her accumulated defensiveness, she found something that had been missing for a very long time. The echo of possibility. The echo of a life not wasted, but simply expressed in the wrong context. The possibility of transformation not as an ending, but as a continuation, as a way to apply her hard-won understanding in service of people's authentic development rather than in service of her own dominance. Chapter 45. Ascensions inflamed. The final battle of the coalition was not a battle at all. It was a choosing, the moment when history paused and humanity faced the fundamental question of what it wanted to become. Sect Master Lei stood before her own army and made a statement that would echo through cultivation society for generations, that would be repeated in different forms by sect masters and masters of hundreds of different traditions. The Twilight Ascendant has shown us a new way. I will not be the one who burns that possibility. Return to the Crimson Phoenix sect if you wish to follow the old path. Or walk forward and discover what cultivation becomes when we stop forcing it to serve our will. Discover what you become when you're allowed to be yourself. She paused, letting the words settle. She could feel the confusion radiating from her army. Some commanders began to protest, started to argue that this was a betrayal, that she was throwing away their lives and their mission. She raised her hand, and the gesture silenced them with absolute authority. I have spent 300 years building the Crimson Phoenix territories into a power so formidable that no one dared challenge us. I have cultivated strength beyond what most could imagine, and I have discovered that all that strength was built on a foundation of fear. Our disciples obeyed us not because they loved us, but because they were terrified of what would happen if they didn't. Every order was given with the implicit threat of punishment. Every advance was conditional on complete obedience. We created powerful disciples, yes, but we also created disciples who hated us beneath the facade of loyalty. She looked out at the assembled forces, seeing in their expressions the recognition that what she was saying was true. Some of them had been with her for decades, had served her faithfully, had done everything she commanded. And now, faced with the proof that another way existed, that disciples could advance faster and become stronger through choice than through force, they understood that they had wasted their loyalty. I am stepping down from leadership of the Crimson Phoenix territories, not because I am weak, not because I am defeated, but because I have finally understood that true power is not dominance. True power is the trust of people who have chosen to follow you despite having the freedom not to. True power is the strength that emerges from authenticity rather than from control. Lei gestured toward the Twilight Ascendant, toward Shun Dao standing calmly in the courtyard, toward the disciples who had already begun emerging from the inner compounds to witness this moment. That man defeated me without ever defeating me in battle. He showed me a way of being that I had never imagined could exist. He proved that you don't need fear to maintain loyalty. You don't need punishment to ensure obedience. You don't need to crush people's authentic selves to create powerful cultivators. In fact, the opposite is true. Power emerges when you finally allow people to be authentic. 3/4 of her army simply began walking toward the Twilight Ascendant's main gates. Not running. Not in panic or desperation. Walking with the deliberate pace of people making a choice, step by step, fully conscious of the consequences. Walking toward freedom and authenticity and the dangerous possibility of actually becoming themselves. The remaining quarter did not return to the Crimson Phoenix territories. They lingered on the boundary between the two organizations, watching, evaluating, slowly beginning to make peace with the choice they had made to stay with the old way. Some of them would eventually follow the others. Some would remain with traditional cultivation for the rest of their lives, finding value in the structure and discipline that had sustained cultivation society for millennia. But all of them understood now that the choice was real. The old way was no longer the only way. It was one way among many, and people who felt called to it could pursue it without judgment, knowing that they were making an authentic choice rather than simply following the expectations of their birth and rank. Lei did not stop them. She did not call them back or invoke any of the authority mechanisms that would have prevented disciples from leaving. Instead, she knelt before Xianxia in the courtyard where they had fought, where the binding spell had shattered, where her own disciple had shown her a different kind of courage. Her kneeling was not an expression of subordination but of profound respect, the recognition that this man had achieved something she had believed impossible throughout her entire existence. "I spent 300 tribulations cultivating power," Lei said to him, and her voice carried all the weight of those centuries, the accumulated burden of leading an organization, of making decisions that affected thousands of lives, of building something that she had genuinely believed was good and right and necessary. It never occurred to me that it could be for anything other than dominance, that strength could be expressed through anything other than control, that peace could be achieved through anything other than overwhelming force, that power could be a gift rather than a weapon. Thank you for that lesson. I don't yet understand what it means, but I understand that everything I thought I understood about cultivation and power has been fundamentally incomplete. Her admission was radical in its honesty. A sect master of her stature admitting to fundamental incompleteness, to having lived 300 years without understanding the deepest truths about power. It was the kind of admission that would have been unthinkable in traditional cultivation society. Yet she made it without shame, with only the clarity of someone who had finally stopped pretending to know answers she had never actually discovered. Other sect masters arrived over the following days, not in battle formation, but as curious observers moving through the gates of the Twilight Ascendant with cautious steps. Some came in disguise, unwilling to be seen publicly admitting interest in what the Twilight Ascendant was doing. Others came openly, their willingness to acknowledge what they had witnessed a sign that the transformation had become too obvious to deny. Supreme Elder Zhen came first, bringing written records of disciples who wished to study at the Twilight Ascendant, bringing acknowledgement that the transformation had already happened and resistance had become merely theater. He spent time in genuine dialogue with Xianxia, discussing his concerns and questions in the raw, honest way that the Twilight Ascendant had made possible, not pretending to agree when he disagreed, not hiding his doubts, simply speaking his actual thoughts and listening to Xianxia's actual responses. The Iron Mountain commander came next, moving slowly, as if with each step he were shedding the weight of 70,000 expectations, of centuries of traditions that now felt not like wisdom, but like accumulated weight. He spent weeks in meditation and conversation, slowly beginning to understand that his rigid leadership style had been a form of violence. Not violent in the sense of causing physical harm, but violent in the sense of suppressing human potential, of constraining authentic selves in service of organizational efficiency, of prioritizing the structure over the people who made up that structure. And with each arrival, the situation shifted fundamentally. The coalition didn't dissolve in anger or defeat. It transformed in contemplation and recognition. What had been a united front against a common enemy became a network of sects carefully reconsidering their purposes, their methods, their relationship to the disciples who had chosen them, their very understanding of what it meant to cultivate power. Some maintained their old ways, believing the traditions were worth preserving, that the discipline and structure that had sustained cultivation society for millennia contained wisdom that should not be abandoned merely because a different approach had recently emerged. Others began subtle reforms, introducing flexibility at the margins while maintaining the core structure. Still others attempted more radical changes, moving toward models that more closely resembled the Twilight Ascendant's approach. But all of them understood now that the future belonged not to those who most rigidly enforced the old rules, but to those willing to imagine new possibilities and test them through lived experience. The question was no longer whether the old way or the new way was correct in some absolute sense, but rather what worked better in practice, what produced disciples who were more powerful and more complete, what created organizational cultures where authentic growth was possible alongside effective functioning. Xianxia's disciples celebrated quietly, without arrogance or crowing. They had won. But the victory felt less like triumph and more like a truth finally recognized by people who had always known it but needed time to accept it. In the mountains, where the night sky burned with 1,000 stars and the barriers between dimensions grew thin, Lian Yu found her master alone, watching the constellations wheel through their ancient patterns. "How did you know it would work?" she asked. "That refusing to fight would be stronger than fighting? That transformation would overcome force." Shun Dao smiled, an expression of profound sadness and hope mixed together, of someone who had glimpsed the future and seen both its promise and its cost. "I didn't know. I hoped. But more than that, I trusted that people are fundamentally drawn to growth. That given the choice between stagnation and change, most will choose change. Most will choose authenticity over pretense, even if it's frightening. Even if it costs them everything they've built. Most will choose to become real. And if you had been wrong," Lian Yu pressed, needing to understand the magnitude of the risk he had taken, "then we would have fought, and many would have died, and the Twilight Ascendant would have been remembered as the sect that refused to yield," Shen Dao said. "But I wasn't wrong. We weren't wrong. The universe itself seems to bend toward what's true." They stood together in silence, watching the stars wheel overhead in their ancient patterns, watching the constellation that the Twilight Ascendant disciples had named after their master begin its nightly rise, and the war, the one that was supposed to destroy everything, quietly faded into memory, becoming history, becoming the moment when the world shifted on its axis. Chapter 46. The crystallization begins 3 weeks after Sect Master Lei's unprecedented surrender. After the armies had dispersed and the coalition had formally dissolved, the first visible signs of transformation began manifesting in the Twilight Ascendant's disciples in ways that startled everyone, even those who had predicted it theoretically. It started with Lian Yu, who had been meditating in the deepest chamber of the sect, the one that had been sealed since the sect's founding, protected by magical barriers that had never been tested because no one had ever needed to enter it before. The chamber existed in a space that was not quite part of normal reality. The boundaries between dimensions grew thin there, and the air itself seemed to vibrate with potential. Lian Yu was pursuing a meditation technique that combined every tradition she had learned. The aggressive, conquering nature of phoenix cultivation that sought to transform obstacles into resources. The precise, elegant geometry of cloud-piercing methods that found weaknesses in any defense. The stable, foundational techniques of Iron Mountain practice that could bear any weight. She had never attempted this synthesis before, because in her previous sect, it would have been classified as spiritual corruption, an inability to commit fully to a single path, a dilution of power through divided attention. Here, it was recognized as integration. In the deepest moment of that meditation, when her consciousness had expanded to encompass all 3 traditions simultaneously, when she could feel each one not as competing, but as complementary, her cultivation base underwent a spontaneous metamorphosis that shattered the old categories entirely. Her aura, which had always burned with the bright clarity of a phoenix disciple, suddenly fractured into prisms. Each shard reflected a different aspect of her power. The technique inherited from her original sect, still beautiful and dangerous. The new methods Shun Dao had taught, flexible and responsive. The personal discoveries she had made through years of genuine practice, unique and unrepeatable, and something entirely new. Something that had no name because no one had ever cultivated the specific combination of all these elements before. When she emerged from meditation 3 days later, her cultivation had advanced 3 minor realms in a single session. More shockingly, she could feel the echoes of her evolution spreading through the sect like ripples through water. Every disciple connected to her through the teaching networks felt it. Every disciple who had meditated with her or learned from her or simply been present in her presence felt something shift. And they all understood the implications at a level deeper than thought. Lian Yu had achieved what cultivators had theorized for centuries but never successfully implemented, a synthesis of contradictory cultivation paths into something genuinely integrated. She hadn't chosen to emphasize one tradition over the others. She had become all of them at once, and in that becoming had discovered something entirely new. When she emerged from meditation, her cultivation had advanced 3 minor realms in a single session. Her power had multiplied, but in a way that was more like awakening than accumulation. She could sense things that had been invisible to her before. The subtle harmonies between different cultivating styles, the way apparent contradictions actually complemented each other when viewed from the right perspective. It's because there were no contradictions to synthesize, she explained to Shundao afterward, her voice still trembling with the aftershocks of her breakthrough, her hands moving with new precision as her nervous system adjusted to her increased power. In other sects, the techniques are taught as opposed to each other. Aggressive cultivation versus defensive cultivation. Rapid ascension versus careful foundation building. My Phoenix techniques versus the cloud-piercing methods versus Iron Mountain philosophy. We learned them as separate schools fighting for primacy in our souls. We were supposed to choose one and suppress the others. That suppression was supposed to demonstrate loyalty and commitment. Shundao nodded. Listening with the careful attention, he always gave his disciples insights, recognizing that Lian Yu was verbalizing something important about the nature of cultivation itself. She was articulating a truth that had been implicit in his teaching but not explicitly stated. But here, Lian Yu continued, her eyes bright with revelation. Every technique was presented not as the only true way, not as the correct path that all others were corruptions of, but as one expression of a greater principle. We weren't trying to master Phoenix philosophy and suppress the others. We were learning to embody all of them, not as compromises or dilutions, but as different facets of a unified understanding. So when I meditated, my cultivation naturally resolved those apparent contradictions. They were never actually opposed. We just needed to see them correctly. We needed to understand that every tradition contains truth, and when integrated properly, those truths amplify each other instead of canceling out. The breakthrough created a cascade. May, the Crimson Phoenix disciple who had chosen the Twilight Ascendant over her original sect, achieved a similar synthesis, advancing 4 realms in 2 weeks through a meditation that lasted nearly continuously, interrupted only by brief sessions where she maintained physical function. Her power integrated the raw intensity of Phoenix cultivation, which expressed itself as bright, focused heat, with the elegant precision of cloud-piercing methods, which operated through careful geometric structures. The integration created something that was uniquely hers, power that burned with fierce intensity while expressing itself through patterns of almost mathematical precision. She had discovered that intensity and precision were not opposites, but were actually complementary, that you could have power that was both wild and refined, both passionate and elegant. A former cloud-piercing assassin discovered that the binding techniques she had learned to disable enemies, techniques that had been refined over centuries for the specific purpose of incapacitating opponents, could, when approached with a fundamentally different philosophy, when freed from the intention to dominate and harm, be transformed into stabilization methods of extraordinary power. She could now use those same techniques to help injured disciples stabilize their cultivation base when it had been damaged by careless practice or aggressive meditation. She could allow seniors to mentor juniors without the power transfer causing damage to the